Chapter 1323. As for Yan Kuangtu and Mo Yi, they charged towards the army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. With a single move, many experts were killed. Large numbers of corpses fell from the sky. Now is the time. Kill our way out. In the White Jade Palace of the World Academy, an emperor gave the order. Kill. The experts of the World Academy also charged out and surrounded the army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Ah, not good. Run. Run. The army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was instantly defeated and fled for their lives. It couldn't be helped. The emperors of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were all entangled. The experts of the World Academy, Mo Yi, and the others were all emperors. Killing those below the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was as easy as killing chickens. With a single slap, even Supremes would die. Chaos. The army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was in complete chaos. They only cared about running for their lives. Some of the Supremes didn't even have the heart to continue fighting. They fled frantically. You can't escape. The emperors of the World Academy were targeting these Supremes. These Supremes were killed one by one. This was a one-sided massacre. The battle didn't last for long. More than half of the army of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace was killed. The ground below was covered with corpses. Those who escaped were those with weaker cultivation. No one was interested in killing them. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't affect the overall situation much. In the sky above the World Academy, there were only 3 battlefields left. Xiao Wan against Di Hongcheng. The Barbarian Emperor against the Broken Mountain Emperor. Chu Luo against the 3rd Emperor of the Underworld. Let's end this quickly. Let's attack together. Lu Ming's voice rang out. At the same time, he charged towards the 3rd Emperor of the Underworld. At this moment, although Lu Ming's bloodline power was exhausted and he couldn't perform bloodline fusion, Lu Ming could still use the chaotic intent. Its power was still terrifying. Boom! Lu Ming approached the 3rd Emperor of the Underworld and punched out. This punch carried the concept of primal chaos, crushing the sky dome. No! The 3rd Emperor of the Underworld felt a fatal danger. He shouted in fear and transformed into the Chi of the Underworld, wanting to escape. But under the chaos concept, everything was futile. Lu Ming's fist landed and the 3rd Emperor of the Netherworld screamed miserably. The aura of the Netherworld dissipated and the body of the 3rd Emperor of the Netherworld reappeared. However, it had been torn into pieces and his spiritual deity had also dissipated under this punch. Hiss hiss hiss, Chu Luo and the other rulers gasped in shock. Ordinary first-layer martial emperors were so weak against Lu Ming that they were killed with a single punch. Scram! The Broken Mountain martial monarch was almost scared to death upon seeing this. But the barbarian emperor blocked his path. Mo Yi, Yan Kuangtu, and the others also attacked. Martial Emperor Pashan had nowhere to run. Lu Ming killed the 3rd king of the underworld and then headed towards the Broken Mountain king. The Broken Mountain martial emperor was terrified. Di Hongcheng, save me. The Broken Mountain martial emperor shouted and asked Di Hongcheng for help. But Di Hongcheng was busy fighting with Xiao Wan and he could only protect himself. Xiao Wan was a rank 3 martial emperor when he was at his peak. But he had been suppressed by the suppressing prison monument for 30,000 years and his origin had been damaged. That was why he could not recover to his peak. But he had rich combat experience. Although his cultivation level was the same as Di Hongcheng's, he was still stronger than Di Hongcheng. Di Hongcheng could only protect himself. He did not have the time to save martial monarch Pashan. How dare you go against the emperor family? All of you will die. In the end, Di Hongcheng roared loudly and exchanged a blow with Xiao Wan. After that, he transformed into a ray of light and shot towards the distance. He had actually fled. Xiao Wan did not chase after him. Although his combat strength was slightly stronger than Di Hongcheng's, it was not enough for him to kill Di Hongcheng. No, The Broken Mountain martial monarch screamed in despair when he saw Di Hongqing running away. Lu Ming was not far away from the Broken Mountain martial monarch, and a cold murderous intent enveloped him. "Don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender." The Broken Mountain martial monarch screamed. He had seen what had happened to the third emperor of the underworld. If he did not surrender, he would die. "Surrender is fine, but stop resisting and let us seal your cultivation," Lu Ming said. Lu Ming did not have to kill the Broken Mountain King. After all, the Broken Mountain King was a martial royal realm expert. If he surrendered and helped them, it would be beneficial for them. The Broken Mountain martial monarch was helpless and he could only give up resisting. He knew that even if he tried his best to resist, he would be killed. He would rather trust Lu Ming. "Seal his cultivation," Lu Ming ordered. The barbaric emperor, Chu Luo, and Mo Yi immediately joined forces and sealed the Broken Mountain martial monarch's cultivation. The battle had finally come to an end. The Emperor Divine Palace had suffered a crushing defeat. Almost all of the experts that they had sent had died. Only Di Hongqing had managed to escape. The third emperor of the underworld had died and the Broken Mountain martial monarch had surrendered. They had suffered a great loss. "Lu Ming, thank you." The two deans of the World Academy came to Lu Ming and cupped their fists at Lu Ming to express their gratitude. "Deans, you are too kind. Brother Kong Xin and I are friends. Lu Ming will not sit back and do nothing when the World Academy is in trouble," Lu Ming said. Brother Lu." Kong Xin and Sandalwood Fairy came together and bowed at Lu Ming. They had mixed feelings. They still remembered that not long after the Battle of Providence had ended, Lu Ming had changed his name to Lu Shaoqing and had just arrived at the central continent. At that time, Lu Ming's combat strength was similar to theirs. His cultivation was not even as high as theirs. However, in just a few years, there had been earth-shattering changes. Lu Ming's cultivation and combat strength had far surpassed theirs. He stood at the peak of the divine region. They might not be able to catch up with Lu Ming in their lifetime. "Brother Kong, Fairy, how have you been?" Lu Ming said with a smile. Then, he looked at the two deans of the World Academy and said, "Deans, now that the world is in chaos, where do you plan to go?" "This. Sigh, we have not thought about it." The taller dean sighed. In World Academy, there were those who cultivated the martial path and those who cultivated the inscription path. The two deans also cultivated the martial path and the inscription path respectively. The taller deans were martial arts, while the thinner deans were inscription Dao. "How about this? Why don't the World Academy form an alliance with us and go to the Northern Plains together? This way, we will be stronger and have more confidence to fight against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace," Lu Ming suggested. The two deans of the World Academy looked at each other, then cupped their fists together and said, "Lu Ming, actually, we have the same idea." "That's good. Let's not delay. We will set off for the Northern Plains now. If we are late, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace will come for us," Lu Ming said. "All right, let's set off immediately. Everyone can enter the White Jade Palace. The White Jade Palace is a secret treasure," the taller dean said. "All right." Lu Ming nodded, and everyone flew into the White Jade Palace. Chapter 1324. Ever since he saw Lu Ming's battle prowess, he had a plan in mind. In the past, he had formed an alliance with Lu Ming because he saw Lu Ming's potential. His condition for forming an alliance with Lu Ming was that Lu Ming could help him when he joined the Yuanlu sect in the future. He had been suppressed for 30,000 years. All of his family and friends had turned to dust. He no longer cared about the divine wilderness continent. In his eyes, there was only cultivation, realm, and the pursuit of higher martial arts. He had no interest in power. Therefore, when he saw Lu Ming's current battle prowess, he planned to slowly hand over the power to Lu Ming. He only needed to support Lu Ming. Lu Ming obviously thought of this too. He glanced at Xiao Wan but did not say anything. Lu Ming now had friends, family, and loved ones. If he wanted to protect these people, he needed strength and power. Since Xiao Wan wanted to give in, he would not be polite. The group entered the White Jade Palace. The White Jade Palace shone and tore open the space. They entered the alternate space and headed to the northern plains. Not long after, the space above the 100 Beast tribe in the northern plains cracked open and the White Jade Palace appeared. After a while, the meeting hall of the 100 Beast tribe was filled with people. Almost all of the upper echelons of the northern plains and the experts of the World Academy were present. Xiao Wan and Lu Ming were still sitting at the highest seats. Many people looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. The news of Lu Ming's battle at the World Academy had spread. He had the ability to fight against a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm expert and kill a LV1 Martial Royal Realm expert with ease. With such battle prowess, he stood at the peak of the Divine Wilderness continent and looked down on everyone. Moreover, Lu Ming was so young and his cultivation was only at the spiritual god realm. No one could predict Lu Ming's future and Lu Ming's potential. They looked at Lu Ming with respect and awe. Everyone, we've received news that DE of the Empyrean Divine Palace is going to form an alliance with the ancient sacred dynasty's Xia clan. After everyone was seated, an emperor from the World Academy revealed a shocking piece of news. As soon as this news came out, everyone gasped. What? The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace wants to ally with the Xia clan? Is that true? This is troublesome. The great meeting hall was instantly filled with clamor. It's absolutely true. In a month's time, both sides will hold an alliance ceremony in the Holy City. The burly emperor from the World Academy said. The arena fell silent again. Everyone frowned, their faces solemn. Currently, the most powerful force in the divine region was undoubtedly the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, which was led by DE. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace gathered the forces of the Eastern Wilderness and the Southern Underworld. Furthermore, some of the Overlord forces in the Central Continent had also surrendered. Most importantly, there were 3 pinnacle experts in the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. They were like 3 huge mountains that pressed down on everyone's hearts. Other than the Emperor Heaven Deity Palace, the other strongest forces were the ancient Saint Dynasty's Xia family and their allies, as well as the Heaven Suppression Army and their allies. Lastly, there was the Northern Plains. The Western Desert had always stayed out of the conflict and did not participate in it. Hence, they were excluded. Among the 4 great forces, the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was the strongest. However, the Imperial Xia family had a legacy of 1,000,000 years. In terms of foundation, they were definitely the strongest. No one could see through them clearly, and they could not be underestimated. And now, these 2 formidable existences were about to join hands. How could the other factions stand a chance against them? Although the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was strong, they did not have enough foundation. Hence, they had fewer emperors. Even with DE, there were 2 pinnacle martial emperors in the southern underworld, as well as some emperors who had surrendered. There were only slightly more than 10 of them. In terms of this, the Xia family and their allies, as well as the Heaven Suppression Army and their allies, had more emperors than the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Even in the northern plains, there were more than 10 rulers in total. Although the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was strong, they did not have many emperors. The other forces could still contend against them. However, the alliance between the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family could make up for this shortcoming. At that time, they would be able to dominate the world. Regardless of whether it was the Heaven Suppression Army or the Northern Plains, they would not be able to contend against them. At the thought of this, everyone's hearts were heavy. Why would the Xia family and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace form an alliance? Everyone could not understand. With the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's current momentum, where would the Xia family stand when they unified the Divine Wilderness in the future? There must be some kind of deal that no one knew about. Now, what should we do? Someone asked. There was silence. No one spoke. Even Xiao Wan and Lu Ming were frowning. Let's talk about our opinions. Let's discuss it. After a while, Lu Ming spoke. That's right. Let's talk about it. Xiao Wan said. At that moment, everyone spoke one after another, expressing their own opinions. Someone suggested that they should take the initiative to attack. They wanted to attack one side first and fight a decisive battle with them to destroy the alliance between the two sides. However, someone immediately objected. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was strong. The three pinnacle forces were invincible. It was not wise to attack the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. As for the Xia family, they were in charge of the holy city. They had a long history and a deep foundation. The holy city had never been breached before. Attacking the Xia family was also very dangerous. These people wanted to defend the northern plains. Everyone was arguing with each other. In the end, they finally reached a consensus to defend northern plains and increase their strength. Their hope was Xiao Wan and Lu Ming. Xiao Wan was originally a third-layer martial royal expert. However, his origin was injured and he needed time to recover. If they defended and did not attack, the situation would change when Xiao Wan recovered to the third-layer martial royal realm. They would have the upper hand with their pinnacle forces. There was also Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still young and his cultivation was only at the consummate spiritual god realm. If Lu Ming's cultivation improved, wouldn't he be even stronger? He would be able to change the situation. Therefore, the final result of the discussion was to defend and wait to increase their strength. Lu Ming did not object to this. What he lacked now was time. As long as he had time, his pure spirit body would improve every day. His strength would also grow stronger. Furthermore, if he were to rank up to the 9 heavens supreme realm, the chaotic will would transform into the chaotic domain, allowing his strength to skyrocket. At that time, he would not be afraid even if he were to face a second-layer martial royal realm expert with a martial royal weapon. In the end, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan decided on the plan. By the way, Brother Yan. At that instant, Lu Ming glanced at Yan Kuangtu and said, "Where are Senior Bai Shijin, Senior Du Songjue, and the others? Why haven't I seen them?" Logically speaking, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the rest would definitely take the cross-territory teleportation formation to discuss matters since Lu Ming had returned and such a major event had happened in the Divine Wilderness continent. However, ever since Lu Ming returned, they had not been seen. After Lu Ming spoke, Yan Kuangtu's expression changed tremendously. His gaze became complicated as he hesitated to speak. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. As he expected, when Lu Ming glanced at Xiao Wan, the barbaric emperor, Chu Luo, and the others, he saw their complicated gazes too. They did not dare to look at Lu Ming. Chapter 1325. Brother Yan, what's going on? Lu Ming glanced at Yan Kuangtu and asked with a serious tone. His eyes were glowing as he stared at Yan Kuangtu. Yan Kuangtu's expression changed. In the end, he let out a long sigh and said, "Lu Ming, I didn't want to tell you for the time being, but since your combat power has reached such a level, there's no harm in telling you. The yin-yang formation of the Talisman Puppet sect has been destroyed by Martial Emperor De." What? Yan Kuangtu's words were like thunder that echoed in Lu Ming's heart. Lu Ming had heard a series of important news as soon as he returned. Then, he heard that the World Academy had been attacked, so he immediately rushed to the World Academy. He did not have time to ask about the Talisman Puppet sect, but he did not expect such a change. In Lu Ming's mind, the Talisman Puppet sect could still hold on for a while. Therefore, Lu Ming did not ask. A few months ago, Martial Emperor De attacked. The first was the Myriad Demon Valley, which was easily destroyed. The second was the Talisman Puppet sect. Although the yin and yang formation of the Talisman Puppet sect was powerful and had no problem blocking De alone, De and two other experts at the peak of the second LV of the Martial Emperor realm attacked together with Emperor's spiritual weapons. The yin and yang formation couldn't block them at all. At that time, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and Master personally controlled the yin and yang formation in order to buy time for the others to move. In the end, most people moved to the northern plains, but Master and Bai Shijin fell into Di's hands. Yan Kuangtu explained in detail. Most of the disciples of the Talisman Puppet sect, Lu Ming's parents, Hua Qi, and the others had moved to the northern plain through the teleportation formation. However, Supreme Nine's sons, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others had fallen into Di's hands. Commander Lu, don't worry too much. Since Di did not attack at that time and spared their lives, I don't think he will kill them so soon. Someone advised Lu Ming. Indeed, sparing them instead of killing them must be useful. They should not be in danger for the time being. The others also advised. At this moment, many people's expressions changed, and a sound transmission jade talisman appeared in their hands. There must be some important news. Some of the higher-ups received the news at the same time. They scanned the jade talisman with their spiritual awareness. How could this be? Yan Kuangtu exclaimed as soon as he saw the sound transmission jade talisman. Because he was too excited, he could not suppress the Zhen Yuan in his body. A powerful aura erupted from his body, and a layer of burning flames spread out from his body, causing the temperature in the hall to rise sharply. Damn it! Damn it! Following that, the others also roared angrily. Their expressions turned ugly, including Xiao Wan and the other rulers. What is it? What's going on? Lu Ming glanced around, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. He had just returned, so naturally, no one had sent him any news. General Lu, many people looked at Lu Ming, wanting to say something but hesitating. Lu Ming, Yan Kuangtu clenched his fists tightly and his eyes turned red. Those were the flames of anger. His body trembled slightly because of his anger. What's going on? Speak! Lu Ming shouted angrily. His eyes were like lightning, and his body emitted a powerful aura. However, everyone looked at each other and still did not speak. Let me see it for myself. Lu Ming moved and pounced on a supreme being. That supreme being did not have the slightest strength to resist. The sound transmission jade talisman in his hand was snatched away by Lu Ming. After Lu Ming scanned the contents of the sound transmission jade talisman with his spiritual awareness, his expression changed drastically. He became incomparably ugly, and his body emitted a cold murderous intent. Xia clan. Lu Ming spat out these words. They were so cold that it sent chills down everyone's spine. There was only one message in the jade talisman. Just now, the Xia clan of the ancient Saint Dynasty and Di Tian Divine Palace had jointly sent out a message. A month later, the Xia clan and Di Tian Divine Palace would hold an alliance ceremony in the sacred city. At that time, the traitors Xia Jiuyang, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and others would be killed and their blood would be used as a sacrifice. This short message caused Lu Ming's murderous intent to reach its peak. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. This was because everyone knew that Lu Ming was the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet sect and had a close relationship with Supreme Jiuyang. Lu Ming would definitely not sit back and do nothing. Xia clan, De. Since this is the case, then kill them. When the last word was spoken, Lu Ming's body emitted a strong battle intent. His gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the void and look at the sacred city that was billions of miles away. Lu Ming, you want to go to the sacred city? Don't be rash. This must be a scheme by De and the Xia clan. After the battle at the World Academy, De must have known your combat strength. He must be wary of you, so he sent out this message. His goal is to lure you to the sacred city and kill you. You must not be fooled. Xiao Wan hurriedly said. Since this is the case, then let them do as they wish. A month later, I will make a trip to the sacred city. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he said. No, General Lu. With our current strength, we are still no match for Di Tian Divine Palace and the Xia clan. That's right. Moreover, it is even more dangerous in the sacred city. The others tried to persuade Lu Ming. A month later, the sacred city would undoubtedly be a tiger's den. It would be extremely dangerous to go there. It's not impossible for us to fight. Originally, I wanted to wait for a period of time to prepare. Since this is the case, let's bring forward the battle. Lu Ming's voice was cold and his eyes were filled with determination. He had to save Supreme Jiuyang, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others. Otherwise, even if he killed De and the others in the future, what would be the point? At this moment, outside the World Academy's Universal Jade Wall, the space suddenly rippled. Following which, a figure stepped out from the space. If anyone saw this, they would definitely exclaim. This was because he was Lu Ming. To be more precise, he was Lu Ming's second body. Lu Ming's second body had received the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint and had been cultivating the way of inscription. Now, Lu Ming had finally summoned him. De and the Xia clan, let's fight. Lu Ming's second body whispered with a cold light in his eyes. Following which, he took a step forward. The space automatically split open and the second body disappeared. In the meeting hall of the 100 Beast tribe. Bring forward the battle. General Lu, no, we are not strong enough. That's right. De and the other 2 experts of LV2 Martial Royal Realm alone are unstoppable. General Lu, this matter needs to be considered at length. The others tried to persuade Lu Ming. Most importantly, De and the other 2 experts of LV2 Martial Royal Realm had royal spiritual weapons. They were too strong. Ordinary Royal Realm experts would only be killed if they faced them. How could they resist them? A month later, in Sacred City, these experts would definitely all be present. They were waiting for Lu Ming. It would be unwise to fight with them at this time. Lu Ming raised his hand and the hall quieted down. Since we are going, we should fight a battle that we are confident in. Since we are going to save people, how can I, Lu Ming, sacrifice your lives for nothing? Chapter 1326. Greetings, Master. As soon as the figure appeared, he bowed to Lu Ming. An emperor. This is, the sea-subduing divine ape. It is indeed the sea-subduing divine ape. A commotion broke out in the main hall. Lu Ming was accompanied by an emperor and a sea-subduing divine ape. The sea-subduing divine ape was acting respectfully beside Lu Ming. Apparently, it had been subdued by Lu Ming. Although the crowd was amazed that Lu Ming had subdued a being like the sea-subduing divine ape, the appearance of the sea-subduing divine ape could not change the outcome of the battle. The sea-subduing divine ape was equivalent to having an ordinary emperor. Lu Ming smiled as his glabella lit up. Another figure appeared beside Lu Ming. This time, it was Tu Qian. Everyone's gaze fell on Tu Qian. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from Tu Qian's body. Is that, a puppet? It's really a puppet. What a terrifying aura. It is equivalent to a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Gosh, it's true. Its aura is as strong as the chaotic sky divine apes. Tu Qian's appearance caused an uproar. Everyone was astonished. When everyone looked at Lu Ming, the awe in their eyes intensified. Not only was Lu Ming's combat strength powerful, but he also had such an expert by his side. Their combined strength was terrifying. He is Tu Qian. Everyone can see that he is a puppet. His cultivation is equivalent to a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm expert. He can resist a peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm expert. Lu Ming said. But he has an emperor's spiritual weapon. Someone said. Who says he doesn't have one? Lu Ming smiled as his palm glowed. A giant axe appeared in his hand and flew toward Tu Qian. That's, an emperor's spiritual weapon. Some people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming's methods were simply endless. First, there were powerhouses like the sea-subduing divine ape and Tu Qian. Now, he could even take out a ruler's spiritual weapon. Some people knew that the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda in Yan Kuangtu's hands belonged to Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had taken out another emperor's spirit weapon. Many people were speechless. It was normal for Lu Ming to do incredible things. Lu Ming, Tu Qian can deal with an expert of the second layer of the martial emperor realm. I can deal with one, but there is still one left, Xiao Wan spoke with a solemn expression. Leave the other one to me. Lu Ming said, his voice full of confidence. You, Xiao Wan was slightly taken aback. The others were stunned as well. Although Lu Ming was strong, comparable to a peak second-layer martial royal realm expert, Lu Ming was no longer a match for him once he had a Spirit King weapon. Moreover, it was obvious that Lu Ming did not have a suitable Spirit King weapon. An Emperor's Spirit King weapon must be compatible with the user's attributes in order to unleash its power. Most importantly, even if Lu Ming had a suitable Spirit King weapon, it would be useless. The reason why an Emperor's Spirit King weapon was so powerful was that the user could activate the realm of the Spirit King weapon. To activate the realm of the Spirit King weapon, one must at least comprehend the embryonic form of the realm. Lu Ming's cultivation had not reached the sovereign realm. Therefore, even if he had a suitable Spirit King weapon, Lu Ming could not unleash its power. In that case, how could Lu Ming block an expert at the peak of the second-level martial emperor realm? At this moment, Lu Ming raised his head and looked at the door. Buzz! At the door, the space rippled and a figure suddenly appeared. It was a young man with a slender figure and a handsome face. He was wearing a white robe embroidered with strange patterns. His temperament was ethereal, like an immortal. Lu. General Lu. What's going on? Most of the people were stunned as they stared at the figure at the entrance with their mouths agape. Yes, it was Lu Ming's second body, Ming Lian, at the door. Everyone's spiritual consciousness scanned Ming Lian's second body and they were even more shocked. Ming Lian's second body's aura was exactly the same as Lu Ming's. They were clearly the same person. Except for Yan Kuangtu and a few others, everyone was dumbfounded. How could there be two Lu Ming? Moreover, the aura of the Lu Ming who appeared later was too shocking. The vast pressure filled the hall and made everyone feel great pressure. A ruler, this was the might of a ruler. Yes, Lu Ming's second body had received the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint and cultivated hard every day. Finally, not long ago, he became a 9th-level inscriptionist and became an emperor. Ming Lian's second body had just broken through. Lu Ming had planned to let Ming Lian's second body stabilize for a while, but now he had to call it back in advance. He's me, and I'm him. Lu Ming's main body said with a smile. Ming Lian's second body nodded at Lu Ming and took a step forward. His body shrank rapidly and rushed into Lu Ming's glabella, sitting cross-legged in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. Many people were dumbfounded and still hadn't come to their senses. Was this Lu Ming's doppelganger? Lu Ming actually had a doppelganger that was equivalent to an emperor? Lu Ming was becoming more and more unfathomable in everyone's hearts. Leave the other expert at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm to me, Lu Ming said. However, Xiao Wan and the others still looked serious. Lu Ming, the sacred city is the headquarters of the Xie family. They have a deep and unfathomable foundation. No one knows what means they have, but according to my speculation, there are definitely many Emperor's spiritual weapons, and it's very likely that there are also people at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm. Xiao Wan said. 30,000 years ago, Xiao Wan had fought with the Xie family, so he was very clear about the Xie family's methods. Back then, Xiao Wan had dominated the world with his cultivation at the peak of LV3 martial royal realm. It could be said that no one could defeat him, but in the end, he was still suppressed by the Xie family. Although the Xie family seemed to have declined, they still couldn't be underestimated. Lu Ming nodded. This battle was very important, as it concerned everyone's lives and the future of the Divine Wilderness continent. It was something that they had to pay attention to. Moreover, even if we're not weak in terms of strength, the Xie family and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace have teamed up, and they have many emperors. We're no match for them. Xiao Wan added. The others fell into deep thought. That was indeed the case. Their overall battle prowess was still a far cry from the Xia clan and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. In terms of strength, I still have a trump card. It won't be a problem for me to block 2 experts at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm. As for overall strength, we'll have to find allies. Don't forget that the Divine Army is more anxious than us. Lu Ming said with a smile, as if he had a card up his sleeve. Xiao Wan's eyes flickered as he said, "That's right. If that's the case, with the help of the Divine Army, we'll be able to fight." Lu Ming, I'll go with you to the Divine Army later. We'll decide the outcome of this battle. We'll definitely win this battle. Lu Ming's voice was filled with confidence. We'll definitely win. The others were influenced by Xiao Wan's words. Chapter 1327. After the meeting ended, Lu Ming immediately went to see his parents, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. The people who had retreated from the Talisman Puppet sect were all settled in the 100-Beast tribe. Lu Yuntian and Li Ping were naturally overjoyed to see Lu Ming. Li Ping could not stop her tears from flowing. When the experts of the God Gate came and announced Lu Ming's death, Lu Yuntian and Li Ping naturally heard the news. It was as if they had been struck by lightning and the 2 elders almost could not take it. However, they had a feeling that Lu Ming was not dead and should still be alive. Indeed, they had heard the news that Lu Ming had returned and his cultivation had reached an unbelievable level. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with the top experts of the Divine Wilderness continent. The 2 of them were extremely confident and excited. When Lu Ming saw that the 2 elders were fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He chatted with the 2 elders for half a day before leaving. In a secret room, Lu Ming's main body and second body sat opposite each other. Lu Ming's main body waved his hand and various spiritual materials flew out. Fire Spirit Root, Royal Blood Stone, Earth Emperor Essence, they were all precious spiritual materials for refining the Nirvana Elixir. Lu Ming planned to let the second body refine the Nirvana Elixir. Lu Ming had already collected all the supplementary spiritual materials for the Nirvana Elixir. The most difficult to collect were the 7 main spiritual materials. When he was in the Divine Ruins continent, Lu Ming had already collected 6 of them. He was still lacking the last one, the Star Anise Mysterious Ice Grass. However, he did not expect that when he was fighting for the pure spirit body, Lu Ming would kill the purple gold-robed elder from the sea-suppressing marshal's residence and find the Star Anise Mysterious Ice Grass in his storage ring. In this way, he had gathered all 7 main spiritual materials and could start refining the Nirvana Elixir. Ming Lian's second body waved his hand and a pill furnace appeared. Then, all the materials for the Nirvana Elixir flew towards the second body. Lu Ming's main body moved and appeared at the side. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Inscription refined the second body. His fingers danced rapidly, and endless inscriptions appeared. They wrapped around all the spiritual materials and began to refine them. A heavenly profound saint was in existence that had become a saint through the Tao of inscription. Regardless of whether it was formations, refining weapons, or refining pills, they were all extremely profound. Lu Ming's second body had obtained the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint and became a sovereign. Naturally, his refining skills were also unfathomable. Golden flames of inscription appeared, wrapping all kinds of spiritual materials and beginning to refine. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In the past 3 days, the entire Divine Wilderness continent had been shaken by 2 pieces of news. On the first day, the legendary peerless genius Lu Ming, who had died in the Godly Ruins continent, had returned. As soon as he came back, he participated in the World Academy battle. In this battle, Lu Ming displayed astonishing battle prowess. With his cultivation at the Spirit God realm, he could easily kill emperors and fight experts at the peak of the second layer of the Martial Emperor realm. As soon as the news spread, it was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, causing a huge uproar. Countless cultivators in the Divine Wilderness continent were dumbfounded. They simply could not believe it. Soon after, another piece of news was released. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace would form an alliance with the ancient Saint Dynasty's Xia clan in a month's time in the Holy City. At that time, they would kill Supreme Nine Yang, Bai Shijin, and the others and use their blood as a sacrifice. The news also caused a huge uproar when it was released. Some people who knew the inside story could tell that something unusual was going on. Supreme Nine Yang, Bai Shijin, and the others had a close relationship with Lu Ming. For the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan to release this news at this time, it was obviously related to Lu Ming. Some people guessed that this was most likely to lure Lu Ming out to the Holy City and then kill Lu Ming. This was an open scheme, not a conspiracy. Even if the whole world knew the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan's goal, Lu Ming would still go if he had to, unless he did not care about the lives of Supreme Nine Yang and the others. It seems like the Divine Wilderness continent is going to change. There will be a shocking battle in the Holy City. Some people sighed and paid attention to the situation. At this time, Lu Ming received a voice transmission saying that someone wanted to see him. Lu Ming's main body came out of the secret chamber and met the person who wanted to see him. It turned out to be Bai Qi Shui, Huan Zhen, Ji Mai, and the other geniuses of the Talisman Puppet sect. Greetings, Zongzi. When they saw Lu Ming, Huan Zhen, Bai Qi Shui, and the others, they bowed respectfully and lowered their heads. Qi Shui, Brother Huan, what are you doing? We are all friends, so there is no need to be so polite. Lu Ming waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted Huan Zhen and the others up, preventing them from bowing. The few of them had mixed feelings. They knew that Lu Ming's current cultivation level had far surpassed theirs. Among them, Huan Zhen, who had the strongest cultivation, was only a grade 7 inscription master and had not broken through to grade 8. Bai Qi Shui had obtained the inheritance of a grade 9 inscription master back then, and his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. However, he was still slightly weaker than Huan Zhen. Lu Ming, we are here to beg you. You must save Master and the others. Bai Qi Shui's eyes were filled with tears, and his expression was bleak. Sigh, Lu Ming, we are useless. We can't save Master and the others. We can only rely on you now. Huan Zhen sighed. Ever since the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia family had formed an alliance to kill Lu Ming and the others, Huan Zhen, Bai Qi Shui, and the others had panicked. At this critical moment, they could only think of Lu Ming. Therefore, they came to find Lu Ming together. Although they knew that it would be dangerous to save Bai Shijin and the others, they had no other choice. Qi Shui, Brother Huan, don't worry. Lu Ming is indebted to the seniors. Lu Ming will definitely not let anything happen to them. Lu Ming said with a resolute gaze. Lu Ming's words seemed to be infectious, calming the anxious hearts of Bai Qi Shui and the others. Soon, Bai Qi Shui and the others bid farewell and left. Before leaving, they forgot to take a look at Lu Ming. Bai Qi Shui's heart was extremely complicated. She once had some feelings for Lu Ming. But now, the distance between her and Lu Ming was extremely far. They were people from two completely different worlds. She could only bury the slight ripple in her heart deep down. After Bai Qi Shui and the others left, Lu Ming received news that someone had come to visit him. Fatty, Tingting, Senior Demonic Sky. Out of Lu Ming's expectations, the ones who came this time were actually Fatty Kong Jin, Wan Tingting, and the Demonic Sky Sovereign. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Ever since the end of the War of Providence, Fatty and Wan Tingting had left with the Demonic Sky Sovereign to cultivate. There had been no news of them for many years. Lu Ming did not expect that Fatty and the others would come here to look for him. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, long time no see. I really missed you. Upon seeing Lu Ming, the Fatty laughed heartily and gave Lu Ming a bear hug right away. Fatty, your figure has become more voluptuous. Lu Ming said with a smile. Fatty's figure was indeed fatter than before. Ha! Fatty laughed awkwardly. Lu Ming, you're incredible now. You can even kill an emperor. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. Fatty quickly changed the topic. You're not bad either. Lu Ming punched Fatty. After not seeing him for a few years, Fatty's progress was also great. He had already reached the 5th level of the spirit god realm. It should be noted that Fatty had only awakened an 8th divine bloodline. Then, Lu Ming greeted Ruan Tingting and the demonic sky sovereign. By the way, Fatty, where have you been all these years? Chapter 1328. We followed Master and went overseas. Then, Fatty roughly talked about his experiences over the years. Back then, after the Battle of Providence ended, they followed the demonic sky divine emperor to cultivate overseas. Fatty had obtained some fortuitous encounters in the Battle of Providence. In addition, he also had some fortuitous encounters overseas. Over the years, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the 5th level of the spirit god realm. His speed of improvement was faster than many geniuses who had awakened the 9th level of the divine realm. Even Ruan Tingting had reached the peak of the spirit embryo realm. This time, when they returned, they discovered that the divine wilderness continent had changed beyond recognition. Moreover, they had also heard news about Lu Ming and the alliance between the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. They deduced that Lu Ming would definitely fight against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. Therefore, they rushed over to help Lu Ming. Lu Ming was quite touched. He immediately arranged for Fatty, the demonic sky divine emperor, and the others to stay. With the addition of the demonic sky divine emperor, there was another divine emperor on their side, which was also a great help. Then, Lu Ming's main body returned to the secret alchemy room. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. The nirvana pills were finally about to be refined successfully. Lu Ming's main body ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. A rich medicinal fragrance came from the alchemy furnace. Open! After a while, the second body shouted softly. The alchemy furnace opened, and an even richer medicinal fragrance came out. Swoosh! 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 The moment the alchemy furnace opened, 9 milky white rays of light flew out from the furnace. Collect! The second body waved his hand, and dense inscriptions appeared in the sky, wrapping around the 9 rays of light. Within the light, there were 9 milky white pills with strange patterns on them. The pills jumped in the inscriptions as if they had spirituality. The second body took out a jade bottle and put away all 9 pills. Success! The nirvana pills were refined successfully. Lu Ming was overjoyed to obtain a total of 9 nirvana pills. Although the nirvana pills were useless to him, they were priceless treasures to other cultivators who had not awakened the 9th level of the divine realm bloodline. Whoosh! The second body entered the glabella of the main body and disappeared. Lu Ming put away the nirvana pills and left the secret chamber. Not long after, Lu Ming invited Yan Kuangtu and Fatty Kong Jin to his residence. Lu Ming, do you have any good news for me? The fat guy's small eyes rolled around. Lu Ming smiled. After not seeing him for a few years, this fellow's conduct hadn't changed at all. This time, there is indeed something good. Lu Ming let out a smile as a jade bottle appeared. 2 nirvana pills flew out from the bottle toward the Fatty and Yan Kuangtu respectively. As soon as the 2 of them smelled the medicinal fragrance emitted by the nirvana pill, they knew that it was definitely not an ordinary pill. They quickly wrapped it in their true essence and held it in their hands. Lu Ming, what kind of medicinal pill is this? Yan Kuangtu asked curiously. This pill is known as the nirvana pill. After consuming it, one's bloodline will undergo nirvana, and there is a chance that it will raise one's bloodline by 1 or even 2 levels. Lu Ming explained. What? Yan Kuangtu and Fatty were completely stunned. It could actually allow one's bloodline to undergo nirvana and raise its level. This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Both of their hearts began to thump wildly. Both of their bloodlines were at level 8 divine realm. Although it seemed very advanced, it wasn't perfect. A level 9 divine realm bloodline was the perfect bloodline. In the Yuan continent, the minimum requirement for recruiting disciples was to awaken a level 9 divine realm bloodline. The two of them naturally desired a level 9 divine realm bloodline. However, a bloodline was innate. Unless one awakened the heaven-defying 9 dragons bloodline like Lu Ming, it would be difficult to raise it. But now, the medicinal pills in their hands were able to strengthen their bloodline. Their breathing became heavy. Lu Ming, this medicinal pill is too precious. Yan Kuangtu took a deep breath and calmed down first. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Brother Yan, just take it. The nirvana pill will be of great use to you." Lu Ming said with a smile. "All right then." Yan Kuangtu wasn't a wishy-washy person. He immediately took it. Kong Jin didn't stand on ceremony either. Most importantly, the nirvana pill was too useful for them. Once their bloodline reached level 9 divine realm, it wouldn't be difficult for them to break through to the emperor realm. There were only 9 nirvana pills. Lu Ming planned to give them to Yan Kuangtu and Fatty for the time being because their bloodline was closest to level 9 divine realm. Lu Ming wanted to give one to Lu Yuntian. Also, Lu Ming wanted to help Li Ping cultivate martial arts. Only by cultivating martial arts could Li Ping's lifespan increase and live longer. Although Li Ping didn't have the talent for cultivation and was old, it wouldn't be a problem with Lu Ming's current means. With the help of the nirvana pill, Li Ping could awaken her bloodline and cultivate to martial king or even spiritual sea in the future. There were also his 2 in-name disciples, Zhuang Xiaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro. Ever since he took them in as disciples, Lu Ming had not taught them well. As a master, Lu Ming could be said to be very irresponsible. Therefore, he had to leave 2 nirvana pills for them. In this way, there were only 3 nirvana pills left. Lu Ming planned to keep them for now. Also, here's a secret technique that's suitable for you. 2 jade tokens flew out of Lu Ming's hand and flew to Yan Kuangtu and Fatty. After the 2 of them took a look, they were stunned again. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. Shocked, they were too shocked. This was because the secret technique in the jade token was the cultivation method of a pure spirit body. Lu Ming made a few copies. There's actually such a mysterious secret technique in the world. Yan Kuangtu sighed. At the same time, he was also moved. He had been stuck at the supreme realm for many years. Now that he had the nirvana pills and a pure spirit body, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the ruler realm in less than a year. "Ha, Lu Ming, you're really my lucky star." Fatty did not stand on ceremony and hurriedly put away the cultivation method of the pure spirit body. "Lu Ming, thank you." Yan Kuangtu solemnly cupped his fists at Lu Ming. "Big brother Yan, with our relationship, there's no need to thank me." Lu Ming smiled. After Yan Kuangtu and Fatty left, Lu Ming began to cultivate in seclusion with all his might. It was getting closer and closer to the 1-month deadline. Lu Ming wanted to improve his strength as much as possible during this period of time. Only a pure spirit body could improve his strength in a short period of time. Therefore, Lu Ming cultivated the pure spirit body with all his might. A large number of primordial stones were refined by Lu Ming and turned into the strength of his physical body. Finally, half a month later, the pure spirit body made another breakthrough and reached 60% maturity. Every time it increased by 10%, Lu Ming's strength would become stronger. At this time, there was still a week before the 1-month deadline. It's time to make a trip to the heaven-suppressing divine army. Lu Ming took a step forward and left the secret cultivation room. Chapter 1329. In the central continent near the northern plains, there was a boundless mountain range. This was where the Heaven Suppression Army was located. The headquarters of the Heaven Suppression Army wasn't originally here. However, in the battle a few months ago, the headquarters of the Heaven Suppression Army was defeated by the joint forces of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. They suffered heavy losses and could only retreat to this place. In front of them, there were many mountains that looked like divine swords. They rose from the ground and formed a barrier. Obviously, these mountains were pulled out from the ground by peerless experts. Between each sword-shaped mountain, there were huge chains that were connected to each other. On the chains and the mountain, there were dense inscriptions. Especially at the peak of each mountain, there were several huge arrow towers. Beside the arrow towers, there were powerhouses guarding. These arrow towers weren't ordinary arrow towers. They were built with origin stones as the foundation and were activated by experts in the martial Tao. Together with the formation, their power was boundless. They could even kill spiritual gods. Outside the sword-shaped mountain, the space cracked and two figures appeared. The Heaven Suppression Army is indeed not simple. They were able to build such a huge project in just a few months. Lu Ming looked ahead and sighed. The Heaven Suppression Army has been competing with the Xia clan for tens of thousands of years. They naturally have their reasons. Xiao Wan said. Who is it? At this moment, a loud shout came from the sword-shaped mountain. Then, the sound of the air being torn apart resounded. A few figures appeared in front of Xiao Wan and Lu Ming. They were emitting powerful auras. Supremes. Lu Ming's heart shook. The three figures that appeared were all Supremes. Their powerful auras locked onto Lu Ming and Xiao Wan. You're the chaotic sky sovereign, Xiao Wan. After the three of them glanced at Xiao Wan, their expressions changed drastically and they exclaimed. I have something to discuss with the 100 Battles Martial Emperor. Quickly pass the message. Xiao Wan said. Yes, please wait a moment. Facing an overlord like Xiao Wan, the Supremes didn't dare to be negligent. They quickly took out their voice transmission jade talismans and sent the message. Whoosh! 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 In just 10 minutes, a few rays of light rushed out from the depths of the sword-shaped mountain and appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. Their auras were vast and unfathomable. They were all rulers. The aura of the leader was even more vast and powerful, far surpassing that of an ordinary martial emperor. It was the 100 Battles Martial Emperor that Lu Ming had seen before. Ha, Brother Xia, what brings you here? The 100 Battles Martial Emperor laughed and looked at Xiao Wan. Then, he shifted his gaze from Xiao Wan to Lu Ming. Following this, the 100 Battle Martial Emperor was startled as he said, You are Lu Ming? These words shocked the rest of the heaven-suppressing divine army. The young man in front of him was Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming's reputation was like the sun in the sky. Being able to kill a martial emperor at such a young age and fight against a peak second-layer martial dominator realm expert. Such a genius had never appeared in the history of the divine desolate continent. Lu Ming's current combat strength was already at the pinnacle of the divine wilderness continent, an overlord of a region. How could the members of the divine army not be shocked? Junior Lu Ming greets the 100 Battles Martial Emperor. Lu Ming brought his fists together. Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. Little brother Lu, please dispense with the formalities. The 100 Battles Martial Emperor immediately waved his hand and said, It's an honor to have brother Lu and brother Xia here today. Come in. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan nodded their heads and followed the 100 Battles Martial Emperor and the others into the sword-shaped mountain. So many experts. As soon as they arrived at the sword-shaped mountain, they could see a mountain with a strong presence of qi and various buildings. Lu Ming could sense several powerful auras in the vast mountain. They were all experts. The heaven-suppressing divine army and some of their allies had gathered together, thus there were many experts. Moreover, there were many soldiers in iron armor patrolling the area. The military appearance was very strong. However, Lu Ming noticed something amiss among the soldiers, their morale was low. That's right, their morale was low. The heaven-suppressing divine army had suffered a crushing defeat not long ago. Even a few martial emperors had fallen, resulting in a great loss, thus their morale was low. The group arrived at a hall and took their seats. Not long after, more people arrived at the hall. They were the upper echelons of the heaven-suppressing divine army, who were at least 9 heaven supremes. There were even 9 martial emperors present. The heaven-suppressing divine army did not have that many martial emperors, as some of the other factions had formed an alliance with the heaven-suppressing divine army. Due to the current situation of the godly desolation continent, it was reasonable for them to gather together. I did not expect Brother Lu and Brother Xia to be here today. Come, let me give you a toast. The 100 Battles martial emperor raised his cup and emptied it in a straightforward manner. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan also symbolically drank a mouthful. The 100 Battles martial emperor took a sip of the wine with a smile on his face. He glanced at Lu Ming and Xiao Wan and changed the topic. If I'm not mistaken, you two are here for the sacred city in 7 days, right? That's right. Lu Ming said. The 100 Battles martial emperor went straight to the point, while Lu Ming did the same. Oh. I wonder what is your purpose for coming to the heaven-suppressing divine army? The 100 Battles martial emperor asked. Our purpose is simple. We want to invite the heaven-suppressing divine army to fight the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan in 7 days at the sacred city. We want to decide the outcome of the battle. Lu Ming's voice was sonorous and forceful. What? Hearing this, the faces of the heaven-suppressing divine army changed drastically. The hall fell silent. After a long while, someone spoke. Fight the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan? What a joke. Even if you join forces with us, you are still no match for the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan. If you go, you will only be courting death. An armored martial emperor sneered. If we don't fight with them and wait for the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan to form an alliance, the heaven-suppressing divine army and the northern plains will be the next ones to attack. At that time, we will still die. We will just be struggling at death's door for a few more days. Lu Ming replied with a cold smile. However, if we go to the sacred city in 7 days, we will die immediately. If we drag it out, we might have a chance. The armored martial emperor said. The other members of the heaven-suppressing divine army did not say anything. However, their eyes told Lu Ming that they had the same idea as the armored martial emperor. You are just afraid of De and the 2 experts beside him. Let us deal with them. You just have to deal with the Xia clan. What do you think? Lu Ming said. You can deal with the 3 experts. The 100 Battle martial emperor looked doubtful. Obviously, he did not believe Su Quebec. You can deal with the 3 experts. Ha, do you think we are fools? I believe that the chaotic sky divine army can deal with one of them. However, who can deal with the other 2? Lu Ming, do you think you can? The armored martial emperor looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Even though it said that you can fight against a cultivator of the 2nd Huang Qi layer, your opponent has an imperial weapon. Besides, the rumors are exaggerated. Can you really fight against a cultivator of the 2nd Huang Qi layer? Or do you really have the strength of an imperial weapon? The armored martial emperor sneered. Chapter 1330. Although it was rumored that Lu Ming's strength was unparalleled, allowing him to defeat a peak 2nd layer martial dominator realm expert, however, they did not believe it in their hearts. Especially when they saw that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the peak spiritual god realm. It was ridiculous for a peak spiritual god realm expert to defeat a peak 2nd layer martial dominator realm expert. In their opinion, the rumors were too exaggerated. Indeed, who would believe such a thing without witnessing it with their own eyes? So, do you want to try? Lu Ming glanced at the armored martial dominator with a faint smile. That's right, that's exactly what I'm thinking. I don't believe a mere spiritual god can defeat a martial dominator realm expert. The armored martial dominator rose to his feet while his body emitted a strong battle intent. He was a battle-hungry man. Most of the people in the heaven-suppressing army were battle-hungry. Very well, let's fight outside. Lu Ming rose to his feet and took a step forward, appearing in the air outside the hall. He knew that the battle would not be so simple. If he did not show his strength, the heaven-suppressing army would not dare to place their bet on him. The armored martial dominator also flew out of the hall and arrived in the air, facing Lu Ming. Come, let's go and take a look. The rest of the people left the hall and stood in the air. The experts of the heaven-suppressing army also sensed the situation and rose into the air, glancing in Qin Nan's direction. Lu Ming, make your move. Show me what you got. The armored martial dominator's battle intent grew stronger. I'll make the first move. Sure, 3 moves. Lu Ming reached out 3 fingers and said, if you can withstand 3 moves from me without being defeated, I'll admit defeat. What? 3 moves. Lu Ming is so arrogant. Does he really possess the strength of a peak second-layer martial dominator realm expert? I don't believe it. Lu Ming's words caused an uproar among the crowd. The 100-battle martial dominator secretly glanced at Xiao Wan and saw him standing there with a calm smile on his face, as if he already knew the outcome. Could it be that Lu Ming is really as terrifying as the rumors say? The 100-battle martial dominator still found it hard to believe. Very well, let's see how you're going to defeat me in 3 moves. The armored martial dominator's eyes flickered with anger. Boom! A powerful aura exploded from his body. His vital qi was burning like a flame. His domain spread out and his muscles bulged. In an instant, he was wearing an armor and his strength was raised to the extreme. Although he didn't believe that Lu Ming was as exaggerated as the rumors said, there was no smoke without fire. When faced with Lu Ming, he still wouldn't be careless. Whoosh! Lu Ming used the primordial wind technique and his body flickered. He was like an illusion as he charged towards the armored martial emperor. At the same time, dragon roars resounded in the air as 9 streams of dragon force burst forth. Boom! Lu Ming punched out, and the faint image of the suppressing hell monument appeared on his fist. So strong! When Lu Ming punched out, the armored martial emperor's expression changed greatly. The power of this punch shocked him and made him feel an enormous pressure. The expressions of the heaven suppression army watching the battle changed drastically. The might of this punch was too terrifying. It wasn't something that a spiritual god could execute at all, and it had reached the ruler realm. Block it! The armored martial emperor roared and punched out as well. 2 fists collided in the air. Boom! Shockwaves spread out in all directions. The domain covering the armored martial emperor's body trembled violently as if it would collapse at any time. Then, the armored martial emperor's face turned pale and his body flew backward with a bang. The heaven suppression army gasped when they saw that the armored martial emperor had been sent flying with 1 punch. The armored martial emperor flew 100 miles before he could stabilize his body. Second move. Lu Ming said indifferently. He took a step forward and traveled 100 miles in an instant. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline appeared on top of his head. A stream of energy flowed into Lu Ming's body, and Lu Ming's strength increased again. Boom! The 2nd punch was punched out. Explosive breaking army fist. The armored martial emperor roared and his hair stood on end. He exerted all his strength and punched out. The 2 fists collided for the 2nd time. However, this time, the armored martial emperor was in a more miserable state. His domain was instantly destroyed, and his body and arms made cracking sounds. He was sent flying far away and blood spurted out of his mouth. The 2nd move had seriously injured the armored martial emperor. Do you want to come again? Lu Ming's cold voice could be heard. Again. The armored martial emperor roared. He was a martial emperor, and he could not allow himself to be defeated by Lu Ming in 3 moves. He had to survive 3 moves. Boom! The armored martial emperor's body swelled up. At the same time, a huge shield appeared in his hand. The domain covered the shield, and it looked indestructible. He took a defensive stance for this move. 3rd move. Lu Ming said. He stepped into the air and punched out for the 3rd time. Lu Ming did not use the hell-suppressing heaven skill for this punch. Instead, he used the intent realm martial technique. The fusion of 5 intent realm martial techniques. Now, the fusion of 5 intent realm martial techniques was more powerful than the hell-suppressing heaven skill. The main reason was that with the improvement of the hell-suppressing steel bloodline, the level of the hell-suppressing heaven skill had already surpassed the inferior divine level martial technique. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could not exert the full power of the hell-suppressing heaven skill. When Lu Ming's cultivation broke through to the martial emperor realm, his true essence would be more abundant, and the power of the hell-suppressing heaven skill would naturally skyrocket. Clang! The punch landed on the armored martial emperor's shield. The shield was covered with the domain, but under the punch, the domain was like a bubble, instantly collapsing. The shield let out a violent roar, forming a sound wave that spread out and tore the space apart. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The shield was deformed. The place where Lu Ming's punch landed on was dented. The armored martial emperor's face changed drastically. Bang! The armored martial emperor could not hold the shield at all. The heavy shield was like a mountain, and it crashed into the armored martial emperor's body. Crackle! The armored martial emperor's body made a series of bone-breaking sounds. His body flew far away and fell to the ground. He vomited blood and could not move for a while. The armored martial emperor was defeated, completely defeated. Facing Lu Ming, he was crushed and had no power to resist. Gulp! Many people swallowed their saliva and looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of shock. They no longer doubted him. Lu Ming's combat strength could completely crush an ordinary martial emperor. It would not be too difficult for him to kill the armored martial emperor. Maybe the rumors were not exaggerated, and they were true. The people of the heaven-suppressing divine army changed their minds. Amazing, amazing. Little brother Lu is really unparalleled in the world, the first of all time. The 100 Battles martial emperor strode forward, his face full of admiration. However, the 100 Battles martial emperor changed his tone and said, "However, I still want to experience it. It's not that I doubt little brother Lu, but I have to be responsible for everyone in the heaven-suppressing divine army." The 100 Battles martial emperor stood in front of Lu Ming, his body emitting a powerful aura that was several times stronger than the armored martial emperor's. He was right. For the sake of the heaven-suppressing divine army, he had to know Lu Ming's combat strength clearly. Make your move. Chapter 1331. Fight. Without wasting any time, the 100 Battle martial emperor took a step forward and unleashed an invincible battle intent. With a wave of his hand, the heavens and earth crumbled. His strength was much stronger than the armor martial emperor's. The strength of a second-layer martial emperor was much stronger than a first-layer martial emperor. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. He merged his 5 wills and threw out a punch. Bang! As the two fists collided, Lu Ming felt a tremendous force surging toward him. Lu Ming's body was knocked backward as the blood in his body churned. He could feel a piercing pain coming from his fist. Dong! Dong! The 100 Battle martial emperor stomped the ground and continued to charge toward Lu Ming like an invincible god of battle. The 100 Battle martial emperor was known as the 100 Battle martial emperor. He had walked out from countless battles and was extremely experienced in battle. His attacks were simple, but they were powerful enough to kill with a single strike. Roar! Lu Ming unleashed his 9 dragons bloodline and merged his bloodlines to fight against the 100 Battle martial emperor. Bang! 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 The two fought fiercely, from the ground to the sky, from the sky to the ground, and even to the alternate dimension. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. He was no match for the 100 Battle martial emperor. Although the 100 Battle martial emperor's cultivation had not reached the peak of the second-layer martial emperor, he was at the mid-stage of the second-layer martial emperor. When Lu Ming executed the chaotic will, he could fight against a peak second-layer martial emperor. However, when he did not execute the chaotic will, his strength was weaker than the 100 Battle martial emperor's. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged more than 10 moves. Lu Ming, is this all you've got? How can the heaven-suppressing godly troop fight against the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan with you? The 100-battle martial emperor's voice could be heard. The Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had formed an alliance with the Xia clan. Their next target would be the heaven-suppressing godly troop or the northern plains. How could the 100-battle martial emperor not know this? However, if he wanted to fight against the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan with Lu Ming and the others, he had to see hope. Lu Ming was his hope. If Lu Ming was as strong as the rumors said, why not take the risk? You want to see my full strength? There's no hurry. You can't beat me now. Lu Ming let out a long roar, the 9 dragon claws unceasingly striking out. The power of the 5 different wills was displayed to the extreme, and there were even signs of a breakthrough. Yes, Lu Ming's 5 types of martial skills were originally at the peak of the 4th level. He was only a sliver away from the 5th level. The 100 battles martial monarch was a veteran of hundreds of battles. He was a very good target for tempering. After fighting with the 100 battles martial monarch, Lu Ming's 5 types of martial technique seemed to show signs of a breakthrough. Then let's see how long you can hide. The Baijian martial emperor shouted coldly as a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear pierced through the air with incredible power. An ordinary level 1 martial emperor would be killed in 2 moves. The 2 of them crisscrossed, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Clang! Suddenly, one of the 9 dragons' claws grabbed the tip of the spear, creating a metallic sound. The 9 dragons retreated, but the Emperor of the 100 battles also retreated a few steps. Did your martial technique have a breakthrough? The 100 battles martial monarch blurted out in disbelief. Ha ha ha, thanks for your help, allowing my martial technique to have a breakthrough. Lu Ming burst out laughing. The others were left speechless. Just a moment ago, Lu Ming's martial technique had a breakthrough during the battle with the 100 battles martial monarch. Wasn't this talent a bit too insane? It's only a breakthrough, thus its power is still limited. The 100 battles martial monarch's voice could be heard as he continued to attack Lu Ming. Is that so? Lu Ming let out a calm smile as he lashed out with his dragon claws. Clang! After exchanging another blow with the 100 battles martial monarch, Lu Ming was knocked backward, but the 100 battles martial monarch was knocked backward too. How is this possible? How is it possible that its power has improved so much? The 100 battles martial monarch was in disbelief. Previously, Lu Ming had been completely suppressed by the 100 battles martial monarch, thus he could only dodge the attacks. However, Lu Ming had only improved one of his martial techniques by a level. How was it possible that its power had improved so much? Little did he know that Lu Ming had not only improved one of his martial techniques, but 5 of them. Lu Ming had combined the 5 types of martial techniques. Therefore, when he broke through, the 5 types of martial techniques would break through at the same time. Naturally, the power would soar. Previously, the 100 battles martial monarch had been no match against him, but now, he was able to stand his ground. Thank you, martial monarch. It's time for the battle to come to an end. Lu Ming said. Following this, a chaotic aura was emitted from the 9 dragons' bodies. Chaotic intent. Bang! The 9 dragons executed the hell-suppressing heavenly art and lashed out with their claws, which were surrounded by the chaotic intent. 100 battles godly fist. The 100 battles martial monarch withdrew his spear and executed his strongest attack. At that instant, the 100 battles martial monarch threw out 100 punches. Each of the punches contained a tremendous power that could penetrate the ground and destroy mountains and rivers. 100 brilliant fist intents gathered in the air and merged into a single fist intent, causing its power to skyrocket. Bang! The fist intent collided with the 9 dragons' claws. However, as soon as they made contact, the fist intent of the 100 battles martial emperor was shattered instantly, causing it to explode like fireworks. The dragon claws did not stop there, crushing the rift. Puff! The 100 battles martial monarch spat out mouthfuls of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. His figure was sent flying for a few thousand li, leaving a long, dark tunnel behind him. He stared at Lu Ming in astonishment, before he spat out another mouthful of blood. The others did not fare any better, leaving their jaws dropped. The 100 battles martial monarch had been defeated. Was this Lu Ming's true strength? Too powerful. He had managed to injure the 100 battles martial monarch with a single attack. His strength was comparable to a peak second-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. The rumors were not exaggerating at all. Martial monarch, do you still want to continue? Lu Ming's voice could be heard from the 9 dragons' mouth. That won't be necessary. The 100 battles martial monarch let out a sigh and shook his head. Your strength is comparable to a peak second-layer martial dominator realm cultivator. Even I won't stand a chance against you at this rate. There's no need to embarrass yourself. Saying this, the 100 battles martial monarch withdrew his aura. The 9 dragons shrunk while Lu Ming transformed into his true form. Well. An old voice could be heard all of a sudden, uttering 3 words in a row. Far away in the sky, an old man with a slender figure was walking through the air. The old man was extremely old. Most of his white hair had almost fallen out. His skin was dry, and his face was filled with wrinkles. However, the people of the heaven-suppressing army, including the 100 battles martial monarch, immediately greeted the old man. Greetings, Commander. Commander. Lu Ming's eyes glistened as he inspected the old man with a stern look. Although the old man seemed to be quite old, Lu Ming did not dare to underestimate him. The reason being that Lu Ming could sense a terrifying aura inside the old man's body. Peak second-layer martial dominator realm. The old man was actually a peak second-layer martial dominator realm expert. I've long heard that the heaven-suppressing army has an old commander with an unparalleled strength, but I've never had the chance to meet him before. I finally get to meet him today. Xiao Wan stepped forward and said with a smile. Greetings, martial monarch of the chaotic sky. Chapter 1332. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The heaven suppression army was indeed not simple. There was still such an expert hiding in the dark. Such an expert had never appeared in any of the previous battles. If the heaven suppression army was like this, then how could the Xia clan not have any hidden trump cards? The old general of the heaven suppression army first bowed to Xiao Wan before looking at Lu Ming. He revealed a warm smile and said, Indeed, there are new talents in every generation. This old man admires little brother Lu's strength. Old general, you are too polite. Lu Ming cupped his fists. Emperor Wan, little brother Lu, this old man can give you a definite answer. The heaven suppression army will definitely participate in the battle 7 days later. The old general said. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan were overjoyed by his words. The old general's words meant that he had agreed to join forces with them to head to the holy city 7 days later to fight the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. The 100 battles martial emperor and the other experts of the heaven suppression army were surprised, but they did not say anything. They also understood that the heaven suppression army could not stay out of this battle. If the northern plains were defeated, the heaven suppression army would not be able to escape the fate of destruction. Joining forces with the northern plains was their only chance. All right. Old general, everyone, we will meet in 7 days. See you in 7 days. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan said before taking their leave. The goal of this trip could be considered a success. After returning to the 100 Beast tribe, Lu Ming continued to cultivate in seclusion. Another 4 days later, there were only 3 days left before the alliance between the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. In a secret room, Lu Ming's glabella shone as the second body stepped out of Lu Ming's body. Following that, Lu Ming's main body waved his hand, and the mountain river diagram flew out and flew to the second body. The second body kept it. After that, the main body closed his eyes while the second body revealed a smile. Let's head to the holy city first. The second body smiled and took a step forward, disappearing from the place. After a while, the second body appeared billions of miles away from the 100 Beast tribe. Lu Ming's plan was to have his second body enter the holy city first to gather information about Supreme Nine Yang, Bai Shijin, and the others. Lu Ming's consciousness sank into the second body. The second body was just like his main body. Let's disguise ourselves first. Lu Ming took out a gray robe and put it on. At the same time, his figure and face began to change. Finally, he transformed into a sallow-faced youth. His appearance was very ordinary. He was the kind of person who would not be easily noticed in a crowd. Following this, inscription runes appeared on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's aura began to converge until he was only a 7th rank inscription master. Then he took a step forward. Space split open, and Lu Ming disappeared. Now that Ming Lian's second body had become a level 9 ruler, his speed was incredibly fast. In less than half a day, the holy city appeared in front of him. There were experts guarding the gates of the holy city. The checks were very strict. Everyone who entered had to go through strict checks. However, Lu Ming had inherited the legacy of the heavenly profound saint. His inscription skills had reached perfection. He used an inscription array to conceal himself. Even an emperor would not be able to detect him. Lu Ming entered the holy city easily. There are so many people. Walking on the streets of the holy city, Lu Ming realized that there were more people coming and going than when he was in the holy city. It was normal. There were still a few days before the alliance ceremony between the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and the Xia clan. Now, the Xia clan and their allies had all entered the holy city. Many of the forces under the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had also come to the holy city. Naturally, the holy city was bustling. This evening, the Xia clan Xia Yan, Xia Zhen, and the other princes will be hosting a banquet at the Drunken Immortal Circle. All the young geniuses are welcome to attend. Lu Ming had just entered the holy city when he heard this news. Underworld child. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. In the end, only the underworld child, the unscrupulous monk, and the moonless bodhisattva had returned. However, Long Chen had not returned. No one knew what had happened. Lu Ming really wanted to know. Then the Drunken Immortal Circle will be bustling with noise and excitement this evening. We can't miss such a grand scene. Indeed. Back then, 12 top geniuses went to the Divine Ruins continent. In the end, only 3 of them returned. 2 of them were from the Western Desert. The Western Desert sage monk has always stayed out of things. In other words, the underworld child is now the top genius. That's right. The underworld child is destined to roam the divine wilderness in the future. That's why the Xia clan's princes specially invited the underworld child to a banquet to curry favor with him. Many people were discussing, and Lu Ming heard quite a bit of news. Lu Ming's lips curled into a mocking smile as he casually strolled on the streets. Soon, it was evening. Lu Ming headed for the Drunken Immortal Circle. The Drunken Immortal Circle was quite famous in the holy city. The environment inside was elegant and there was a place for experts to spar. Therefore, it had become a gathering place for martial experts. At the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Circle, there were many young elites coming and going. At the entrance, there were people checking, but they would only check casually before letting people in. After entering the Drunken Immortal Circle, Lin Fan came to an open space filled with tables and chairs. Many people had already taken their seats. Lu Ming scanned the place and saw many familiar faces. Many of them were second-grade and third-grade geniuses from some overlord forces. On the highest platform, Lu Ming saw even more familiar figures. Xia Yan, Xia Zhen, the Xia clan's princes, and the Sky Martial Sword faction's geniuses, Wu Qinkong. Previously, Lu Ming knew that the Sky Martial Sword faction had already submitted to the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. Therefore, Wu Qinkong and the others had also become part of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. The underworld child is here. Someone said. In the distance, a black-robed youth walked over with his hands behind his back. He exuded a domineering aura. This person was the underworld child. Whoosh! 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 Xia Yan, Xia Zhen, Wu Qingkong, and the others quickly flew into the sky to welcome the underworld child. Ha, I am honored that brother underworld child is here. Xia Yan laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. Brother underworld child's presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Xia Zhen said, not to be outdone. Following which, the other geniuses started to flatter the underworld child. Currently, the underworld child was the #1 genius among the younger generation in the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace, including the Xia clan. He was also the only overlord genius. His future was limitless. Naturally, they had to curry favor with him. You are all too polite. The underworld child said with his hands behind his back, looking high and mighty. Xia Zhen and the others did not mind. They welcomed the underworld child to the platform and started to flatter him again. The underworld child pursed his lips and pretended to be calm. Actually, he was enjoying it very much. He enjoyed this feeling very much. He was intoxicated by the feeling of being the moon surrounded by the stars. In the past, he was also the moon surrounded by the stars. As the overlord genius of the divine wilderness continent, he stood at the peak. However, there were more than 10 people who could compete with him. His presence was undoubtedly weakened. Chapter 1333. Now, in the entire divine wilderness mainland, the western desert doesn't care about worldly affairs. Among the younger generation, besides Lu Ming, Brother Ming is the best. Amidst the compliments, a voice suddenly sounded. The place fell silent. Lu Ming. It was as if the name Lu Ming had a magical power that made everyone shut up. Everyone looked at each other, but no one said a word. Lu Ming's name was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's hearts. He was in the same generation as them, but his current strength was enough to kill emperors and fight against peak second-layer martial emperors. He stood at the peak of the divine desolate continent and looked down on the world. Among his peers, no one could be compared to Lu Ming. The so-called geniuses here were far too inferior compared to Lu Ming. They were so far apart that they did not know how far apart they were. Underworld child's face darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The young man who had just spoken turned pale and broke out in cold sweat. He knew that he had said something wrong. He had wanted to flatter Underworld child, but he had subconsciously used Lu Ming's name. Brother Ming, please forgive me. I didn't mean to, the young man quickly apologized and stammered. It would have been better if he hadn't explained himself. Underworld child's face darkened even more. What an idiot. Get out of my way. Xia Zhen scolded, and the young man quickly left. Humph, although Lu Ming is strong, he doesn't know how to judge the situation. He won't live for long and will die eventually. When that time comes, who in the world will be able to compete with Brother Ming? Xia Zhen continued. Underworld child's face turned slightly better after hearing this. That's right. Lu Ming won't live for long. He still wants to go against the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Xia clan. He's courting death. Such a brainless person. Even if he has some fighting strength, he's still a brainless brute. In my opinion, he's too weak compared to Brother Ming. The others immediately flattered Underworld child. A smile reappeared on Underworld child's face. All of you are right. Actually, Lu Ming's talent is ordinary. He is just lucky and his combat ability is slightly stronger than mine. However, because of this, he is arrogant and condescending. Back when he was in the continent of God's ruins, he even dared to offend the elites of Yuanlu's celestial god sect. Such a brainless person will definitely have limited achievements. Even if he doesn't die in the divine wilderness continent, he will be killed by the experts of the celestial sect. Underworld child said disdainfully. Brother Mingzi is right. Brother Ming is right. Another wave of compliments came from the others. Brother Ming, how about this little brother treat you to a good show? Xia Zhen said with a smile. Oh. What show is it? Underworld child revealed an interested expression. Brother Ming, please wait a moment. Xia Zhen smiled, and then his voice spread far and wide, bring him here. Yes. Soon, a group of Emperor Dragon Guards led 10 odd people over. Sun Lin, Tai Xing, among the crowd, Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. The 10 odd people who were brought over were the law enforcement army that Lu Ming had met when he was in the sacred city. Tai Xing, the burly chimpanzee, Sun Lin, the Emperor Dragon Guard who had been transferred to the law enforcement army by Xia Zhen. At this moment, Tai Xing and the others were in a sorry state. Their auras were weak and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had suffered serious injuries. Soon, Tai Xing and the others were brought to Xia Zhen. They are. Underworld Child was slightly stunned. He did not understand why Xia Zhen had brought 10 odd burly men over. Brother Ming, these people are very close to Lu Ming. They were Lu Ming's subordinates back then. Xia Zhen said. Xia Zhen, you are despicable and shameless. You want us to slander the commander? Dream on. Tai Xing roared. Shut up. What slander? Xia Zhen reprimanded with a cold gaze. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, did Lu Ming use despicable means to kill others to cultivate his martial arts? Also, did he deliberately harm young girls to nourish his young? Is that why his cultivation improved so quickly? You are his subordinates, so you should know very well. Let me remind you that you'd better think carefully before you speak. Don't forget what happened to your companions. Xia Zhen said coldly as his cold gaze swept over Tai Xing and the others' faces turned ugly. Some of them even looked terrified. Bullshit, don't even think about slandering the commander. The commander is a man of indomitable spirit. Why would he do such a thing? Tai Xing roared. That's right, why would the commander do such a thing? Don't even think about using us to ruin the commander's reputation. You killed so many of our brothers. The commander will definitely come back to avenge us. Someone else also shouted. In the crowd, Lu Ming's gaze turned even colder. He had a rough idea of what was going on. Lu Ming was on good terms with the law enforcement army. It was obvious that Xia Zhen had captured the law enforcement army and wanted to force them to slander Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming was using evil methods to nourish his young. That was why his cultivation improved so quickly. In this way, not only could he ruin Lu Ming's reputation, but he could also infuriate Lu Ming. In the alliance ceremony a few days later, Lu Ming would be more likely to appear and kill Lu Ming. However, the law enforcement army refused to comply. Moreover, according to the crowd's conversation, the other law enforcement army members had already been killed by Xia Zhen. There were only a dozen of them left. Damn it! Lu Ming's killing intent was as cold as a knife in his heart. Xia Zhen's face was extremely gloomy as he berated, I'll give you one more chance. Speak or not, die. Don't even think about it. I'd rather die than do such a despicable thing. Tai Xing roared. The others also glared at him, unafraid of death. They, the law enforcement army, had a low status in the imperial city and lived a miserable life. In order to survive, they had to curry favor from both sides, living without any dignity. It was Lu Ming who allowed them to hold their heads high. After Lu Ming joined the law enforcement army, they could finally hold their heads high. They could act as the law enforcement army on behalf of the sacred emperor, returning to the situation of 30,000 years ago when the law enforcement army intimidated the world. Therefore, they were extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Therefore, they couldn't slander Lu Ming. Xia Zhen, as a prince, you did such a despicable thing. You're a disgrace to the imperial family and the Xia family. Tai Xing continued to roar. Shut up. You're courting death. Xia Zhen was enraged. A battle knife appeared in his hand and he slashed at Tai Xing's neck. He brought Tai Xing and the others here to curry favor with the Nether Child, but he didn't expect Tai Xing and the others to bite him back, causing his reputation to suffer a blow. He wished he could chop Tai Xing and the others into pieces. The blade light was cold and as fast as lightning, slashing at Tai Xing. At this moment, Tai Xing's cultivation was sealed and his aura was weak. It was impossible for him to dodge. Tai Xing was about to die under Xie Zhen's blade. Whoosh! At this moment, a wine cup flew out from the crowd and collided with Xie Zhen's battle knife. Clang! Inscriptions flashed on the wine cup and collided with the battle knife. Buzz! Chapter 1334. Who is it? Xie Yan berated. At this moment, Xie Zhen finally reacted. His face flushed red as he crawled up from the ground. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he scanned his surroundings and roared, "Who is it? Who is it? Who dares to attack me? Come out and die." Under everyone's gaze, Xie Zhen's battle blade was struck by a wine cup and he fell to the ground on his butt. This was undoubtedly a humiliating matter, causing Xie Zhen's murderous intent to reach its peak. Hee hee. A soft laugh came from the crowd as a youth with a sallow face stepped out. This youth was naturally Lu Ming. Although he didn't have a deep relationship with Tai Xing and the rest, they had still worked together for a period of time. Therefore, there was still some friendship between them. Moreover, Tai Xing and the rest were implicated because of him. How could Lu Ming sit by and do nothing? Just now, that wine cup was thrown by Lu Ming. As a prince, you actually did such a thing to slander others. How despicable and shameless. The ancient Saint dynasty only has itself to blame for coming to this stage. It's inevitable. Lu Ming sneered as he walked towards Xie Zhen step by step. How dare you? Impudent. You're courting death. Some of the princes of the Xie family scolded as they stared coldly at Lu Ming. Brat, how dare you interfere in my matters? Since you're here today, don't think of leaving. Xie Zhen's voice was cold as he waved his hand and said, "Attack, cripple his cultivation." Yes. 7 to 8 Imperial Dragon Guards flew out with all kinds of weapons unsheathed as they charged towards Lu Ming. However, the cultivation of these Imperial Dragon Guards was only at the 9th level of the Spirit Embryo realm. In Lu Ming's eyes, they weren't worth mentioning. Wang! On the ground, inscriptions suddenly shone as a huge array appeared. Within the array, dozens of long rods were condensed and smashed towards the Imperial Dragon Guards. Bam! Ah! Instantly, the sound of whips and blood-curdling screams filled the air. Those Imperial Dragon Guards did not have the slightest ability to fight back under the long rod strikes. In the blink of an eye, they were all whipped to the ground. Each of them was whipped a dozen times, and their flesh was lacerated. It was a tragic sight. Xie Zhen's face paled as he retreated. His cultivation was only at the 9th level of Spirit Embryo realm and wasn't much stronger than the Emperor Dragon Guards. Since Lu Ming could easily beat up 7 to 8 Emperor Dragon Guards, he naturally wasn't his match. So you're an inscription master. Xie Yan coldly snorted, his body exuding a powerful aura. Xie Yan was a second-rate genius, and his cultivation had broken through into the domain enlightened spirit god realm a long time ago. His combat strength was formidable, and he was countless times stronger than Xie Zhen. 10th Prince, this guy is audacious to the extreme. If he dares to make a move here, then in my opinion, he must have been sent here by Lu Ming. Allow me to kill him. A voice sounded behind Xie Yan. A young man stepped out and appeared in front of Xie Yan. Wu Qingkong. The #1 genius of the Sky Martial Sword Sect, Wu Qingkong. Wu Qingkong is going to make a move. This guy is dead for sure. In recent years, Wu Qingkong's cultivation has become more and more terrifying. With him making a move, this guy is dead for sure. This guy is a fool. He dares to make a move here. It would be strange if he didn't die. Discussions broke out at the scene. Currently, there weren't many overlord geniuses left in the Divine Wilderness continent. Wu Qingkong was one of the strongest geniuses below the overlord geniuses. His current status was naturally extraordinary, and he was second only to the underworld child. With Brother Wu making a move, I'm relieved. Xia Yan said as he took 2 steps back. Kid, are you going to surrender or wait for me to make a move? 2 rays of light shot out from Wu Qingkong's eyes like 2 sharp swords. Wu Qingkong, you were beaten like a dog by Lu Ming time and time again. Instead of hiding and cultivating, you dare to come out and make a ruckus. Aren't you afraid of being beaten again? Lu Ming curled his lips and mocked. Shut up. You're courting death. Wu Qingkong was furious. Back then, he was beaten by Lu Ming time and time again. That was his dark history and shame. He would be furious if anyone mentioned it in front of him. I'll cut off your limbs and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Wu Qingkong roared as he unsheathed his battle sword. A terrifying sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. How powerful! 3rd level spirit god. He's a 3rd level spirit god. Wu Qingkong has broken through to the 3rd level spirit god. Wu Qingkong's attack caused a commotion. A 3rd level spirit god. Apart from those overlord geniuses, no one could compete with him. In their hearts, Lu Ming was dead meat. After all, Lu Ming didn't look old. He was very young and belonged to the younger generation. However, they had never seen him before. Obviously, he wasn't famous. How strong could an unknown young man be to be able to fight with Wu Qingkong? Buzz! Inscriptions appeared in front of Lu Ming again. A formation appeared once more. It was exactly the same as the one that had beaten the Imperial Dragon Guards. A dozen long rods appeared and lashed towards Wu Qingkong. Clang! Sword chi whistled and slashed through. The rods were cut in half. The sword chi did not stop and continued to slash towards Lu Ming. Bam! 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 Lu Ming took a few steps forward. Inscriptions appeared on the ground and another formation appeared. Just like before, a dozen long rods appeared. However, the sword chi swept through and the long rods were cut in half again. But immediately, another formation appeared, and another staff was formed. Ha! He's still using such a formation against Wu Qingkong. He's dead meat. That's all he has. How dare he be so arrogant here? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Someone sneered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword chi whistled and the long rods were cut in half. Let's end this. Wu Qingkong roared and shook his battle sword. A sword radiance flashed and dozens of sword chi slashed towards Lu Ming. Every ray of sword chi was extremely powerful. That kid is dead meat. That was the thought that popped up in everyone's mind. However, Lu Ming remained calm as if he did not see the sword chi. He took a step forward again. Buzz! 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 This time, more than a dozen spell formations appeared on the ground, all of which looked exactly the same as the first spell formation. All of them had long staffs. In total, there were hundreds of long rods lashing towards Wu Qingkong. So what if there are a lot of them? Break! Wu Qingkong shouted and his sword chi grew stronger. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Originally, those long sticks were no different from withered branches in his eyes. With a single slash of his sword, he could easily cut them apart. However, this time around, when the sword chi landed on the long sticks, clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew everywhere. However, those long sticks were completely undamaged. On the other hand, the sword chi that he had sent out collapsed after being hit by the long rods. Break! Wu Qingkong's expression changed. He raised his cultivation to the maximum and slashed out with his battle sword. Clang! 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 However, his sword chi was completely useless against those long rods. As the long rods swung down, his sword chi was scattered. How could this be? Chapter 1335. Wu Qingkong panicked and was shocked. Without any hesitation, Wu Qingkong performed bloodline fusion and transformed into a battle sword. He slashed at the long sticks madly. Clang! Clang! The long sticks hit Wu Qinkong's battle sword. The battle sword shook violently. In just a few breaths, Wu Qinkong's battle sword collapsed and he returned to his human form. No! Wu Qinkong screamed in horror. He spat out blood and tried to escape. However, there were long rods all around him, sealing off all his escape routes. Hundreds of long sticks rained down on Wu Qinkong. The shadows of the sticks completely engulfed Wu Qinkong. Ah! Ah! A shrill scream resounded in the drunken immortal garden. Everyone who was watching the battle looked at each other in dismay. How could this be? The result was completely different from what they had expected. Wu Qinkong was the strongest genius below the giants. His cultivation had reached the third-level spirit god realm. How many people among the younger generation in the divine wilderness continent could defeat him? Moreover, it was Lu Ming, a brat who they did not know at all. It was a matter of killing him in one move. However, the result was completely out of everyone's expectations. Lu Ming had been using the same formation all along. However, wasn't that formation very weak at the beginning? It couldn't stop Wu Qinkong at all. Why did it suddenly become so strong later on? The power of those long rods increased by an unknown amount. Even Wu Qinkong found it difficult to block them. The shrill scream was still ringing. After 10 minutes, the hundreds of long sticks disappeared, revealing Wu Qinkong's figure. Miserable, it was too miserable. Everyone who saw Wu Qinkong's figure could not help but think of the word, miserable, in their minds. Wu Qinkong was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He had been beaten countless times. His clothes were in tatters and his body was full of scars. His face was swollen like a pig's head. His nose bridge was broken and all of his teeth were missing. His mouth was crooked. If no one said that he was Wu Qinkong, no one would have recognized him. Most importantly, Wu Qinkong's aura was extremely weak. His cultivation had been destroyed. The whip just now had destroyed Wu Qinkong's cultivation. Wu Qinkong had become a cripple. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, their bodies cold. This was especially the case for some of the second and third-rate chosen. They couldn't help but back up and look at Lu Ming with serious expressions. Who was this person? Where did he come from? How could he be so strong? Moreover, this person practiced the Tao of inscription. In the divine wilderness continent, there were only a handful of geniuses who practiced the Tao of inscription. None of them could defeat Wu Qinkong. They racked their brains but still could not figure out who this person was. Could this person be Lu Ming? But he had never heard that Lu Ming had such deep attainments in the Tao of inscription. Who are you? Underworld Child's eyes were dark as he stared at Lu Ming. He wanted to see something from Lu Ming's expression, but he was disappointed. Lu Ming's face was very calm. He couldn't see anything. Who am I? You are not qualified to know. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Hee, how arrogant. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated Wu Qinkong. I can kill Wu Qinkong with a flick of my finger. Underworld Child glanced at Wu Qinkong casually and smiled disdainfully. Bang! Underworld Child took a step forward and his aura surged crazily. Today was a banquet specially prepared for him. However, Lu Ming had attacked continuously, injuring Xie Zhen and crippling Wu Qinkong. This was a slap to Underworld Child's face. There was no way he would let Lu Ming leave alive. Underworld Child's aura grew stronger and stronger. Third level spiritual god, fourth level spiritual god, peak fourth level spiritual god. It didn't stop even after reaching the peak fourth level spiritual god. Boom! Underworld Child's aura had reached the fifth level spiritual god. Gasps could be heard at the scene. Underworld Child is indeed a magnate-level genius. His cultivation has reached the 5th level spiritual god realm. Underworld Child has awakened a 9th level divine bloodline. His combat strength is incomparably strong. A 5th level spiritual god can already kill a high-level spiritual god. This is too shocking. Underworld Child was surrounded by underworld chi. He smiled confidently and said, "Brat, I don't care who you are. Today, you will die." Swoosh! A pitch-black machete appeared in Underworld Child's hand. He pounced at Lu Ming and slashed his machete at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood there motionlessly. This time, no inscription appeared and no array appeared. In an instant, Underworld Child's machete was about to land on Lu Ming's head. At this moment, Lu Ming extended 2 fingers and pointed at Underworld Child. Swoosh! A ray of sword chi appeared between Lu Ming's fingers. Puchi! Underworld Child's machete was easily cut in half. The sword chi continued to slash at Underworld Child. Not good. Underworld Child's expression changed drastically. He felt the threat of death from Lu Ming's sword chi. At this moment, his heart was trembling. Even his soul was trembling. Retreat, retreat, retreat. He roared in his heart and frantically retreated. At the same time, he used all his means to defend himself. But soon, he despaired. The sword chi in Lu Ming's fingers could cut through everything. Under everything, all of his defenses were cut through like tofu. Then, he felt a chill between his brows. In the next moment, he fell into boundless darkness and lost consciousness. What's going on? The surrounding onlookers were puzzled. At first, they saw Underworld Child attack Lu Ming. Then, they saw a ray of sword chi burst out from Lu Ming's fingers. Then, they saw Underworld Child frantically retreat. But after retreating a few meters, Underworld Child's body stopped. He stood there motionless. Many people were puzzled and did not understand what had happened. But immediately, everyone's eyes widened. Because at this moment, a bloody scar appeared between Underworld Child's brows. The scar quickly grew longer and longer. Then, everyone saw Underworld Child's body split in 2. Dead. Underworld Child was dead. He was cut in half by a sword. How was this possible? Underworld Child's cultivation was at the 5th level of the spirit god realm. Moreover, he was a giant genius. With his combat strength, it would be easy for him to kill a 7th level spirit god. Such a genius was killed by Lu Ming's sword chi as easily as killing a chicken. How was this possible? How could Lu Ming be so strong? Who are you? Who are you? Xia Yan and Xia Zhen were so scared that their faces turned pale. They roared crazily. Lu Ming curled his lips slightly, and the sword chi in his fingers disappeared. This was a formation carved with his body. With his cultivation as an emperor, the formation carved by him was naturally terrifying. Using it to deal with Underworld Child was a waste of talent. Buzz! Inscriptions flashed under Lu Ming's feet. In the next moment, Lu Ming appeared in front of Xia Zhen. Ah, what are you trying to do? This is the holy city. What are you trying to do? Xia Zhen roared in fear. I'm going to search your soul. Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. He stretched out a finger and pointed at Xia Zhen's forehead. Chapter 1336. Lu Ming's finger tapped on Xia Zhen's forehead, and an inscription flashed. Xia Zhen's expression stiffened, and his gaze became unfocused as if he was in a daze. Lu Ming was using a powerful method to search Xia Zhen's soul. Inscribers had some methods that were even more bizarre and mysterious than martial artists. The soul-searching technique was obtained from the heavenly profound saint. Lu Ming wanted to find out the whereabouts of Supreme Nine Sons, Bai Shijin, and the others from Xia Zhen. Stop, you bastard! Kill! A few angry shouts could be heard and a few figures leaped across the air. As soon as their voices fell, a few terrifying attacks were launched toward Lu Ming. Experts from the Xia clan had arrived, and these people were all at the 7th level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming did not move at all. However, a large array suddenly appeared in the sky. The large array glowed and condensed into a few battle swords. With a slash, a few 7th level spirit gods were killed in the air. So strong. In the drunken immortal garden, many young geniuses were trembling in their hearts. Lu Ming was too strong. Killing 7th-level spirit gods was as easy as chopping vegetables. This person shouldn't be someone from the younger generation, but someone from the older generation who snuck in. Someone guessed. Apart from Lu Ming, they couldn't think of a second person in the younger generation who could be so powerful. However, this person was obviously an inscriber, so he shouldn't be Lu Ming. Therefore, many people guessed that this person should be someone from the older generation. No. At this moment, Lu Ming frowned. He realized that Xie Zhen didn't know the whereabouts of Supreme Nine Sons, Bai Shijin, and the others at all. Maybe Xie Zhen's cultivation is too low, so he doesn't have the right to know about this. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Xia Yan in the next moment. Xia Yan was a second-grade prodigy. Apart from Xian Yanjuan, he was the strongest person in the younger generation of the Xia clan. Maybe he knew. Xia Yan's expression changed when Lu Ming's gaze landed on him. Without a second thought, he soared into the sky, intending to leave this place. However, Lu Ming gently waved his hand in the air, and dense inscriptions suddenly appeared above Xia Yan. A large formation appeared, condensing into chains that wrapped around Xia Yan. Xia Yan's cultivation was at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm, but no matter how hard he tried, it was completely useless against the chains. Lu Ming released Xie Zhen and walked towards Xia Yan. Xie Zhen's eyes were still unfocused, as if he had lost his mind. Yes, Xie Zhen was already an idiot. Just now, when Lu Ming had searched his soul, he hadn't held back at all. He had used the most direct, most violent, and most barbaric method to search for what Lu Ming wanted. Therefore, Xie Zhen's soul had suffered an indelible injury. He had already lost his mind. Save me, save me. When Xia Yan saw Lu Ming walking towards him, he screamed in fear. You're courting death. How dare you act presumptuously in the holy city? Exterminate 9 generations of your family. In the distance, surging roars sounded out. More Xia clan experts had arrived. Swoosh. 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 At least a dozen experts charged over. Numerous terrifying auras shot out like smoke signals. The weakest aura was at the 9th level of the spirit god realm, and there was even a perfected spirit god realm expert. The strongest was shockingly a supreme realm expert. In an instant, a dozen experts appeared in the sky above the drunken immortal garden and launched an attack at Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand, and dense inscriptions appeared in the sky. They seemed to have a life of their own, and numerous large formations were condensed. Whoosh! 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 The large formation glowed and formed a few dozen thick chains that wrapped around the experts. After that, Lu Ming didn't even look at these people. He directly appeared before Xia Yan and pointed his finger at the space between Xia Yan's eyebrows. Soul search. Bang! 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 In the sky, explosions continued. The dozen experts joined forces, but they couldn't break through Xia Yan's defense. The dozens of chains seemed to have a life of their own as they waved and wrapped around the experts, causing them to be exhausted. Lu Ming pointed his finger at the space between Xia Yan's eyebrows. After about a dozen breaths, his eyes suddenly lit up. He found it. He found the whereabouts of Supreme Nine Sons and the others. In Xia Yan's memory, Supreme Nine Sons, Bai Shijin, and the others were imprisoned in the 9 underworlds. It was the 9 underworlds again. Back then, Xian Yanqing was imprisoned in the 9 underworlds, and Xiao Wan was also rescued from the 9 underworlds. Looks like I have to make a trip to the 9 underworlds again. Lu Ming muttered, and his finger left the space between Xia Yan's eyebrows. Xia Yan collapsed on the ground like a pile of mud, panting heavily. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He didn't turn into an idiot like Xie Zhen. His cultivation was much stronger than Xie Zhen's. He had reached the 2nd level of the spirit god realm, and his soul was stable. Therefore, his soul wasn't damaged much. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand. Inscriptions faintly flashed on his arm, an array of sword qi cut through the void. Puff! Puff! Those experts didn't even have time to scream before they were killed in the air by the sword qi. Ha, let's go. Lu Ming laughed and took a step forward. His figure suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the drunken immortal garden, many young geniuses looked at each other. Their eyes were still filled with shock. He was too strong. No matter what their cultivation was, he was killed in one move. Even Supremes were the same. A word appeared in everyone's mind. An emperor. Lu Ming was most likely an emperor in disguise. An emperor had sneaked into the holy city. Boom! Boom! In the depths of the holy city, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. A few figures appeared in the sky above the drunken immortal garden. The vast pressure made all the young people tremble, as if they were about to kneel down. Emperors. The few people who appeared later were all emperors. The few emperors spread out their spiritual senses to search for Lu Ming, but they couldn't find any trace of him. Search the entire city. Don't let anyone suspicious go. A ruler gave the order. Unfortunately, half a day had passed, and there was still no news of Lu Ming. Everything that happened in the drunken immortal garden had spread throughout the holy city. An unfamiliar young man first crippled Wu Qingkong, then killed the underworld child. What was even more terrifying was that even a Supremes couldn't fight back in his hands. One of the emperors, Xia Zhen, became an idiot because of this person. When the news spread, it caused an uproar in the holy city. Many people knew that the northern plains, or the divine army, had begun to move. Everyone was guessing who this young man was. Some guessed that it was Lu Ming, because Lu Ming was most likely to sneak into the holy city to save Supreme Nine Yang and the others. But immediately, someone refuted, saying that this person cultivated the path of inscription, and shouldn't be Lu Ming. Activate the divine secret instrument. In the end, the Xia family's higher-ups gave the order. The Xia family activated the divine secret instrument. Their target was Lu Ming. Finally, when the instrument was activated, they found that Lu Ming was still in the northern plains, not in the holy city. In the northern plains, in a secret room of the 100 Beast tribe, a projection of the divine secret instrument appeared above Lu Ming's main body. It seems that the divine secret instrument also has a weakness. It can only find my main body, but not my second body. Lu Ming's main body ended his cultivation, opened his eyes, and smiled. Seal. Chapter 1337. Just as the Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were searching for Lu Ming, Lu Ming's second body had already changed his appearance. Even his aura had changed. The Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace could not find Lu Ming at all. Not far from the entrance of the 9 underworlds, a black-faced youth arrived. This black-faced youth was Lu Ming. The security is even tighter. Lu Ming watched from afar. The entrance of the 9 underworlds was even tighter than before. Not only were there more inscription formations, but there were also more experts guarding it. Lu Ming sensed carefully and sensed the auras of many primes. If I barge in now, I will alert the enemy. At that time, the Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace will attack with all their might and block me inside. Not only will I not be able to save Senior Jiuyang and the others, but I will also be in danger. Lu Ming frowned as he thought of a countermeasure. On the day of the alliance, they will definitely send people to bring Senior Jiuyang and the others out. That will be the best time. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming had an idea. His figure flashed as he left this place. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the day of the alliance between the Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace arrived. The holy city was unprecedentedly lively. The experts of Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace and Xia clan gathered in the holy city. In the eastern wilderness, outside 9 Dragon City, space suddenly split open, and a figure stepped out. It was Lu Ming. After so many years, Lu Ming returned to 9 Dragon City once again. Whoosh! Lu Ming stepped out and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in Nine Dragon City. The defenses of Nine Dragon City were meaningless to Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped in the air, and the endless mountains and rivers of Nine Dragon City flashed under his feet. Soon, Lu Ming appeared in the depths of Nine Dragon City, at the dragon head of one of the dragon veins. Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Lu Ming looked at the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, which was as tall as a mountain. His goal for this trip was the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron would definitely play a decisive role in this battle. Roar! The Nine Dragon bloodline appeared, and it roared toward the sky. Wang! As soon as the Nine Dragons bloodline appeared, the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron trembled, and the buzzing sound spread out for hundreds of thousands of miles. The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron is moving. What's going on? Why is the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, which has not moved since ancient times, moving again? The unusual movement of the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron attracted the attention of the people nearby. Many figures flew across the void and flew over at an extremely fast speed. What's that? A dragon? Ah! That's 9 dragons. Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. What? Lu Ming dares to come here. Many people shouted in shock when they saw the 9 dragons. Some people who had experienced the great battle of Nine Dragon City were very familiar with Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline. They recognized the 9 dragons bloodline at a glance and immediately cried out in fright. Rise! Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to those people. He focused on controlling the 9 dragons bloodline and resonating with the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. Wang! Buzz! The 9 Dragon Cauldron shook more and more violently. Eventually, it rose from the ground and flew towards Lu Ming, floating above Lu Ming's head. Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron, come here! Lu Ming shouted. The 9 dragons wrapped around the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron and a mysterious aura rushed out in all directions. Clang! Another dragon vein shook violently. The second Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron moved and floated in the air, flying towards Lu Ming. Then, the third Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron moved as well. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, there were 3 Divine Nine Dragon Cauldrons floating above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming, how dare you? Put down the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. A few long roars came from afar. A few figures broke through the air and flew over. They were extremely fast. As soon as the voice sounded, they had already appeared above the dragon vein. The master of the Dongfang family, the master of the Kong family, Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. They were a few supremes. Some of them were old acquaintances. They were the masters of the other 6 ancient families. Lu Ming ignored them and continued to control the 9 dragons' bloodline to summon the Divine Nine Dragon Cauldron. The Supremes' faces turned ugly after being ignored by Lu Ming. Let's attack together. The Supremes exchanged glances and reached a consensus. Bang! 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 A few brilliant rays of light burst out and shot towards Lu Ming. The rays of light were beautiful but filled with murderous intent. Piss off! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he took a step forward. Bang! A terrifying force crushed the space and surged toward the few supreme beings. The attacks of the Supremes were as weak as tofu before this force. 2 of the 9 Heavens Supremes even exploded and died on the spot. As for the masters of the 3 ancient families, they were sent flying for 1,000 miles and crashed into a dozen mountains. Blood spurted out from their mouths and their auras weakened. He killed 2 Supremes with 1 strike and severely injured the other 3. Such battle prowess was extremely shocking. In the distance, there was silence. No one dared to speak. Today, the experts of the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace had all gone to the sacred city. Not a single sovereign was left behind. No one could stop Lu Ming. Is this Lu Ming's battle prowess? There were some young geniuses in the crowd. They were all on the list of top 1,000 talents in the eastern wilderness. Some of them had even competed with Lu Ming before. At this moment, they were looking at the figure on the dragon vein with dismay and shock. Back then, they were of the same generation and competed with each other. However, in just a few years, the distance between them and Lu Ming was already thousands of miles. There was no comparison at all. They knew that they would never be able to catch up to Lu Ming in this lifetime. Roar! The roar of the 9 dragons shook the sky. Clang! Clang! The divine 9-dragon cauldron kept vibrating. One after another, they flew towards Lu Ming. More and more divine 9-dragon cauldrons appeared above Lu Ming's head. 4 cauldrons, 5 cauldrons, 6 cauldrons, quick, spread the news. Someone in the 9-dragon city ordered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Voice transmission jade talismans flew out one after another. However, as soon as they flew out of the 9-dragon city, a light screen rose up and intercepted all the voice transmission jade talismans. Several figures stood in the void outside the 9-dragon city. Among them, there was a dean of the World Academy who cultivated the path of inscription. There were also 7 or 8 supremes who cultivated the path of inscription. They had already set up a barrier outside the 9-dragon city to intercept the voice transmission jade talismans. Lu Ming summoned more and more divine 9-dragon cauldrons. In the end, all 9 cauldrons were gathered and suspended above Lu Ming's head. I'll lend it to you for a few days. After a few days, I'll let you return to where you came from. Lu Ming whispered. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and swallowed. All 9 divine 9-dragon cauldrons flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline and disappeared. Roar! 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 At this moment, the 9 dragon bloodlines in the 9 dragons city went berserk. They were like 9 real dragons that wanted to break through the sky. Lu Ming's face was calm as if he had expected this. He waved his hand and 9 inscription talismans flew out from his storage ring. The 9 inscription talismans flew out and flew towards a dragon bloodline. Chapter 1338. Suppress. Lu Ming whispered. The 9 inscription talisman scrolls landed on the 9 dragon veins. The endless inscriptions seemed to be alive as they spread over the dragon veins, temporarily suppressing them. The 9 dragon veins temporarily returned to peace. According to ancient legends, the divine 9-dragon cauldron was refined by an ancient expert to suppress the 9 dragon veins. If the divine 9-dragon cauldron was gone for too long, the 9 dragon veins would definitely rebel. Lu Ming had already expected this, so he had asked his second body to refine the 9 inscription talisman scrolls to suppress the 9 dragon veins. Although it could only suppress them for a few days was enough. After the dragon veins calmed down, Lu Ming put away the 9 dragon veins and took a step forward. In the next moment, he appeared outside the 9 dragon city. Rise! The old dean of the World Academy shouted. The other supremes assisted, and a barrier appeared outside the 9 dragon city. This barrier was used to block the voice transmission jade talisman, so that DE would not know that Lu Ming had come here to take away the divine 9-dragon cauldron. After setting up the barrier, they set off with Lu Ming. Soon, they returned to the northern plains through the transborder teleportation array. Let's go to the holy city. With the order, figures tore through the space and headed toward the holy city. At the same time, the experts of the divine army also set off toward the holy city. The holy city was bustling. Above the holy city, a platform appeared in the void. On it, there were real dragons and divine phoenixes flying and Qilins roaring. This was the platform used by the Xia family during the million-year sacrifice. Now, they were using it again. It showed how much importance the Xia family placed on this alliance ceremony. The Holy Emperor has arrived. A voice rang out, spreading throughout the entire sacred city. In the depths of the palace, figures flew out one after another. Leading them was the current Holy Emperor, Xia Qitian. Besides Xia Qitian, there was a white-haired old man. He was the previous generation's Holy Emperor. Other than that, there were more than a dozen people. Each of them had a powerful aura and were all emperors. A small portion of them were from the Xia family. The rest were from the Xia family's alliance and the emperors of other overlords. Many experts landed on the platform. Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace's DE and the other emperors have arrived. Another shout rang out. Whoosh! 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 A group of experts flew over from afar and landed on the platform. The leader of the group was Emperor DE. Next to him were two old men. One of them was wearing a golden robe. He was the strong cultivator of the peak of the Second Emperor realm who had appeared at the World Academy. The other old man was wearing a long red robe. His aura was not any weaker than the golden-robed old man. Behind him, there were more than 10 other rulers following him. Brother D.E. Xie Qitian laughed and stepped forward to salute D.E. Brother Xie. D.E. bowed. To bring Xia Xia Jiu, bring Xia Xia. To bring Xia Xia Jiu, bring Xia Xie Qitian instructed. Yes. To the two to be two to be. To the be to the to die. Is. Now. Come. On. It. The entrance to the abyss of demons was to the north of the sacred city. After a while, they were far away from the center of the sacred city. When they were about to reach the entrance to the abyss of demons, at this moment, inscriptions appeared on Lu Ming's body. His figure almost disappeared and his aura was completely gone. Without a sound, Lu Ming appeared next to the person at the back. With a wave of his hand, that person did not even have time to react before Lu Ming put him into the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming's body wriggled rapidly. He looked exactly like that man. The emperor at the front seemed to have sensed something. He looked back, but he didn't find anything. That's strange. There was a fluctuation just now. The emperor frowned. He scanned the crowd with his spiritual consciousness, but he didn't find anything. He gave up and continued to fly forward. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally sneaked in without anyone noticing. This was also because Lu Ming had mastered the path of inscription. It was very mysterious. At the same time, he had the help of the mountain river diagram. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. It wasn't easy to swap under the nose of an emperor. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the abyss of demons. With the emperor leading the way, they naturally entered the abyss of demons smoothly. Looking at the familiar environment, Lu Ming sighed. He didn't expect to come to the abyss of demons again so soon. Xia Jiuyang and the others are suppressed in the abyss of demons' flames. Their cultivations are sealed, so they can't resist. But we still have to be careful. These people aren't simple. The leading emperor warned. He had a horse face. Lu Ming had never seen this emperor before, but it was obvious that he was the emperor of the Xie family. The Xie family indeed had a deep foundation. In the beginning, there were only 3 emperors in the Xie family, but it was obviously more than that. Who knew how many more emperors were hidden in the dark? Yes. The others responded. Okay. The horse-faced emperor nodded and led the group into the depths of the abyss of demons domain. Along the way, the horse-faced emperor released his emperor's aura. When the demon temple clan sensed it, they were almost scared to death and fled far away. Soon, they were hundreds of millions of miles deep into the abyss of demons domain. In front of them, a blazing heat could be felt. It was a volcano. This wasn't an ordinary volcano. The flames weren't ordinary flames, but the abyss of demons flames. When they stopped above the volcano, a strong murderous intent flashed in the depths of Lu Ming's eyes. This was because Lu Ming found a figure in each volcano. Lu Ming saw familiar figures. Supreme Nine Yang, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, there were a total of 5 people. Except for Supreme Nine Yang, the other 4 were all sovereigns of the Talisman Puppet sect. The 5 of them were each suppressed in a volcano. Their bodies were bound by chains and suspended in midair. Within the volcanoes, the pitch-black 9 underworlds devil flame danced and burned the 5 of them constantly. This kind of abyss of demons' flames wouldn't burn them to death immediately, but it would bring them endless pain. Moreover, the cultivation of Supreme 9 Yang and the other 4 had been sealed and they couldn't resist it. Lu Ming's eyes were as cold as a knife. Xia Zhiyang, today is the day of your death. The horse-faced emperor looked down at Xia Zhiyang and the others with a disdainful expression. Is that so? Your Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace won't be arrogant for long. When Lu Ming returns, it will be the day of your death. Xia Zhiyang, who was sitting in the volcano, looked up at the sky and said coldly. Lu Ming. Hee hee. The horse-faced emperor sneered and said with contempt, I don't mind telling you that Lu Ming has returned. What? Lu Ming has returned. Is it true? Zongzi has returned. Chapter 1339. Hee hee, don't rejoice too early. Today is not only the day you die, but also Lu Ming. The horse-faced sovereign sneered. Lu Ming is also in your hands. Xia Zhiyang asked in a deep voice, a little worried. Not yet, but it will happen soon. The horse-faced sovereign smiled and continued, I heard that Lu Ming is a righteous person. If he knows that you are going to be executed today, will he rush to the sacred city to save you? As long as he comes, he will die. You, despicable. Despicable and shameless. You are using us. Don't even think about it. When Xia Zhiyang, Bai Shijin, and the others heard the horse-faced sovereign's words, how could they not know the conspiracy of the Xia family and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace? They were obviously using them to lure Lu Ming over. Scream. No matter how loud you scream, it's useless. The horse-faced sovereign sneered. Seeing the anxious look on Xia Zhiyang and the others' faces, he felt extremely comfortable. At this moment, whoosh. Whoosh. In the distance, a series of violent air-rending sounds could be heard. Before the sound had died down, there were already figures appearing in the surroundings. The Masha clan. They were all members of the Masha clan. Each of them had a towering demonic aura as they stared coldly at the horse-faced sovereign and the others. The aura of these Masha clan members was extremely terrifying. They were stronger than any of the Masha clan members that Lu Ming had encountered before. The one leading them was exceptionally burly and had a towering demonic aura. The vast demonic aura was unfathomable. A demonic emperor. The one leading them was actually a demonic emperor, the sovereign of the Masha clan. The horse-faced sovereign's expression changed. Masha clan, what are you trying to do? The horse-faced sovereign shouted. Of course, we are here to kill you. The demonic emperor of the Masha clan said coldly. How dare you? Do you want to exterminate the clan? The horse-faced sovereign shouted. Exterminate the clan? If the Xia family could do that, my Masha clan would have been exterminated long ago. Would you be so kind as to spare us? The sovereign of the Masha clan mocked. Clang! Clang! At this moment, the sound of chains breaking could be heard from the bottom of the volcano. Immediately after, 5 powerful auras rushed out from 5 of the volcanoes, and 5 people rushed out of the volcanoes. It was Xia Zhiyang and the others. Xia Zhiyang's body was like a burning sun. The terrifying power of fire caused the temperature within tens of thousands of miles to rapidly rise. Emperor! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 9 Suns sovereign had actually broken through to the Emperor realm. Now, he should be called the 9 Suns sovereign. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. From the looks of it, they were not trapped at all and had taken the initiative to rush out of the volcano. You! How did you escape? The horse-faced emperor was shocked. Of course, with my help. Now, all of you can stay here. The emperor of the Masha clan said, his voice filled with killing intent. Let's go and spread the news. The horse-faced ruler suddenly shouted and turned to leave. Stay. The Devil Emperor of the Masha clan had been staring at the horse-faced Divine Emperor for a long time. As soon as the horse-faced Divine Emperor moved, the Devil Emperor of the Masha clan moved as well. He clawed out a sharp claw light toward the horse-faced Divine Emperor. Kill! The other members of the Masha clan also rushed towards the Xia family. Boom! On the other side, Xia Zhiyang and the others had also made their move. Xia Zhiyang threw out a punch that was like a sun, blasting toward the horse-faced Divine Emperor. The horse-faced Divine Emperor was shocked and tried his best to dodge. He did not dare to take Xia Zhiyang's punch head-on at all. At the same time, Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the other two also launched an attack on the Xia family. Inscriptions appeared and the killing formation shown. Bai Shijin and the other three attacked, and the void was filled with terrifying killing formations. In an instant, a few people were killed. Lu Ming did not immediately reveal his true face. Anyway, Xia Zhiyang and the others had the upper hand now, so he was not in a hurry. His figure swayed in the void, silently dodging some of the attacks. Nine Suns Divine Fist. The flames on Xia Zhiyang's body became more and more turbulent. Vaguely, there were even shadows of 9 suns that appeared around his body. He threw out a punch that was like an exploding sun, blocking all the escape routes of the horse-faced Divine Emperor. The horse-faced Divine Emperor had no choice but to fight back. Boom! The two of them exchanged a blow. The horse-faced Divine Emperor's body shook violently, and he kept retreating. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was no match for Xia Zhiyang at all. As soon as he retreated, the Masha clan's Divine Emperor's attack arrived. He could only desperately resist. The people brought by the horse-faced Divine Emperor were killed one after another. None of them could escape. Run, I must escape. The horse-faced Divine Emperor roared in his heart. His true ether seemed to be burning, and his domain covered his body. He blocked Xia Zhiyang's attack head-on. Although he spat out a large mouthful of blood and his body was almost burnt, he successfully rushed out of the encirclement and flew frantically toward the exit of the 9 underworlds. Oh no, we can't let him escape. Xia Zhiyang hurriedly chased after him. The Masha clan's Divine Emperor also quickly chased after him. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and his figure disappeared from the crowd in a flash. Oh no, one of them escaped. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue's faces changed. The horse-faced Divine Emperor's speed was astonishing. At this time, he was running for his life, so he could be said to be extraordinary. In an instant, he traveled 1,000 miles. However, before he could escape 100,000 miles, inscriptions suddenly flickered in front of him, and a large formation appeared. In the large formation, 8 huge chains appeared and wrapped around the horse-faced Divine Emperor. Break! The horse-faced Divine Emperor's expression changed. He blasted a move at the chains, but his attack only caused a vibration and did not break the chains. How could this be? The horse-faced Divine Emperor was shocked. Even he could not break it. This large formation was obviously set up by a Divine Emperor. How could there be another Divine Emperor stopping him? In the next moment, a figure appeared and blocked in front of the horse-faced Divine Emperor. Zhao Pe, it's you. No, you're not Zhao Pe. The horse-faced Divine Emperor was stunned at first, then he roared angrily. He was very familiar with Zhao Pe. It was impossible for him to set up a large formation that even he could not break. This person was not Zhao Pe at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind him, Xia Zhiyang and the Masha clan's Divine Emperor had already caught up. Get lost! The horse-faced Divine Emperor roared and wanted to rush over from the other side, but there was also a large formation there. Chains covered the sky and blocked the horse-faced Divine Emperor. At this moment, Xia Zhiyang and the Divine Emperor of the Masha clan had caught up and surrounded the horse-faced Divine Emperor. Damn it! Who are you? The horse-faced Divine Emperor roared and stared at Lu Ming with killing intent. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lu Ming into pieces. If Lu Ming had not blocked him, he would definitely be able to escape. Xia Jiuyang and the Divine Emperor of the Masha clan also looked at Lu Ming curiously. Isn't Lu Ming with the horse-faced Divine Emperor? I didn't expect him to be able to stop the horse-faced Divine Emperor. What's more, he's clearly a Divine Emperor. If he's an enemy, it won't be good. Didn't you mention me just now? Lu Ming smiled, and then the shape of his face began to change, returning to his original appearance. You're Lu Ming. Chapter 1340. The horse-faced emperor's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming, it's actually Lu Ming. When did Lu Ming sneak in? You were here at that time. The horse-faced emperor remembered that when they were about to reach the entrance of the demon realm, he felt a slight fluctuation. When he checked, he did not find any traces. He thought that he was hallucinating, but now it seemed that Lu Ming had sneaked in at that time. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a corpse flew out. It was Xiao Pa. Lu Ming, why are you here? The most surprised person was none other than Xia Jiuyang. He looked at Lu Ming in surprise and disbelief. He could not believe that Lu Ming would appear here. What was even more unbelievable was Lu Ming's cultivation base. The auras emitted from Lu Ming's body were the aura of a level 9 inscriber and a ruler. Lu Ming has already broken through to become a ruler. No matter how much he valued Lu Ming, he still found it hard to believe. It had only been a short while, but Lu Ming had already broken through to become a ruler. Senior Jiuyang, how have you been? Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming, you shouldn't have come. Xia Jiuyang thought of something inside. Let's kill this person first. Lu Ming looked at the horse-faced emperor. You want to kill me? Don't even think about it. Lu Ming, you're going deep into the holy city today. You'll definitely die. The horse-faced emperor roared and soared into the sky, wanting to escape from the sky. You won't be able to escape. Lu Ming said softly. At the same time, his body lit up, and a large formation appeared. Lu Ming stretched out 2 fingers, using them as a sword and slashing out. A sword chi appeared out of thin air and soared into the sky, slashing toward the horse-faced emperor. The horse-faced emperor was shocked and tried his best to resist. However, his domain could not withstand a single blow from the sword chi and was split open. The sword chi did not stop and continued to slash toward the horse-faced emperor. The horse-faced emperor screamed in pain as his body was split into 2 halves. The horse-faced emperor had fallen. This scene was witnessed by Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and a few other Masha clan experts who had caught up to them. Immediately, gasps could be heard from all of them. He killed a ruler with a single sword. What kind of combat power was that? Not only Bai Shijin and the others, but Xia Jiuyang and the emperor were also dumbfounded. Emperor Lu Ming emperor's face was calm. Ming Lian's second body had just broken through to become a ruler, but his combat power could not be calculated with common sense. Engraving the second body and cultivating the Tao of engraving, each level was perfect, and each level had to have 10 spirit lamps lit. Besides, his second body had inherited the inheritance of the heavenly arcana saint, who was a martial sage. Lu Ming's second body was astonishingly powerful, be it in terms of the control of mental strength or the inscription array that he had mastered. The killing formation he had carved in his body was even more powerful. Therefore, even though Immortal's second body had just become a martial emperor, his combat power was on par with his main body. He could easily fight against a peak second-layer martial emperor. With his strength, killing an ordinary first-layer martial dominator would be a piece of cake. Zong. Zongzi. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others stammered as they stared at Lu Ming. They were speechless, as if they were dreaming. It was already incredible enough to see Lu Ming here. Moreover, Lu Ming's combat power was even more incredible. It was no wonder that they were stunned for a while. Senior Bai, Senior Du. Lu Ming smiled and brought his fists together to greet them. Zongzi, Zongzi, it's really you. You've become a LV9 inscriber. Ha, that's great, that's great. Our talisman puppet sect finally has a LV9 inscriber. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others trembled in excitement and almost burst into tears. Lu Ming, why are you here? De and the Xia clan are trying to lure you here. Xia Zhiyang suddenly spoke, causing Bai Shijin and the others' hearts to skip a beat. Their expressions changed and the joy in their hearts disappeared. What was left was only worry. I know that. However, we still don't know who will win today. Then, Lu Ming briefly explained his plan to her. Alright, seniors, let's go out now. Lu Ming said. No. Suddenly, a voice was heard. It was the Masha clan's emperor. Why? Lu Ming looked at the Masha clan's emperor and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Masha clan's emperor's expression changed. He was a little afraid of Lu Ming, but he still gritted his teeth and pointed at Xia Zhiyang and the others. They can't leave. This is the condition they agreed to. Condition? Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, it's like this, Xia Zhiyang immediately explained. It turned out that Xia Zhiyang and the others were able to escape because of the condition they had agreed to with the Masha clan. Xia Zhiyang and Bai Shijin had agreed to join the Masha clan and help them fight against the Xia clan for 500 years. In return, the Masha clan would remove the seal on Xia Zhiyang and the others. That was why the previous scene had happened. Lu Ming roughly understood what had happened after listening to the explanation. The Mo Sha clan had been trapped by the Xia family, and they had been constantly sending people to hunt them down. The overall strength of the Mo Sha clan wasn't as strong as the Xia family, so they could only hide in the demon area of the netherworld. The Masha clan had their eyes on Xia Zhiyang and the others' strength. As long as Xia Zhiyang and the others joined the Masha clan, their strength would increase greatly. They would have more confidence to fight against the Xia clan in the future, and the Masha clan's days would be better. After thinking about it, Lu Ming smiled and said, so it's because of this. The Masha clan will never regain their freedom if you keep on defending like this. You've heard that I'm going to fight against the Xia clan. This is a chance for the Masha clan. Why don't you come with me? As long as the Xia clan is destroyed, the Masha clan will regain their freedom forever. Lu Ming's voice was full of temptation. The look in the Masha clan's emperor's eyes changed. He seemed to be tempted, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, although you're strong, the Xia clan has a strong foundation. If you fight against the Xia clan, you'll only die. Apparently, the emperor of the Masha clan didn't believe that Lu Ming could fight against the Xia family. Divine Emperor of Chaos Sky, Xiao Wan. I believe you know him. He's my ally. I was the one who saved him from the 9 underworlds. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he said. What? Xiao Wan is your ally? Will you be participating in this battle as well? The Masha clan's emperor's eyes lit up. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Why should I believe you? He had to be careful because this was related to the survival of the Masha clan. Following Lu Ming to the final battle was equivalent to putting the fate of the Masha clan on the line. Do you believe her? Lu Ming's glabella glowed, and Xian Yanqing walked out from it. Lu Ming. Chapter 1341. I am the inheritor of Xiao Wan. The heavenly demon bloodline appeared above Xian Yanqing's head, and a shocking demonic aura spread in all directions. The Xia family's bloodline, and this, such a strong demonic aura, such a pure demonic aura. The Masha clan's royal clan was shocked. How about now? Lu Ming asked. Alright, the Masha clan will take a gamble. We'll go with you and fight the Xia family to the death. The Masha clan's royal clan gritted his teeth and agreed. Great, let's not waste any more time. Let's go. Lu Ming was delighted. The Masha clan's strength was not weak, and it increased their strength. Whoosh! 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 They flew toward the exit of the 9th Underworld's demon realm. Soon, the city at the exit of the 9th Underworld's demon realm was in sight. Above the city, there was a light shield that enveloped the entire city. Clang! Lu Ming pointed his finger like a sword and slashed out. A sword light cut through the void and slashed toward the city. The light shield on the city could not withstand Lu Ming's sword aura at all. It was slashed open. The remaining force of the sword aura did not stop, and it almost split the entire city into two. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle! There was an uproar in the city, and countless powerful auras rushed up. Kill! Lu Ming and the others rushed toward the city. On the platform above the sacred city, De, Xie Qitian, and the others had already taken their seats. In the north of the platform, there was a huge flag, tens of thousands of feet high, fluttering in the wind. This was their alliance flag. De, Xie Qitian, and the others were drinking wine and waiting. They were waiting for Xia Jiuyang and the others to be brought here and killed. At the same time, they were also waiting for Lu Ming's arrival. Suddenly, a voice transmission jade talisman appeared in Xie Qitian's hand. He picked it up and his face changed. What's going on? De asked. Someone saved Xia Jiuyang and the others, and they're attacking the passage of the 9th Underworld's demon realm. Brother De, please wait here. I'll go and take them down. Xie Qitian got up and was about to lead the Xia clan's experts to the 9th Underworld's demon realm. At this moment, figures appeared in the void outside the sacred city. Lu Ming, Xiao Wan, Yan Kuangtu, and the barbarian emperor, and the experts of the divine army appeared on the other side. Now! Lu said suddenly. Boom! Lu Ming stepped out. Heaven and earth were roaring and the void was exploding. A pitch-black void passageway extended toward the sacred city. A light screen appeared in the sky above the holy city, but when it was hit by the void passage, it began to shake violently. Boom! On the other side, Xiao Wan punched out, and a fist force smashed onto the light screen. Attack! The other rulers also attacked at the same time, including the powerhouses of the heaven-guarding divine army. At the same time, more than 20 rulers attacked together. The scene was earth-shattering. Bang! 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 Such a terrifying attack landed on the light screen, causing it to tremble violently. Crack! In the end, the light barrier couldn't take it anymore. Cracks appeared on it, spreading out like a spider web. Finally, with a bang, it exploded. Inside the holy city, just as Xie Qitian was about to take his people to the underworld demon domain, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly sounded in the sky. It was as if thousands of heavenly thunders were exploding, as if the world was going to collapse and the end of the world was coming. What happened? In the holy city, countless people looked up at the sky with horrified expressions. In the sky, there was an irresistible pressure spreading down, making everyone feel as if a great disaster was about to befall them. They're finally here. De looked up at the sky. You came at the right time. Xie Qitian also looked up at the sky with cold eyes. Kacha! Boom! Suddenly, the sky rumbled violently. Numerous pitch-black spatial rifts appeared in the sky. The scene was spectacular and shocking. Then, one figure after another stepped out from those cracks. Every single one of them emitted an earth-shattering aura, as if they were the masters of the world. Lu Ming, that's Lu Ming. And Xiao Wan. Someone in the holy city roared. The two people in the lead were Lu Ming and Xiao Wan. Lu Ming was the most powerful genius among the younger generation. At such a young age, he was able to kill an emperor and fight with a peak level 2 martial royal realm expert. He was a peerless genius and had never been seen before. Xiao Wan was the peerless expert of the ancient Saint Court Xie family. 30,000 years ago, he had single-handedly stirred up a storm in the world, causing the extremely powerful ancient Saint Court Xie family to plummet and lose control of the world. This had caused the world to be filled with experts fighting for supremacy. The two of them were the most powerful people in the divine region. At this moment, the two of them had come together. Boom! 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 Terrifying auras shot up into the sky. De and the Emperor of Emperor Deity Palace released their auras and shot up into the sky, standing in the air with Lu Ming, Xia Wan, and the others. Among them, De and the two elders beside him had the most terrifying auras, as if they were the masters of the world. Just the three of them had auras that surpassed Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Xia Wan, since you're here today, stay here forever. The elder in the golden robe said, his killing intent cold. Not necessarily. Boom. On the other side, an old voice came from a crack in the space. Following which, more than 10 figures stepped out. They were the experts of the Divine Army. The moment the experts of the Divine Army appeared, their auras merged with Lu Ming and the others. Alright, since you're all here, let's settle this once and for all. Xie Qitian roared. The experts of the Xie family also shot up into the sky, joining De and the others. Boom. The two sides added up to about 50 emperors. Their auras clashed, causing the entire holy city to shake. Below, in the holy city, countless people found it difficult to resist such pressure. It was as if they were facing the masters of the world. They could not help but kneel down, trembling in fear. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the entire holy city let out buzzing sounds as countless rays of light lit up. In the holy city, countless buildings and streets were covered with inscriptions, forming a large array that protected the holy city. The holy city had been passed down for millions of years. After being supported by generations of saint emperors, it could be said that the entire holy city was covered with inscriptions and was indestructible. The inscriptions filled the air and the large array appeared. Only then did the people in the holy city feel less pressured. Huff, 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 many people let out a long breath and realized that their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. The scene of dozens of emperors confronting each other was too terrifying. In the history of the divine wilderness continent, it had only happened a few times. Today, I'm afraid the world will fall apart. Someone sighed, knowing that an earth-shattering battle would happen today. Lu Ming, even if you're here, you won't be able to save Xia Zhiyang today. He must die today. Di Yi's voice was heard. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Is that so? A clear voice was heard, but it was not Lu Ming's main body that spoke. Instead, it came from another direction. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Figures flew over and revealed themselves. That's Lu Ming, another Lu Ming. Chapter 1342. There were two Lu Ming. Everyone was stunned. Some people scanned with their spiritual senses and found that the two Lu Ming's auras were exactly the same. The only difference was that one of the Lu Ming's aura was the aura of martial arts. The other was the way of inscription. There were two Lu Ming's. What was going on? How was this possible? Many people were confused. They looked at each other. Lu Ming, it's you. It seems that you were the one who made a scene in the drunken immortal garden. Xie Qitian's pupils shrank as he spoke. There were countless wonderful techniques in the world. Perhaps Lu Ming had cultivated a certain kind of wonderful technique. That was why he had two clones that were similar to the cloning technique. De was the calmest. He had guessed that Lu Ming had a similar secret technique. Back then, he had sensed that Lu Ming was in the Talisman Puppet sect, but Lu Ming had appeared in the Middle Continent's sacred city. Because of this, he made the wrong judgment and gave Lu Ming a few more years to cultivate. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming have grown to this level? Who else could it be? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Killing intent flashed in Xie Qitian's eyes. Many geniuses had died in the drunken immortal garden. Even Xie Zhen had become an idiot. These days, he had been hunting for the murderer. He did not expect that the murderer was Lu Ming, who had sneaked into the Ninth Serenity and rescued Xia Zhiyang and the others. His gaze swept past Lu Ming and fell on Xian Yanqing. Xie Qitian's eyes became colder. Xian Yanqing, how dare you show up here? You are a traitor of the Xie family. How dare you help an outsider against the Xie family? A person walked out from the platform and stared at Xian Yanqing. This person was Xie Qitian's younger brother, Xie Qiyu. Ha, traitor. Help an outsider. How ridiculous. The Xie family treated me like this. I have nothing to do with the Xie family. In my opinion, the Xie family is the outsider. Xian Yanqing sneered and looked at Xie Qiyu mockingly. Impudent. Xian Yanqing, let me tell you, you were born as a member of the Xie family, and you'll die as a ghost of the Xie family. You'll have to listen to the orders of the Xie family. If you don't listen, you'll be betraying your ancestors. Xie Qiyu shouted. Ha, how ridiculous, how shameless. By the side, Xiao Wan laughed loudly. His gaze swept across the Xie clan members in disdain as he said, according to your logic, even if you are bullied, you cannot resist? And to be obedient? That's because you have a servile nature. Once you meet an expert, you can only become a slave. Such a clan is rotten to the core. What do you want it for? Why not destroy them? Many members of the Xie family turned pale and looked at Xiao Wan angrily. However, no one dared to speak. Xie Qiyu's face was cold, but he didn't dare to speak in front of Xiao Wan. He could only target Xian Yanqing and shouted, Xian Yanqing, your father is here, and your elders. If you don't kowtow and admit your wrongs now, perhaps they will spare your life. Bam! 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 As soon as Xie Qiyu finished speaking, Xian Yanqing took a step forward. She stepped through the air, causing the air to rumble with her steps. Xian Yanqing landed on the platform and said, I'm right here. If you have the ability, you can send someone to capture me. This was a challenge. Xian Yanqing challenged the Xie family. The members of the Xie family were silent. Send someone to take down Xian Yanqing. Who should they send? Xian Yanqing was from the younger generation. They could not send an old man who had cultivated for thousands of years, right? However, who in the younger generation of the Xie family was a match for Xian Yanqing? Xian Yanjuan used to be there. However, Xian Yanjuan was not here now. After a while, no one made a move. You don't have to send someone from the younger generation. Regardless of your generation, you can attack. Xian Yanqing said. Regardless of your generation, you can attack. His words were like a slap to the faces of the Xie family. This was undoubtedly a mockery. A person who was regarded as a rebel by the Xie family was invincible among the younger generation. No one could even send someone to attack him. This made many members of the Xie family blush. This brat is doing it on purpose. She wants to embarrass the Xie family. Xie Qiyu roared in his heart. Xian Yanqing, I'm here to take you down. A tall and slender man stepped out. This person looked to be almost 40 years old. However, he was actually 50 or 60 years old. He was 2 generations older than Lu Ming and the others. Bang! This person landed in front of Xian Yanqing. A powerful aura broke out of his body. 8th level spirit god. Xian Yanqing, surrender. The muscular man stretched out his hand. His majestic true essence condensed into a large hand and grabbed at Xian Yanqing. Since you attacked, you should be prepared to be killed. Xian Yanqing said. His voice was as cold as his gaze. His slender hand pressed forward lightly. The sky demon force field pressed down on the muscular man. Boom! The muscular man did not even have time to scream before his body suddenly exploded. Then, he turned into ashes and dust in the sky demon force field. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. An 8th level spirit god expert was killed in one move. An 8th level spirit god expert was turned into ashes in one move. So strong. Experts gathered at the scene. Any supreme or emperor could easily do this. However, how old was Xian Yanqing? He was only in his 20s. Xian Yanqing had been with Lu Ming. Lu Ming's performance was too dazzling, causing everyone to overlook Xian Yanqing's existence. However, everyone had no choice but to re-evaluate Xian Yanqing now. At his age, there were not many people who could turn an 8th-level spirit god expert into ashes in one move. How can he be so strong? He's just an anomaly. In the crowd, Xia Yan, Xian Yanlin, and the other Xia clan geniuses were pale. Xian Yanqing's action was the biggest blow to the Xia clan's younger generation. In the past, Xian Yanqing was just an anomaly in their eyes. However, this anomaly had far surpassed them and left them in the dust. They found it hard to accept. Xia clan, who else wants to attack? Xian Yanqing's cold voice sounded. The Xia clan was silent. Who else wanted to attack? An 8th-level spirit god expert was turned into ashes in one move. Xian Yanqing's battle prowess had at least reached the great circle of the spirit god realm. Could it be that the Xia clan had to send out a supreme to deal with a junior? Audacious. Impudent. What a ruthless method to kill a fellow clansman. Today, I must teach you a good lesson. With a loud shout, Xia Qiyu took a step forward. The aura of a supreme pressed down on Xian Yanqing. Ha! A supreme who has cultivated for thousands of years is attacking a junior and speaking in such a dignified manner. How shameless! Lu Ming sneered. His voice sounded from afar. Xia Qiyu's face was burning. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Lu Ming's words. He approached Xian Yanqing step by step. Kneel. Suddenly, Xia Qiyu shouted. The aura on his body burst out violently, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Xian Yanqing. Chapter 1343. But Xian Yanqing was like a cool breeze. He didn't feel anything at all. Even his clothes didn't flutter. You're the one who's kneeling. Xian Yanqing pressed her hand forward and the heavenly demon force field erupted, enveloping Xia Qiyu. The heavenly demon force field's powerful force field and terrifying destructive power instantly pressed down on Xia Qiyu. Crack. Xia Qiyu's expression changed drastically. He felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. His body suddenly trembled and he almost knelt down. Break! Xia Qiyu roared and cast the embryonic form of his domain to resist the heavenly demon force field. The demonic aura on Xian Yanqing's body became denser. A round bead vaguely appeared between her eyebrows. At this moment, the power of her heavenly demon force field was instantly raised to the extreme. Xian Yanqing pressed her hand forward again. Boom! The embryonic form of Xia Qiyu's domain collapsed. He roared and knelt down in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Bang! Xia Qiyu knelt down heavily on the platform in front of Xian Yanqing. Ah! Xia Qiyu roared and struggled madly. His face turned the color of pig liver. As a chosen, it was already a great loss of face for him to act against a junior. But in the end, not only had he failed to take down Xian Yanqing, he hadn't even started fighting. Instead, he had been forced to kneel in front of Xian Yanqing in front of countless people. This was a great humiliation. It was worse than killing him. He was angry, he roared, he struggled, but it was useless in front of Xian Yanqing's heavenly demon force field. Xian Yanqing had obtained the inheritance of a supreme figure of the demonic Tao. His demonic Tao cultivation was incomparably pure and powerful. Moreover, Xian Yanqing's cultivation had already reached the great circle of the spirit god realm. Killing an ordinary supreme being was a piece of cake to him. Xia Qiyu didn't have much power to resist in front of Xian Yanqing. Kill! Xian Yanqing shouted. Her eyes were cold. She took a step forward and slashed at Xia Qiyu with her fingers like a sword. Some black lotus petals appeared at her fingertips, condensing into a lotus sword. Impudent! You dare! In the sky, a white-haired old man shouted angrily. He stepped out and charged towards Xian Yanqing. The pressure of an emperor pressed down on Xian Yanqing. This was an emperor of the Xia family. Boom! At the same time, the white-haired ruler struck out with his palm. A palm print as big as a mountain blasted towards Xian Yanqing. Xian Yanqing's expression changed. With her strength, she could easily kill an ordinary supreme being, but there was still a gap between her and a ruler. Just as Xian Yanqing was about to abandon Xia Qiyu to block the attack, a voice rang in her ears. Then, the lotus sword in her hand did not stop, slashing towards Xia Qiyu. No! Xia Qiyu roared in horror. Evil creature! How dare you! Above, Xie Qitian and the white-haired ruler roared. The white-haired ruler's palm print emitted a dazzling light, and its power was even more terrifying as it blasted towards Xian Yanqing. A dignified ruler actually joined forces with others to deal with a junior. How shameless! I'll be your opponent. A clear voice sounded. In front of the white-haired old man, a young figure suddenly appeared. It was Lu Ming's second body. Lu Ming's second body pointed his fingers like a sword. A sword light appeared and slashed out. The sword light easily split the white-haired old man's palm print into two halves. The sword light did not stop and continued to slash toward the white-haired ruler. Ah! Below, a scream was heard, and then it stopped abruptly. Blood spurted out, and Xie Qiyu's head flew far away. His spiritual deity flew out, but it was also turned into ashes under the destructive power of the heavenly demon force field. Ah! Before Xie Qiyu's body fell, a scream came from the sky above. The white-haired ruler's body retreated frantically. His face was pale, and one of his arms had disappeared. His eyes were filled with horror. If he had not retreated quickly just now, his entire body would have been split in half by Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward. His long robe fluttered, and his killing intent was like a tide. Sword chi flickered from his fingers as he slashed toward the white-haired old man again. The power of this sword strike was terrifying and earth-shattering. The entire sky was split open by this sword strike. The terrifying sword power not only shocked the white-haired old man, but even the other rulers of the Xia family were shocked. They wanted to help, but it was too late. Whoosh! Suddenly, a milky white holy light condensed into a spear. It pierced through the void and shot toward Lu Ming. The terrifying power made Lu Ming's gaze freeze. The sword chi in his hand also changed its direction and slashed toward the holy light spear. Clang! A deafening collision sound was heard. The sword chi and the spear dissipated at the same time. Lu Ming's second body looked up at the sky. A gray-haired old man walked out from the dozen rulers of the Xia family. Holy light kept jumping in his hand, and another spear was condensed. Peak of the second level of the martial royal realm. An emperor from the heaven-suppressing divine army said in a solemn voice. This gray-haired old man was actually a peak expert of the second level of the martial royal realm. Xie Zangqiong, he's Xie Zangqiong. Someone exclaimed as they recognized this person. It's him. Everyone who heard this person's name was shocked. Xie Zangqiong was the younger brother of the previous saint emperor of the Xia family, and Xie Qitian's uncle. This person was amazing, and his talent was even greater than the previous saint emperor. However, it was rumored that after he became a ruler, he went overseas to seek the Great Way. Many people thought that he had died overseas, but they did not expect him to still be alive and guarding Holy City. The secret strength of the Xia family was indeed amazing. It's true that there are talents in every generation. Lu Ming, your talent is unprecedented. Let me be your opponent. The holy light spear in Xie Zangqiong's hand became brighter and brighter, piercing the sky. Ha, Xie Zangqiong, your opponent should be me. At this time, the old commander of the heaven-suppressing divine army laughed. His aura burst out, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. He stepped out into the void, and his aura locked onto Xie Zangqiong. Xie Zangqiong's face changed. The old commander's cultivation was also at the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm, and he was not weaker than him. He dared not be careless. Heaven-suppressing divine army, all traitors will be executed today. Xie Qitian shouted coldly, and his aura burst out. Boom! 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 Over a dozen rulers of the Xia family released their auras and suppressed the heaven-suppressing divine army. The heaven-suppressing divine army did not show any weakness. More than a dozen rulers released their auras and confronted the rulers of the Xia family. The atmosphere was tense, and a battle was about to break out. Clang! A golden sword light shot up into the sky. Even among the auras of the rulers, it was still dazzling and outstanding. It was De. He looked at Lu Ming with a murderous look and said, "Lu Ming, it's time to deal with you." De's powerful aura suppressed Lu Ming. Bang! Xiao Wan stepped out, and his demonic qi was like a rainbow. His voice rang out, "De, your opponent is me." However, a golden figure appeared in front of Xiao Wan and blocked him. Xiao Wan, the previous battle was not decided. Let's continue today. Chapter 1344. A battle was about to break out. At that moment, a voice rang out from afar. De, let's fight. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and confronted De. It was Xia Zhiyang, the Nine Suns sovereign. Xia Zhiyang's entire body was bathed in flames, like a blazing sun. Xia Zhiyang, you want to fight me? Ha! Although you've broken through to the martial royal realm, you're still far from being able to fight me. De smiled indifferently. De, the moment you tried to kill me, we had nothing to do with each other. I've already repaid what I owed you, but you haven't repaid what you owed me. You and I must fight. If we don't fight today, we won't have another chance in the future. Xia Zhiyang said. Won't have another chance in the future. Xia Zhiyang, you know your place. You know you're going to die today. De sneered. Xia Zhiyang shook his head and said, what I mean is, you're the one who will die today, so we won't have another chance in the future. I'm the one who will die. Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Xia Zhiyang, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. De laughed and stepped forward. Golden light burst out from his body, and the golden sword qi was even more powerful. Lu Ming did not stop him. Lu Ming knew that Xia Zhiyang had a knot in his heart, and that was De. He and De had to fight. Regardless of victory or defeat, they had to fight. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Xia Zhiyang to break the knot in his heart, and it would be difficult for his cultivation to improve in the future. Master, catch the tower. Yan Kuangtu waved his hand and the Emperor's spirit tower flew towards Xia Zhiyang. Xia Zhiyang raised his hand and caught the Emperor's spirit tower. The Emperor's spirit tower vibrated slightly, as if resonating with Xia Zhiyang. A circle of territory bloomed and merged with Xia Zhiyang. The Emperor's spirit tower was a fire-based royal spiritual weapon. Xia Zhiyang had awakened the Nine Suns bloodline. Now that he had broken through to the royal realm and cultivated the Nine Suns' divine body, his body was covered in the divine fire of the sun. Once the Emperor's spirit tower was in Xia Zhiyang's hands, it connected with his mind and was to be controlled by him. Of course, this was because Yan Kuangtu could not control it. After all, the Emperor's spirit tower was first refined by Yan Kuangtu. If Yan Kuangtu had deliberately controlled it, Xia Zhiyang would not have been able to use it. Xia Zhiyang, so what if you have another Emperor-tier spirit weapon? Do you think you can contend against me? Kill! De shouted coldly. His palm was like a sword as he slashed down. A golden sword radiance slashed towards Xia Zhiyang. Nine Suns' divine fist. An even more shocking flame erupted from Xia Zhiyang's body. It was as if the sun was burning. Boom! 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 Xia Zhiyang threw out 9 punches in a row. 9 streams of fist strength, like 9 suns, rushed toward De. The golden sword light slashed down, and the 9 sun-like fist forces were shattered one by one. Wang! The Emperor's spirit tower shook and turned into the size of a mountain, smashing toward De. Boom! De's sword qi struck the Emperor's spirit tower, and both of them collapsed. Again. Xia Zhiyang roared. His domain spread out and merged with the domain of the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda. The power of the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda became even stronger, several times stronger than when it was in the hands of Yan Kuangtu. It once again smashed towards De. Emperor's sword. De's eyes were cold. His sword qi whistled. A golden sword qi, like an emperor's sword, rushed out, filled with supreme majesty, as if everyone had to kneel down. The power of this sword was amazing. De began to show his strength at the peak of LV2 martial royal realm. Clang! The sword struck the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda. The Emperor's Spirit Pagoda shook violently and was sent flying by the sword radiance. Xia Zhiyang's body also shook and he took 9 steps back. After all, Xia Zhiyang's cultivation was only at LV1 martial royal realm, and he had just broken through. The gap between him and De was too big. Even if he had a royal spiritual weapon, he was no match for De. Emperor's sword, break the world. The sword qi rushed to the sky and slashed towards Xia Zhiyang again. Xia Zhiyang continued to resist with the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda. Clang! The sword qi struck the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda. The Emperor's Spirit Pagoda shook even more violently and was sent flying. This sword will kill you. De's cold voice rang out. He struck out with his sword towards Xia Zhiyang's head. Master! Yan Kuangtu turned pale with fright. Lu Ming's eyes also showed a dignified look, but he did not help. Just as De's sword qi was about to hit Xia Zhiyang, a stone flew out from between Xia Zhiyang's eyebrows. As soon as the stone flew out, Xia Zhiyang's aura soared. He punched out and hit De's sword qi. Boom! With a shocking roar, the sword qi was defeated. That's the Divine Sunstone. It's really the Divine Sunstone. Many sovereigns stared at the stone between Xia Zhiyang's eyebrows and exclaimed. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Yes, the stone between Xia Zhiyang's eyebrows was the Divine Sunstone. Lu Ming had cut it out from the ancient mine of the Divine Ruins during the Mu family's stone gambling event on the Divine Ruins continent. The Divine Sunstone was produced from the core of the sun. It was a perfect match for Xia Zhiyang's constitution. Lu Ming had given the Divine Sunstone to Xia Zhiyang when they had broken out of the 9 underworlds. Xia Zhiyang was very shocked. He had wanted to refuse it. After all, it was too precious. However, Lu Ming had said that he would talk about it after this battle, so Xia Zhiyang had accepted it. The Divine Sunstone was indeed a perfect match for Xia Zhiyang's constitution. Xia Zhiyang had refined it slightly and it had merged perfectly with him. Once the Divine Sunstone appeared, Xia Zhiyang's cultivation soared temporarily with the help of the Divine Sunstone's power. He had reached the 2nd level of the martial royal realm. De's eyes shone with a cold light. Like 2 sword qi, they pierced towards Xia Zhiyang. So what if you have the Divine Sunstone? You'll still die. De's voice rang out. Sword qi whistled and charged towards Xia Zhiyang. Xia Zhiyang controlled the Emperor's Spirit Pagoda and smashed it toward De. Divine Fist of the 9 Suns. Xia Zhiyang roared. His body glowed. Then, 9 suns appeared from his body. Kill! Xia Zhiyang charged toward De, his fists constantly bombarding De. Boom! Boom! There was an uproar in the sky. The 2 men engaged in a fierce battle. The scene was extremely shocking. For a moment, there was no clear winner. Gosh, they're really too strong. With such power, if they landed on the ground, they could pierce through the earth, right? In Sacred City, countless martial artists looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with deep shock. The power of a martial royal realm expert's attack was already terrifying enough, let alone a battle of De's level. The entire Sacred City was glowing. Inscriptions appeared in every corner, forming a light screen. Occasionally, a strong qi would fall from above, but it was blocked by the light screen. Otherwise, the entire sacred city would be destroyed. Xia Zhiyang can actually fight with De? Some of the onlooking sovereigns were horrified. Xia Zhiyang's combat strength was beyond imagination. Even if Xia Zhiyang had a martial royal spiritual weapon, his cultivation was only at the early stage of the first level of the martial royal realm. An ordinary martial royal realm expert could not fight with De even if he controlled a martial royal spiritual weapon. Chapter 1345. Xia Zhiyang's spiritual body is extremely powerful. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary spiritual body. Yes, Xia Zhiyang's spiritual body is the rare Nine Suns divine body. It's not an ordinary spiritual body. Some sovereigns discussed. In the sky, Martial Emperor De and Xia Zhiyang had exchanged dozens of blows in the blink of an eye. The more Martial Emperor De fought, the colder his eyes became, and the stronger his killing intent became. Die, evil disciple! Suddenly, De roared. A golden battle sword appeared in his hand, and the sword chi suddenly soared. Emperor's spiritual weapon. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. The battle sword in De's hand was undoubtedly an emperor's spiritual weapon. De finally took out an emperor's spiritual weapon. What shocked Lu Ming was that the emperor's spiritual weapon in De's hand was very similar to the one that Di Hongqing had taken out. It seemed to be the same kind of emperor's spiritual weapon. Clang! De's sword slashed the emperor's spiritual tower and sent it flying. Then, the battle sword slashed at Xia Zhiyang. After all, Xia Zhiyang's cultivation was much lower than De's. After De took out the emperor's spiritual weapon, he was no match for him. He was sent flying and vomited blood. He was seriously injured. Master! Yan Kuangtu was shocked. Kill! De held the emperor's spiritual weapon battle sword in his hand. His killing intent was as cold as a knife, and he attacked Xia Zhiyang. He wanted to take Xia Zhiyang's life with this sword. Whoosh! At this time, Lu Ming rushed out. In the process, the 9 dragon forces in his body burst out. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline and the 3rd bloodline appeared at the same time. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. He twisted his body and pounced on De, clawing at him. The dragon claw was covered with the chaotic essence. Lu Ming used almost all of his strength in this move. Lu Ming, if you want to save him, I'll kill you first. De shouted coldly. The battle sword did not stop and slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming's dragon claw grabbed the battle sword. Lu Ming felt a terrifying sword chi that was incomparably sharp, as if it could destroy everything in the world. The dragon claw's concept of primal chaos violently vibrated. In the end, it was actually slashed apart. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the concept of primal chaos and landed on the 9 dragons. Whoosh! The massive body of the 9 dragons was sent flying for 100 miles before it came to a stop. Its body was covered with sword scars. De controlled the emperor's spirit weapon and slashed with all his strength. Its power was truly terrifying. Lu Ming used all his strength and was barely able to block it. However, the body of the 9 dragons' bloodline was covered with wounds and almost collapsed. Circulating his bloodline power, the 9 dragons' wounds quickly healed. Lu Ming, I told you, you can't save me. De's eyes were cold. Holding his battle sword, he continued to attack Xia Zhiyang. Roar! The 9 dragons roared, wanting to rescue him again. Whoosh! A red-robed old man appeared in front of Lu Ming and slashed his sword at Lu Ming. Your opponent is me. The red-robed old man was another peak level 2 martial royal realm expert beside De. When he attacked, his power was shocking. If you want to win with numbers, kill. On the other side, the barbarian emperor, Chu Luo, and the others shouted and attacked the red-robed old man. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Kill. The emperors of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace also attacked the barbarian emperor and the others. Damn it, let's fight. Fight. Boom! 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 A chaotic battle broke out. The emperors of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace and the Northern Plains started to fight. Each of them chose an opponent and flew into the sky to fight. Clang! Xiao Wan and Di Hongqing also attacked. A ray of saber light and a ray of sword light almost tore the sky apart. The two of them fought in the sky while the others stayed far away. Attack! On the other side, the Heaven Suppression Army and the Xia family's rulers also made their moves. They were engaged in a chaotic battle. The old general and Xia Zhangqiong started to fight fiercely. As for the 100 Battles Martial Emperor, he fought the old Sacred Emperor. Boom! 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 The sky above the holy city was in chaos. Dozens of emperors attacked, and a destructive aura spread out for millions of miles. In the holy city, if not for the protection of the inscription array and the fact that the emperors flew into the sky to fight and deliberately avoided the holy city would have been destroyed. Even so, the destructive aura was too terrifying. Countless people in the holy city trembled and knelt down. Even some of the supreme beings were pale. Such a battle was too shocking. Even the supreme beings could not interfere. Once they were involved, they would be turned into ashes in an instant. Yan Kuangtu, Xian Yanqing, and the others raised their heads and looked worried. They wanted to interfere, but they realized that they could not. They could only watch. The supreme beings did not make a move. They just looked at the sky. They understood that the battle between the sovereigns in the sky was the battle that would determine the situation of the divine wilderness. Whichever side sovereign won would be the victor. Boom! The 9 dragons' dragon claw clashed with the red-robed old man. They were evenly matched. Lu Ming, I'll kill Xia Zhiyang first and then you. Today, no one can save you. De sneered. The situation was clear. They had the upper hand with their peak combat strength. He and the red-robed old man were invincible. De stepped forward and attacked Xia Zhiyang. Let's fight to the death. Xia Zhiyang shouted. He planned to fight De with his injured body. Tu Qian. At that moment, Lu Ming's glabella shone and a burly figure appeared. He held a huge battle axe and chopped at De. The power was shocking. De's pupils shrank. He did not have time to deal with Xia Zhiyang. He waved his sword and clashed with the battle axe. Clang! Tu Qian and De's bodies shook and they retreated. Peak of the 2nd level of the martial royal realm. An emperor's spiritual weapon. No, it's a puppet. Lu Ming, why do you have such a powerful puppet? De's spiritual consciousness swept over Tu Qian and he roared in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had such a powerful puppet with him. Tu Qian did not say a word. He raised his battle axe and attacked De. Clang! De could only fight with Tu Qian. Tu Qian also controlled an emperor's spiritual weapon. He was not weaker than De. They fought fiercely. Xia Zhiyang's body was covered in flames. The power of the divine sun stone kept flowing into his body. His injured body was recovering quickly. Damn it, I'll kill you first. The red-robed old man shouted. A golden battle axe appeared in his hand. An emperor's spiritual weapon. This battle axe was almost the same as the one in De and Di Hongqing's hands. This emperor's spiritual weapon seemed to come in a set. Lu Ming was even more certain that De's background was extraordinary. De's background was mysterious. He seemed to have appeared suddenly 10,000 years ago. Who can you kill? Just as the red-robed old man took out his emperor's spiritual weapon and was about to attack Lu Ming, a clear voice sounded behind him. A terrifying sword chi slashed at the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man was shocked. He quickly turned around and slashed with his sword to disperse the sword chi. Lu Ming. The red-robed old man's pupils shrank and his face changed. The person behind him was also Lu Ming. Chapter 1346. Old man, the battle between you and me has just begun. Lu Ming's voice came out of the 9 dragons' mouth. Then, a thunder cauldron appeared and rapidly grew in size, smashing toward the red-robed elder. Roar! The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and the chaotic will spread out. They used the suppressing hell heaven skill and the 9 dragon claws grabbed toward the red-robed elder. At the same time, Ming Lian's second body also moved. He took a step forward and endless inscriptions appeared in the void. More than a dozen large formations appeared at the same time and more than 100 huge chains were formed, wrapping around the red-robed elder. Break! The red-robed elder struck out with his palm and sent the thunder cauldron flying. At the same time, he slashed out with his golden battle sword and broke the 100 chains. But then, the 9 dragons attacked. The 9 dragon claws were filled with chaotic light and crushed the space. The red-robed elder was shocked by their power. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sword chi whistled and mysterious runes appeared on the body of Ming Lian's second body, forming a terrifying killing formation. The second body flicked out 9 rays of sword chi. Each ray of sword chi was so powerful that the red-robed elder was terrified. Lu Ming's main body and second body had the same consciousness and worked together seamlessly. The red-robed elder's pupils contracted. He controlled the emperor's spiritual weapon and slashed out dozens of rays of sword chi, covering his body. Although the emperor's spiritual weapon was powerful, its power was greatly reduced when it slashed out dozens of rays of sword chi. Boom! The 9 dragons' claws slashed down and destroyed more than a dozen rays of sword chi. On the other side, the sword chi slashed out by the second body also collided with more than a dozen rays of sword chi and dissipated. But as soon as the sword chi dissipated, large formations appeared in the sky. This time, there were large formations to trap the enemy and also large formations to attack. The dense light flooded toward the red-robed elder. The red-robed elder could only fight back. For a moment, the red-robed elder was completely passive. Lu Ming's main body and second body were equivalent to the peak of the second layer martial royal realm, which was the same as the red-robed elder. But when the main body and second body worked together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The combination of the two of them, one in the martial Tao and the other in the Tao of inscription, was flawless. Various techniques to trap and attack the enemy were like a storm that poured down towards the enemy, causing the enemy to have no chance to catch their breath at all. Even though the red-robed elder was controlling the emperor-rank spirit weapon, he was unable to form an effective counterattack. Under Lu Ming's storm-like attacks, he could only protect himself. This caused many spectators to be shocked. The two Lu Mings teaming up were able to suppress a second-layer martial dominator realm expert with a martial dominator weapon. On the other side, Tu Qian did not care about his own life. He launched a crazy attack and entangled De. At this time, Xia Zhiyang's injuries were almost healed. He joined the battle group and attacked De together with Tu Qian. The battle situation fell into a state of anxiety for a moment. The two sides fought fiercely, and for a moment, it was hard to tell which side would win. Chi! Just as Lu Ming and the red-robed old man were engaged in a fierce battle, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind Lu Ming's main body. Then, a black sword radiance broke the space and suddenly appeared behind 9 dragons. The sword pierced toward 9 dragons. This was very sudden. When the sword radiance came, there was almost no fluctuation. Its speed was shockingly fast. 9 dragons wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Puff! The black sword radiance pierced 9 dragons' body. The terrifying sword chi surged wantonly. At the same time, a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared. This person was thin and pale. His face was ferocious. Die, Lu Ming. Die. How dare you kill my son, Mingzi? Go to hell. This person roared with a ferocious face. Bang! The 9 dragons' bodies began to crumble. But before the black-robed man could rejoice, a steel appeared. An aura stronger than the 9 dragons' bloodline burst out. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline. Boom! The suppressing prison steel's bloodline shook and hit the black-robed man. At the critical moment, the black-robed man blocked with the black sword in his hand. But his body was still shaken. He was sent flying and vomited blood. First Emperor of the Netherworld, you are courting death. Lu Ming's voice was filled with killing intent from the suppressing prison steel's bloodline. This black-robed man was the first Emperor of the Netherworld. He was very powerful and had reached LV2 Martial Royal Realm. However, he was only in the early stage of LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Moreover, he did not have a Martial Royal spiritual weapon. Lu Ming was not worried. Swoosh! At this moment, the red-robed elder finally seized the opportunity and slashed out with his sword. The sword chi hit the bottom of the suppressing prison steel's bloodline. That was where the suppressing prison steel's bloodline was. It was indestructible. Clang! The suppressing prison steel's bloodline shook. With the help of the red-robed elder's strength, it flew far away in the direction of the first Emperor of the Netherworld. The first Emperor of the Netherworld was shocked and wanted to escape. However, a large array suddenly appeared in the void in front of him. Hundreds of chains wrapped around him. Ming Lian's second body had attacked. Break! The first Emperor of the Netherworld shouted. He slashed out with his black sword and tried to break the chains. However, his cultivation level was much lower than that of the red-robed elder. Moreover, he did not have a martial royal spiritual weapon. When he slashed out with his sword, he only managed to break a few chains. More chains wrapped around him. The suppressing prison steel's bloodline had already reached him. It was filled with chaotic will and suppressed the first Emperor of the Netherworld. How dare you be distracted? I can kill one of you. Kill! On the other side, the red-robed elder was overjoyed. His eyes shone with a ferocious light. The sword chi in his sword surged and he attacked Ming Lian's second body. In his opinion, Lu Ming's main body was stupid to kill the first Emperor of the Netherworld. In this way, he could kill the second body first. As long as he killed one, the other one would not be a threat. The terrifying sword radiance slashed at the second body. However, the second body's expression was calm as it continued to retreat. As it did, numerous spell formations began to appear around it. Break! 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 The red-robed elder slashed out with his sword and broke the large arrays. Then, the second body continued to attack. The killing array on the second body shone even brighter. Sword chi shot out, but they were all slashed apart by the red-robed elder's sword. The red-robed elder quickly approached Lu Ming's second body. At this moment, Ming Lian's second body's glabella shone. Two sword radiances suddenly appeared and attacked the red-robed elder. They were extremely fast. Moreover, the cry of a phoenix could be heard from the two sword radiances. Oh no! The red-robed elder was shocked. The two sword radiances gave him a sense of danger. He had goosebumps all over his body. At this critical moment, he could not care less about killing Lu Ming's second body. He used his sword to defend himself and slashed at the two sword radiances. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew. The two sword radiances were sent flying by the red-robed elder. However, his arms were slightly numb. What a powerful force! The red-robed elder was shocked. When he saw the two sword radiances, his eyes narrowed. They were two small swords. They were about the length of a palm and looked like two feathers. He could vaguely hear the cry of a phoenix. Chapter 1347. Back then, Lu Ming had followed the ancient desolate city to an island in the heaven realm for the first time. Lu Ming had obtained 5 phoenix feathers. After that, when Ming Lian's second body entered the sacred mansion's secret realm to receive the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint, Lu Ming had given Ming Lian's second body some things related to the path of inscription, including most of the refining materials. Over the years, as Ming Lian's second body's cultivation increased, he had refined the 5 phoenix feathers into 5 flying swords. Lu Ming called them the Phoenix Feather Flying Swords. The Phoenix Feather Flying Swords were extremely sharp and indestructible. They were shockingly powerful. Just now, Ming Lian's second body had used 2 of them, forcing the red-robed elder to defend himself. Ah! On the other side, a scream was heard. The first emperor of the underworld was no match for Lu Ming. Under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel, the first emperor of the underworld's body cracked and blood spurted out. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel suppressed the first emperor of the underworld's body for the second time. The first emperor of the underworld's body was torn apart and his spiritual spirit exploded. He was the strongest ruler in Nanming, and he became the first ruler to be killed after the war began. And the one who killed him was Lu Ming. In the holy city, countless martial artists who saw this scene couldn't help but gasp. The first emperor of the underworld of the southern underworld was definitely an invincible figure in the past. With a stomp of his foot, not only the southern underworld, but the entire divine region would be shaken. In the past, such a character was like a legend that weighed down on the hearts of countless cultivators. Whenever someone mentioned him, they would tremble in fear. However, such a matchless figure died just like that, killed by an even more powerful expert. Buzz! After killing the first emperor of the underworld, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline vibrated and suppressed the red-robed elder. Damn it! The red-robed elder roared in his heart. He slashed his sword chi at the second body. But the second body cultivated the path of inscription and had many tricks up his sleeves. All kinds of arrays appeared, some to trap the enemy, some to harass the enemy, some to defend, and some to attack. At the same time, the killing arrays on the second body and the 2 phoenix feather flying swords were extremely powerful. The red-robed elder did not dare to be careless. Although he forced the second body to retreat, he could not do anything to it. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline arrived and pressed down on the red-robed elder. Above it, the chaotic will pressed down and the space collapsed, making it difficult for the red-robed elder to breathe. Clang! The red-robed elder wielded the sword with both hands and slashed at the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel. The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline trembled, and it was sent flying. However, the terrifying power of the prison-suppressing steel caused the red-robed old man's expression to change. It was as if he had been struck by hundreds of mountains. On the other side, the second body had also arrived. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 phoenix feather flying swords were incomparably sharp and as fast as lightning. It was almost impossible to see them with the naked eye as they pierced towards the red-robed elder. The red-robed elder focused 120% of his attention to block them. Space fluctuated as the second body stepped into the air, approaching the red-robed old man step by step. With every step it took, a great array would appear in the void. Too difficult to deal with. The red-robed old man's heart was trembling. His eyes were filled with anger and he felt extremely aggrieved. Lu Ming was simply too difficult to deal with. In terms of combat strength, the red-robed old man controlled an emperor-grade spiritual weapon. His combat strength was definitely above Lu Ming's. Neither Lu Ming's main body nor second body could be a match for the red-robed old man. They would be suppressed or even killed. However, when the 2 of them worked together, their strength would increase exponentially. Even if the red-robed old man had combat strength, he would not be able to use it. If he was not careful, he would be in danger. The red-robed old man roared as his quintessence erupted. He wildly slashed out with the battle sword in his hand. Rays of golden sword light continuously slashed out in all directions, forming a terrifying sword chi storm. Boom! Boom! One after another, the formations were broken and crumbled. Lu Ming's main body and second body smiled coldly. They did not attack, but the second body continued to inscribe arrays and attack the red-robed old man. Controlling an emperor-grade spiritual weapon was something that consumed a lot of quintessence. The red-robed old man's quintessence would not last long under such a fierce attack. Indeed, after a while, the red-robed old man started gasping for breath. His quintessence was severely depleted. This won't do. This won't do. I'll meet up with DE first. If we work together, the situation will be much better. The red-robed elder thought to himself. He realized that if he were to fight Lu Ming alone, he would be too passive. He would not be able to unleash his full potential. If he were to cooperate with others, they would be able to kill Lu Ming at lightning speed. Thinking of this, the red-robed old man wanted to charge at DE. Just at this moment, the eyes of Lu Ming's main body and second body flashed with a cold light at the same time. Boom! The hell-suppressing steel formed by Lu Ming's main body shone brightly. It was as big as a mountain, and the state of chaos lingered around it. Strong energy poured into the third bloodline. The hell-suppressing steel executed the hell-suppressing heavenly art and launched a strong attack at the red-robed old man, suppressing him. At the same time, the second body shouted and the two phoenix feather flying swords flew toward the red-robed old man. As for the second body, the runes on its body were densely packed, forming a terrifying killing formation with boundless killing intent. The second body was the core of the killing formation. Boundless sword chi surged and gathered into one. The second body turned into a sword chi and attacked the second body. Lu Ming launched a strong attack at the red-robed old man. Emperor Sword, sword destroying the firmament. The red-robed old man circulated his quintessence crazily and slashed out twice. Two sword chi as big as mountains slashed toward the main body and the second body. Clang! The hell-suppressing steel collided with one of the sword chi. The sword chi dissipated and the hell-suppressing steel was sent flying. On the other side, it was a battle between sword chi. The sword chi whistled and filled the sky with sword chi. The two phoenix feather flying swords and the second body were blocked. However, at this moment, three more sword chi whistled out from the second body's forehead. There were three more phoenix feather flying swords. These three phoenix feather flying swords were beyond the red-robed old man's expectations. The two sword chi attacks just now had exhausted him and he needed time to catch his breath. However, Lu Ming had already calculated the timing and grasped it perfectly. At this moment, he launched a sure kill attack. The red-robed old man's pupils shrank rapidly as he roared in his heart, "No! Pooh! Pooh! Pooh!" The three phoenix feather flying swords pierced through the red-robed old man's body. One went through his forehead, one went through his heart, and one went through his dantian. These three places were all vital points. The red-robed old man's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not believe that he would die in this battle, killed by Lu Ming. Then, the red-robed old man's corpse fell to the ground. A second layer martial monarch peak martial emperor with a martial emperor spirit weapon was killed. The holy city was in an uproar. This was a battle that turned the tide of the battle. The emperor heavenly divine palace lost a peak expert. Who could stop Lu Ming now? The battle between the martial emperors in the sky became more intense. Casualties also started to appear among the martial emperors. Some martial emperors were injured, and some martial emperors even died on the spot. The battle was extremely tragic. Chapter 1348. However, although those sovereigns were fighting, they were also paying attention to the battlefield. At this moment, after discovering that Lu Ming had killed the red-robed elder, the sovereigns of the northern plains and the heaven-suppressing divine army were greatly motivated. On the other hand, Di Tian Divine Palace and the Xia family were the opposite. They were all shocked. How is this possible? Someone shouted. Lu Ming had actually killed a peak second-level martial emperor who was in control of an emperor-level spirit weapon. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? Would there be a shocking reversal in this battle because of Lu Ming? Boom! On the battlefield closest to Lu Ming, Tu Qian and Xia Zhuoyang exchanged blows with De and both sides retreated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Ming's main body and second body broke through the void and appeared beside De, forming a pincer attack. Join forces to attack me. Fine, let's kill them together. At this moment, De was still extremely powerful and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. De, why do we need to attack you together to kill you? Today, I will settle the score with you. Lu Ming said and locked his aura on De. Senior Jiuyang, Tu Qian, go and help the others. Leave De to me. Lu Ming said. Yes. Tu Qian listened to Lu Ming's instructions. He did whatever Lu Ming said. He nodded and flew away, joining the other battle groups. He chopped down with his axe and immediately split An Sovereign into two. Oh no, join forces and form a battle formation. An Sovereign shouted. Tu Qian's participation undoubtedly broke the balance. Some sovereigns shouted and some sovereigns gathered to form a battlefield to defend. In this way, they could barely deal with Tu Qian. Lu Ming, Xia Jiuyang said and was a little worried for Lu Ming. Senior Jiuyang, don't worry. De and I have to make a decision today. Lu Ming said. Then be careful. Xia Jiuyang warned and also attacked the other sovereigns. Lu Ming's side began to gain the upper hand. In the beginning, they had fewer rulers on their side, so they were at a disadvantage. Now, the situation had reversed. After Xia Jiuyang left, only Martial Emperor De and Lu Ming were left. Boom! Both sides stood facing each other, their killing intent rumbling. After so many years, Lu Ming finally stood in front of De and had a decisive battle with him. Along the way, Lu Ming had experienced countless dangers and tribulations. Finally, he had reached his current combat power and was able to fight it out with De. Because of the 9 dragons' blood essence, the two of them were on opposing sides. A battle was inevitable. Wang! Lu Ming's spine emitted waves of heat, and a bloody glow filled the air. That was the reaction of the 9 dragons' bloodline. At the same time, Emperor De's body was filled with a blood-red light and the faint sound of a dragon's roar could be heard. Blood essence of the 9 dragons. Lu Ming's mind flickered. Through the 9 dragons' bloodline, he could sense the 9 dragons' blood essence in Martial Emperor De. Unlike Lu Ming, De's 9 dragons' blood essence had not awakened his bloodline. Instead, it had merged with his body. That was right. When De obtained the 9 dragons' blood essence, he was already a martial emperor. He could not use it to awaken his bloodline. He could only refine it. Kill. De did not want to waste any more time. He launched an attack and charged toward Lu Ming. Bang! 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 The second body stepped on the void, and a great formation appeared. There were all kinds of trapping and attacking formations. They emitted all kinds of lights and charged toward Martial Emperor De. At the same time, Sword Chi whistled and 5 phoenix feather flying swords stabbed toward De. The spirit-suppressing Steel's bloodline also charged toward De with the chaotic will. De's combat strength was very strong. He was even stronger than the red-robed old man. However, he was also caught in the red-robed old man's situation. He was put in a difficult position by Lu Ming's main body and second body. He could not use his strength at all. After fighting for a while, Lu Ming began to gain the upper hand. Lu Ming, today, let me show you my strongest combat strength. Martial Emperor De roared furiously. His body began to glow. All kinds of lights were emitted from De's body. These lights formed all kinds of strange phenomena. There were true dragons flying, phoenixes crying, Qilins stepping on the air, divine birds flying in the sky, iron swords moving freely, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared on De's body. Lu Ming even saw the 9 dragons among them. 10,000 veins spiritual body. De let out a long howl. His body exuded a terrifying fluctuation. Whoosh! Whoosh! De's combat strength increased greatly. The golden battle sword flew across the sky. Sword Chi moved freely, breaking everything. The formation set up by Ming Lian's second body was instantly destroyed by the sword Chi. Clang! The battle sword struck the spirit-suppressing steel's bloodline. The spirit-suppressing steel's bloodline shook violently and flew far away. The spirit-suppressing steel's bloodline. Fortunately, there was a fragment of the spirit-suppressing steel's main body, which greatly increased its defense. Otherwise, Lu Ming would not have dared to fight it head-on. Ding! 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 The 5 phoenix feather flying swords were sent flying. So was the second body, who kept retreating. How powerful! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Di Yi's combat strength had suddenly increased greatly. It was all because of the strange phenomena on his body. Lu Ming guessed that Di Yi must have cultivated a powerful spiritual body with the help of the blood essence of all spirits. When the spiritual body exploded, its power was far beyond that of an ordinary spiritual body. Spirits of all things, kill! Di Yi hollered. The various living creatures in his body suddenly roared and transformed into streaks of rainbow lights, charging toward Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming saw 9 dragons, true dragons, and Qilins among them. They emitted a shocking aura and attacked Lu Ming. The spirit-suppressing steel vibrated. It used the spirit-suppressing heavenly skill, which carried the chaotic will, and attacked continuously. Bang! 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 Explosions sounded continuously. Di Yi himself held the battle sword and attacked Ming Lian's second body. I'll kill you first. Di Yi said coldly. In his eyes, the second body was more difficult to deal with. It had many tricks and thousands of changes. He had to kill the second body first. Lu Ming's main body was nothing to be afraid of. Di Yi, you think you can kill me? Today, I'll show you something. Ming Lian's second body looked calm and smiled inexplicably. Whoosh! Ming Lian's second body waved his hand, and a scroll flew out and expanded rapidly, encapsulating Martial Emperor Di Yi's figure. The Million Formation Illustration, Liaocang's Million Formation Illustration. Martial Emperor Di Yi shouted angrily. Then, I'll let you taste the power of the Million Formation Illustration again. Ming Lian's second body's golden spirit fire jumped between his eyebrows. Endless light shone on the Million Formation Illustration. It was a large formation, densely packed. One by one, the big matrices lit up. Countless terrifying attacks flew out and attacked Di Yi. Whoosh! Whoosh! Di Yi held the battle sword. Sword Qi whistled and slashed out crazily, destroying the attacks. However, the Million Formation Illustration had endless formations and endless attacks. It seemed to be endless, attacking Di Yi continuously. There was no doubt that the Million Formation Illustration was also an emperor's spiritual weapon. Chapter 1349. Back then, Liaocang was an inscriptionist who controlled the spiritual weapon, the Million Formation Atlas. He had many tricks up his sleeves, which was why Di Yi launched a sneak attack on him. Even so, Liaocang still left a trace of his imprint underground. The Million Formation Atlas was severely damaged. Over the years, Ming Lian's second body had been cultivating hard in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. As his cultivation increased, he had also been repairing the Million Formation Atlas. Now, the Million Formation Atlas was 80 to 90% repaired. Under the control of the second body, its power was amazing. Ming Lian's second body had the combat strength of the peak of the second level of the martial royal realm. With the addition of the 5 phoenix feather flying swords, he was even more powerful. Now that he had used the Million Formation Atlas, his combat strength was almost the same as Di Yi's. Di Yi could only use all his attention to deal with Ming Lian's second body. Buzz! At this moment, the prison-suppressing steel vibrated and suppressed Di Yi. Damn it! Di Yi roared in his heart. He divided part of his attention to resist Lu Ming's main body. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel weighed hundreds of millions of pounds. It made Di Yi's body shake. At the same time, Ming Lian's second body seized the opportunity to launch a storm-like attack. Trap him! There were at least 100 entrapment formations in the Million Formation Atlas. They suppressed De at the same time, trying to trap him. De roared and tried his best to fight. Unfortunately, he was at a disadvantage. After Ming Lian's second body had used the Million Formation Atlas, the combat strength of the main body and the second body had surpassed De's. De tried his best to fight back, but after dozens of moves, he was completely suppressed and had almost no power to fight back. Whoosh! 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 The 5 phoenix feather flying swords pierced the void. They were so fast that even ordinary emperors could not see them clearly. They stabbed toward De's 5 vital points. De waved his battle sword to block. Although he blocked them, the prison-suppressing steel suppressed him again. De roared and could only cover his body with his realm and vital essence. Boom! The realm and vital essence shook violently and were defeated by the prison-suppressing steel. De's body shook violently. Even though he had cultivated the 10,000 veins spiritual body, he could not resist. His face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 10,000 meridian spirit body that De cultivated was very terrifying. If he cultivated it to perfection, his power would be amazing. Unfortunately, his cultivation was not perfect and he did not succeed completely. Therefore, he had always wanted to get Lu Ming's 9 dragons blood essence. Many people's hearts trembled. De was injured and was no match for Lu Ming. Could it be that the outcome of the battle would be decided this time? Boom! Boom! As soon as De was injured, Lu Ming launched an even fiercer attack. Puff! A phoenix feather flying sword almost pierced through De's heart. It pierced through his shoulder, bringing out a stream of blood. De's face was even paler. Although the phoenix feather flying sword had not pierced his vital parts, its terrible sword chi and destructive power still made his injuries worse. The more serious his injuries were, the more difficult it would be for him to resist Lu Ming. Under the pressure of the prison defending monument, he spat out mouthfuls of blood. His body staggered and his breathing weakened. Trap! The second body shouted softly. The million formation image shone, and a great formation appeared, enveloping De. De roared and tried his best to resist, but this time, it was difficult for him to rush out. The avatars of dragons and phoenixes on his body were trembling, as if they would collapse at any moment. De, today is the day you die. Lu Ming's cold voice came from the hell-suppressing tombstone. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline flew out from the hell-suppressing tombstone. It opened its mouth and roared loudly. A devouring power burst out, enveloping De. 9 dragons' blood essence, take! Lu Ming shouted loudly, and the devouring power increased crazily. It could be seen that one of the avatars on De's body was a 9 dragons. At this time, the 9 dragons were being devoured by the devouring power and involuntarily flew towards the 9 dragons' bloodline. Lu Ming wanted to take a drop of 9 dragons' blood essence from De's body. Don't even think about it. De tried his best to resist. Whoosh! 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 5 phoenix feather flying swords shot out rapidly. De blocked 4 of them, but one of them hit him, almost cutting off half of his body. Roar! At this time, the 9 dragons' bloodline roared. The 9 dragons' avatars on De's body flew towards the 9 dragons' bloodline. At the same time, a drop of blood essence appeared on De's body. The dragon roared and flew towards Lu Ming. The 9 dragons' blood essence was taken away. De was unwilling, but he could only watch helplessly. Whoosh! The 9 dragons' blood essence flew into the mouth of the 9 dragons' bloodline and disappeared. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline roared loudly, as if it was very satisfied. Its aura grew stronger. Xie Qitian, if you don't do it now, when will you? Suddenly, De roared angrily. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. 9 heaven bronze men, go! Xie Qitian's loud voice came from the sky. Dong! 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 As soon as Xie Qitian's voice fell, violent vibrations came from 9 different places in the sacred city. 9 powerful auras shot up into the sky. Following that, everyone saw 9 golden rays of light shoot up into the sky. Those are the bronze men. Lu Ming saw that the 9 lights were 9 bronze men. They were golden all over and made of brass. They were more than 3 meters tall and densely packed. Inscriptions appeared on their bodies. Their auras were extremely powerful. Each of them was an emperor, equivalent to a LV1 martial royal realm emperor. The 9 bronze men flew into the sky and joined the battle, pushing back the 9 emperors. Merge with the bronze men. Xie Qitian's voice came again. At this moment, 9 sovereigns from the Xia clan and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace flew towards the 9 bronze men. It was as if they were performing bloodline fusion. These 9 sovereigns directly fused into the bronze men and disappeared. The auras of the 9 bronze men started to rise rapidly. They broke through LV1 Martial Royal Realm and reached LV2 Martial Royal Realm. They continued to rise until they reached peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm. Peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm, 9 peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm Emperors. Oh no! Lu Ming was shocked. Kill! Kill! The 9 bronze men roared and charged toward the divine guards and the emperors of the northern plains. Peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm Emperors were too powerful. Ordinary LV1 Martial Royal Realm Emperors could not resist. Screams were heard all of a sudden. Lu Ming saw that 5 emperors had been killed in an instant. On the northern plains side, Martial Royal Realm Broken Mountain, Martial Royal Realm Tianfeng, and 3 Martial Royal Realm Emperors were killed in an instant. 5 Martial Royal Realm Emperors were killed just like that. The other 4 bronze men were blocked by Tu Qian, Xia Jiuyang, and the Baijian Martial Royal Realm Emperor. Otherwise, they would have suffered a greater loss. Oh no, that's the 9 heavens bronze man of the Xia family. The 9 heavens bronze man of the Xia family is still here. Fall back, fall back. The experts of the Heaven Suppression Army and the Northern Plains side all roared in fear. It was said that when the ancient sacred dynasty was first established, the first sacred emperor had gathered the experts of the world and spent a lot of effort to forge 9 bronze men. Each bronze man was extremely mysterious and powerful. Chapter 1350. As soon as the 9 bronze men appeared, they were controlled by 9 sovereigns. Their combat strength was at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm and they instantly turned the tables. Boom! While Lu Ming was distracted, De burst out. His body burned like flames as he rushed out of the encirclement and flew into the sky. Lu Ming, you are the ones who will die today. You are no match for me. De roared as his body emitted a cold killing intent. Gather, gather together. Baijian Martial Emperor gathered everyone. The Xia clan's foundation was too shocking. No wonder it was said that no one in the history of the sacred city had ever been breached. With such a strong foundation, who could defeat them? Under the control of 9 Martial Royal Realm experts, the 9 bronze men were equivalent to peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm experts. How strong was the combat strength of 9 peak LV2 Martial Royal Realm experts? Baijian Martial Emperor, Tu Qian, Xia Jiuyang, Barbarian Martial Emperor, Yuexin Martial Emperor and the others gathered together and looked at the 9 bronze men cautiously. Kill! Kill them! Xie Qitian gave the order. Kill! Kill! The 9 bronze men were 3 meters tall. As they stepped on the void exploded continuously. They formed an arc and flew towards Baijian Martial Emperor and the others. Beside them were Xie Qitian and the other sovereigns. They won. The Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace will win. There is no suspense in this battle. From now on, the divine region will belong to the Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace. In the sacred city, many people who were watching the battle sighed. They felt that there was no suspense in this battle. The The Xia clan and Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace would win for sure. With the appearance of the 9 bronze men, the outcome of the battle was set. Some people sighed. This battle was too exciting. Even the lives of sovereigns were like grass in a battle between sovereigns. Up until now, more than 10 sovereigns had fallen. This battle would be recorded in the annals of history and spread through the ages. Let's fight to the death. Baijian martial emperor roared. Kill! Tu Qian held his battle axe and rushed towards a bronze man. He chopped down with his axe. As for the bronze man, he punched out. Clang! Tu Qian was controlling a sovereign spiritual weapon and his combat strength was stronger. He sent the bronze man flying with his axe. He is not injured. The hearts of Baijian martial emperor and the others shuddered. Although Tu Qian managed to send a bronze statue flying and had the upper hand, the bronze statue was completely fine. Only a faint mark appeared on his fist. It was too hard. Even an emperor-grade spirit weapon couldn't cut it, so how could they fight it? The eyes of the Baijian martial emperor and the others flickered with despair. 3 of us will deal with this puppet. As for the rest, kill them. Don't let a single one of them go. A voice came from a bronze statue. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few bronze men started to surround Tu Qian, while the rest of the bronze men attacked Baijian Wu Huang and the others. With a flicker, 2 figures appeared in front of the Baijian martial emperor and the others. They were Lu Ming's main body and second body. At this moment, Lu Ming's main body had returned to its human form. Leave these 9 bronze men to me. You guys go deal with the others. Lu Ming said. Ah. What? Baijian martial emperor and the others were stunned. The 9 bronze statues were to be given to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was going to deal with the 9 bronze statues on his own. How was this possible? Although Lu Ming's strength was strong and he might be able to deal with 2 or 3 bronze statues, how could Lu Ming stand a chance against so many 9 heavens bronze statues? These were 9 bronze statues with cultivation of the 2nd layer martial dominator realm, and they were extremely hard. Even a 3rd layer martial dominator realm expert would not be able to break them. Lu Ming, let's work together. There's still hope. That's right, it's too dangerous for you to fight alone. The barbarian emperor, Uxian martial emperor, and the others spoke. Kill Lu Ming first. Since he wants to die, let's kill him first. Xie Qitian yelled in the sky. Kill! Kill! Bang! 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 The 9 bronze statues charged at Lu Ming. It seemed like they would be able to shatter some of the statues. Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, suppress. The 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. He opened his mouth and roared. 9 large cauldrons appeared from the mouths of the 9 dragons. Once the large cauldrons appeared, they expanded rapidly. They were as large as mountains and blasted toward the 9 bronze men. Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, you brought the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Martial Emperor De yelled in fear in the sky. The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron had never moved. It had been refined by an ancient expert to suppress the 9 dragon veins. In history, only Lu Ming had made the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron move once because of the blood of the 9 dragons. Even De, who had obtained a drop of the blood of the 9 dragons, had refined it into his body in order to cultivate the 10,000 veins spiritual body. Therefore, he could not use the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. Moreover, if the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron was too far away from the 9 dragon veins, the dragon veins would go berserk and the cauldron would fly back. Most importantly, why did no one in 9 Dragon City inform him that Lu Ming had taken the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron? Roar! The 9 dragons roared as the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron charged at the 9 bronze statues. Break! The 9 bronze statues attacked together and threw a punch. Dong! Dong! It was as if 2 metal mountains had collided with each other, emitting a terrifying rumble. The sound waves from the collision between the metals made the faces of some ordinary rulers turn pale. The vital essence covering their bodies trembled. Bang! 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 Then, the 9 bronze statues flew far away like cannonballs. How is this possible? Xie Qitian and the others were stunned. The 9 bronze statues fell to the ground. They were no match for Lu Ming and were sent flying. How was this possible? On the other hand, Baizhan Martial Emperor and the others were overjoyed. Suppress! Lu Ming shouted. The 9 cauldrons continued to suppress the 9 bronze statues. When Lu Ming was still in the Sea of Soul Realm and his 9 dragons bloodline was only at the 2nd level of the Divine Realm, he could control the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron and fight against a martial emperor. In the end, when the 9 cauldrons gathered together, he could even exchange a blow with Di Yi's clone. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation was many times stronger than before. Moreover, his 9 dragons bloodline had reached the 9th level of the Divine Realm. The power of the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron was naturally many times stronger. It could completely suppress the 9 bronze statues. Boom! 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 The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron suppressed the 9 bronze statues. The 9 bronze statues trembled violently and the patterns on them shone brightly as if they were burning. But in just a few breaths of time, it seemed to burn out. The light on the bronze figure's body rapidly dimmed. Following that, 9 consecutive explosions rang out as the 9 bronze statues actually exploded. The 9 heaven bronze statues were made by the first sacred emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty. Finally, they exploded under the attack of the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron. The 9 sovereigns who had merged with the bronze statues and controlled them did not even have time to scream before they turned into ashes. The 9 bronze statues were destroyed. The scene suddenly became silent. Everyone could not believe what they had just seen. Xiao! At this moment, a corpse fell from the sky. Di Hongcheng, it was Di Hongcheng. He was killed. Chapter 1351. In the end, Xiao Wan was stronger than Di Hongcheng. After fighting for so long, he had finally killed Di Hongcheng. During the battle, Xiao Wan had been paying attention to the situation. He knew everything that was happening. Attack together and decide the victor. Xiao Wan's voice rang out, his killing intent sharp as a knife. Attack! Kill! Baizhan Martial Monarch, Chu Luo, Barbarian Emperor, and the others charged at the remaining sovereigns of the Xia clan and Di Tian Divine Palace. As for the remaining sovereigns of the Xia clan and Di Tian Divine Palace, they did not have any fighting spirit at all. Lu Ming is not a match for him. Run! Run quickly! The sovereigns of the Xia clan and Di Tian Divine Palace were nearly scared out of their wits. They no longer had any fighting spirit and turned to run. Dang! Dang! The Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron shook, suppressing the surroundings and blocking their path. Whoosh! Martial Monarch Di suddenly charged in a direction. Since the situation was over, Di also prepared to run. Di, where are you going? Lu Ming shouted, and the 2 Divine 9 Dragon Cauldrons pressed down on Di. Dong! Dong! Di used the Sovereign Spirit weapon to block, but it was useless. The battle sword buzzed, and Di vomited a large mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his body, and he almost exploded. Burn! Martial Monarch Di roared. The true dragons, phoenixes, and other mysterious phenomena around him suddenly burned fiercely. His aura suddenly increased by several times. Whoosh! Martial Monarch Di turned into a beam of light and charged out of the encirclement, flying into the distance. After him. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He controlled the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron and chased after Martial Monarch Di. At the same time, he secretly instructed Tu Qian to lead people to kill the remaining sovereigns of the Xia clan and Di Tian Divine Palace. After being surrounded by the Divine 9 Dragon Cauldron, the remaining sovereigns of the Xia clan and Di Tian Divine Palace were surrounded by Tu Qian, Baizhan Martial Monarch, and the others. There was no need for him to worry about this anymore. the situation was set. Although there were still some sovereigns of the Xia clan and Di Tian Divine Palace, they were not too strong, the old general blocked Xia Zhangxiong. On Lu Ming's side, there were experts like Tu Qian, Xia Luan, Baizhan Martial Emperor, and Xia Jiuyang. Xiao! Xiao! The two of them instantly disappeared into the distance. In the imperial city, another great battle had erupted. However, there was no suspense in this battle. The sovereigns of the Xia clan and the Emperor Heavenly Divine Palace were killed one after another. Lu Ming and De, one chasing and the other fleeing, traveled tens of thousands of miles in an instant. The second body took a step forward and disappeared between Lu Ming's eyebrows. At the same time, inscriptions appeared on Lu Ming's body. They were all auxiliary inscriptions and almost all of them increased speed. Lu Ming's speed greatly increased and he began to approach Emperor De. De, you've lost. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming's voice rang out as he circulated the wind origin technique, increasing his speed. De's face was pale. His eyes were cold and full of murderous intent. Without saying a word, he gritted his teeth and ran away. Flames burned on his body, allowing him to move at an astonishing speed. De was burning his 10,000 veins spiritual body. Lu Ming, don't be happy too early. I'm going to tear you to pieces. De roared in his heart. His murderous intent toward Lu Ming had reached its peak. De had cultivated for 10,000 years, taking all kinds of bloodlines and using the essence blood of all kinds of experts to cultivate the 10,000 veins spiritual body. Originally, he was just one step away from success and perfection. However, now, all his previous efforts were in vain. In order to escape, he burned his 10,000 veins spiritual body. All his hard work over the years was for naught. The two of them, one chasing and the other fleeing, moved at an astonishing speed. They tore through the void and traveled through the alternate space. Soon, they crossed the middle continent and arrived in the northern plains. Then, they flew toward the boundless ocean. Damn it! Emperor De roared in his heart. He was getting more and more anxious. He was already seriously injured. After the long journey, his injuries worsened. If this continued, Lu Ming would catch up to him. He was not willing to accept this. How could he, De, die here? He wanted to tear Lu Ming to pieces. Suddenly, he clenched his teeth and revealed a resolute expression. Lu Ming, just you wait. De let out a roar, and the flames on his body suddenly surged. Explode! Burn! De roared. Then, his speed suddenly skyrocketed. He passed through layers of space and quickly left. The distance between him and Lu Ming rapidly increased. This guy, Lu Ming also admired De's decisiveness. He could see that De had completely burned his spiritual body. His 10,000 veins spiritual body was completely wasted. Even if he escaped, De might not be able to maintain his cultivation. He might even regress. In the future, it might even be difficult for him to improve. In order to survive, De was going all out. The distance between the two grew larger and larger. In the end, Lu Ming could barely see De's shadow. After a while, Lu Ming could no longer see or sense De's existence. Lu Ming had no choice but to stop. This guy still managed to escape. However, this guy is seriously injured and has completely burned his spiritual body. His cultivation will definitely regress. In the future, he won't be a threat to me. However, Lu Ming frowned. He thought of Di Hongqiang and the red-robed elder. Where did these two people come from? And they used a unified sovereign spiritual weapon. Could there be a powerful force behind De? Lu Ming was not worried about De himself. What he was worried about was the force behind De. Forget it. I'll deal with it as it comes. Thinking of this, Lu Ming turned around and walked towards Sacred City. By the time Lu Ming returned to Sacred City, the battle in Sacred City had already ended. There was no suspense. With Tu Qian and Xiao Wan, the battle was almost one-sided. Almost all the sovereigns of Di Tian Divine Palace were killed. Only a few sovereigns who were originally the overlords of Zhongzhou state surrendered to Di and were controlled by Xiao Wan and the others. After engraving a formation, they could only obey their orders. As for the sovereigns of the Xia family, only a few were left. The rest were all killed. Xia Qitian, the old saint emperor, Xia Cangqiong, and a white-haired elder were surrounded by Xiao Wan and the others. Xiao Wan and the others knew about the relationship between Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing. They also knew that Xian Yanqing was a member of the Xia family. Therefore, they did not kill these people. They deliberately waited for Lu Ming to return. Xia Qitian and the others stood on the platform. Their eyes were lifeless and filled with despair. They had lost. They had suffered a crushing defeat. This time, the Xia family was in a worse state than 30,000 years ago when Xiao Wan caused chaos in the world and betrayed the Xia family. Last time, they had at least suppressed Xiao Wan and retained some strength. There was still hope for them to slowly recover. However, this time, they were completely defeated. Their masters were all dead and injured. There was nothing they could do. How could this be? In Sacred City, countless disciples of the Xia family, such as Xia Yan, were paralyzed on the ground. Their eyes were lifeless. The Xia family had lost. Even their sovereigns had been defeated. The others could not do anything. If they made a move, they would only be courting death. The other martial artists had complicated looks in their eyes. Was the ancient Saint Dynasty Xia family, which had been passed down for millions of years, going to be destroyed from now on? From now on, who would be the master of the divine region? Chapter 1352. General Lu. General Lu. Seeing that Lu Ming had returned, all the emperors bowed to Lu Ming. They looked at Lu Ming with awe and respect. Whether it was the emperors of the divine army like Baizhan Wu Huang or the northern plains, they were all the same. The reason why they could win this battle was all because of Lu Ming. Right from the beginning, Lu Ming had displayed incredible combat power. He had killed the first emperor of the Netherworld, the red-robed elder, and fought De. Slowly, he had turned the tide of the battle and allowed them to gain the upper hand. Later, the Xia clan took out the 9th Heaven Bronze Man and changed the situation. At that time, they thought that they were going to lose and that there was no hope for this battle. But at the critical moment, Lu Ming turned the tide and destroyed the 9th Heaven Bronze Man and killed the 9 emperors. This time, the situation was completely reversed and they had secured victory. Without Lu Ming, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hearing the commotion, Xia Qitian, the old saint emperor, and the others trembled slightly. They also looked at Lu Ming with complicated expressions. It was all because of this young man. It was all because of him that the Xia clan had fallen to such a state. Back then, it was Lu Ming who saved Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan threw out the Heavenly King Edict and changed the situation of the divine region. It also disrupted the Xia clan's deployment and directly led to the subsequent battle. And this time, it was also because of Lu Ming that the Xia clan had suffered a crushing defeat. Were we wrong? Was it worth it because of the purity of the bloodline? The old saint emperor looked even older. He sighed and his voice fell into Xia Qitian's ears, making him feel even more complicated. Yes, was it worth it? Speaking of which, the source of all this was not caused by him. If he had treated Xian Yanqing well, then Lu Ming might have walked together with the Xia clan and even become a member of the Xia clan. Then, it was not impossible for the Xia clan to unify the divine region again. Speaking of which, it was all because of him. He had personally turned Lu Ming into an enemy. At this moment, he did not know what to feel in his heart. Lu Ming, where's De? Xiao Wan walked towards Lu Ming and asked through voice transmission. He escaped. Lu Ming replied. Escaped? Xiao Wan was slightly stunned and said, no harm either. De's vitality is greatly damaged and can't stir up any waves either. Lu Ming nodded. General Lu, How should we deal with these people from the Xia family? To kill or not to kill? A ruler asked Lu Ming. Everyone looked at Lu Ming. After this battle, Lu Ming's position in everyone's hearts was very important, even far exceeding Xiao Wan's. Lu Ming looked at Xia Nianqing. At this moment, Xia Nianqing was looking at Xia Qitian and the others. No one knew what he was thinking. Little Qing, I'll leave them to you. Lu Ming walked to Xia Nianqing's side and said. There was hesitation in Xia Nianqing's eyes, and a trace of reluctance flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lu Ming sighed. He had already guessed this result. Xia Nianqing's expression looked cold and her methods were ruthless like a witch, but deep in her heart, she was still very emotional. After all, Xia Qitian was her father, and the old sacred emperor was her grandfather. They were her family. Although the Xia family was ruthless to her, she couldn't bear to be ruthless. General Lu, Miss Nianqing, the Xia family has a long history and a deep foundation. They have many experts. Leaving them alive will be a disaster. That's right. I suggest that we kill them to prevent future troubles. The other rulers all spoke up and gave their suggestions. You don't have to do it. Suddenly, Xia Qitian spoke, as if he had made some kind of decision. He stepped forward, revealing a powerful aura and a kind of majesty. It was the majesty of a sacred emperor. Xia Qitian's gaze swept across the crowd, and his voice came from afar. I am the sacred emperor of the ancient sacred dynasty. Even if I die, I won't die in your hands, nor will I die in the hands of others. After saying that, Xia Qitian's finger suddenly pointed at his dantian. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body, but soon after, this aura rapidly weakened. At first, it was a martial emperor, then it fell to a prime, and then it continued to fall to a spiritual god, then a spiritual embryo. In the end, there was no true essence or true qi fluctuation on Xia Qitian's body, and he became an ordinary person. He had crippled his own cultivation. Puff! Xia Qitian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body went limp on the ground. As the sacred emperor, he had to die with dignity. Even if he died, he couldn't die in the hands of others. In the end, Xia Qitian looked at Xia Nianqing with a complicated gaze, as if he was reminiscing. After a while, he said, Nianqing, in this life, I have wronged you and your mother. These words caused Xia Nianqing's delicate body to tremble. Xia Qitian's age had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. Now that his cultivation had been crippled, he wouldn't be able to live for long. Lu Ming held Xia Nianqing's small hand, and only then did Xia Nianqing slowly calm down. Sigh, forget it, forget it. In this world, there is no dynasty that can last forever, and no clan that can last forever. The old sacred emperor sighed, then looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Ming, the Xia clan is willing to make a blood oath. All the direct descendants of the Xia clan are willing to go into seclusion in the palace, and not step out of the palace for 10,000 years. From then on, they will no longer care about the divine wilderness. Can you let the Xia clan live? Seal the palace for 10,000 years and not step out of it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. All right, I promise you. After pondering for a while, Lu Ming said. The Xia clan was no longer a threat, let alone sealing themselves for 10,000 years. Not to mention 10,000 years, Lu Ming was confident that he could destroy the Xia clan in 10 more years. After 10,000 years, Lu Ming's cultivation would have reached an unknown level. Why would he care about a mere Xia clan? The other emperors didn't say anything. Lu Ming would definitely step into the emperor realm, and he would have a lifespan of 10,000 to 20,000 years. After 10,000 years, why would Lu Ming care about the Xia clan? What could the Xia clan do? The old sacred emperor, Xia Zhangqiong, and the others immediately made a blood oath. The other higher-ups of the Xia clan, such as the sovereigns and spirit gods, all made a blood oath. Disciples of the Xia clan, follow me into the palace. The old sacred emperor's voice resounded, and all the direct descendants of the Xia clan followed the old sacred emperor and the others into the palace. After that, a screen of light appeared outside the palace and enveloped the palace. The Xia clan would seal themselves for 10,000 years, and they wouldn't be able to step out of the palace for 10,000 years. At this point, the curtains of the battle had completely fallen. In this battle, more than half of the Divine Wilderness Continent's emperors had fallen, and more than 60 to 70% of the overlord forces had been wiped out. It could be said that the Divine Wilderness Continent had never been so weak, and there were so few emperors. Let's go. Let's return to the 100-Beast tribe. Lu Ming waved his hands. He pulled Xian Yanqing and left by stepping into the air. The Heaven Suppression Army and the Northern Plains emperors followed Lu Ming back to the Northern Plains. As for the news of this battle, it spread from the Holy City to the entire Divine Wilderness Continent at an unbelievable speed. Chapter 1353. In the meeting hall of the 100-Beast tribe, the sovereigns of the Heaven Suppression Army and the sovereigns of the Northern Plains took their seats. Lu Ming and Xiao Wan sat at the top. The hall was silent. Everyone looked at each other, but no one made a sound. What should we do next? Xia Zhouyang was the first to speak, breaking the silence. What should they do? Many thoughts flashed through everyone's mind. Now that the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had been destroyed and the Xia clan had suffered heavy losses, they had sealed themselves in the palace for 10,000 years. Aside from the Western Desert, the vast Divine Desolate Continent was now ownerless. So, what should they do next? In other words, how should they distribute it? Everyone wanted the boundless resources in this boundless territory. On the smaller side, there were some overlord factions present, such as the World Academy, the Floating Mountain Sect, and others. How should these factions distribute their territories? On the larger side, it was the Heaven Suppression Army and the Northern Plains factions. How should these two factions get along and distribute their territories? In fact, there were also Lu Ming and Xiao Wan's factions in the Northern Plains. However, they were only in an alliance. Everyone fell silent again, especially the Heaven Suppression Army. This was an important problem. If it was not solved properly, it might lead to another huge battle. However, how could the Heaven Suppression Army be a match for Lu Ming and the others? If they fought, they would be destroyed. Hence, the experts of the Heaven Suppression Army felt the most complicated. They found it difficult to speak. A mountain could not accommodate two tigers. Would Lu Ming and Xiao Wan attack them next? They were not confident. Why don't we form an alliance? After a long while, Xiao Wan spoke. An alliance? Many people's hearts trembled as they began to ponder. If we form an alliance, all the factions will form one faction. Then, the entire Divine Desolate Continent will be under our control. Why should we worry about territory and territory? Xiao Wan smiled. I agree. I agree too. At first, it was Chu Luo, Mo Yi, and the others. Then, Xia Zhouyang, the barbarian emperor, Yuexin martial monarch, and the others spoke one after another, expressing their agreement. Sovereign Wan Tian's suggestion is good. I agree too. The old general of the Heaven Suppression Army laughed and expressed his thoughts. In the end, everyone looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming still hadn't said anything. I have no objections either. Lu Ming smiled. All right, it's settled then. Xiao Wan smiled. Since it's an alliance, there must be an alliance leader. Who will be the alliance leader? All of a sudden, a ruler spoke. The scene fell silent again. Who would be the leader? To form an alliance and form a force, there was no doubt that the leader of the alliance would be the master of the force. He would also be the master of the divine wilderness, the ruler of the world. Everyone couldn't help but look at the old general, Xiao Wan, and Lu Ming. Only these three people were qualified to do so. Of course it's Lu Ming. Lu Ming is so young and his battle prowess is unparalleled. There has never been such a person since the Divine Desolate era. Other than him, who else could it be? Xia Zhouyang spoke first, recommending Lu Ming. That's right. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, how could we have ended up like this? In that case, we would be the ones who would die. Lu Ming turned the tide and turned the situation around. I also recommend Lu Ming to be the leader. One of the deans of the World Academy spoke. I also recommend Lu Ming. Me too. Following this, the other deans of the World Academy, the Barbaric Emperor and Uxian Martial Emperor recommended Lu Ming. Behind Lu Ming, the auras of the Heaven Suppression Divine Ape and Tu Qian went without saying. Everyone was stunned. Unknowingly, Lu Ming's force and strength had become so shocking. Lu Ming picked up a cup and drank slowly without saying a word. No one knew what he was thinking. The eyes of the martial emperors of the Heaven Suppression Army, Mo Yi, Chu Luo, and the others flickered as if they were planning something. Ha, not bad. I also recommend Lu Ming to be the alliance leader. Xiao Wan laughed and expressed his thoughts. The moment Xiao Wan spoke, Mo Yi, Chu Luo and the others also spoke to support Lu Ming. In the end, only the Heaven Suppression Divine Army was left. The emperors of the Heaven Suppression Divine Army sighed in their hearts. They knew that they were weak and couldn't compete with Lu Ming. Now that Xiao Wan supported Lu Ming, how could they say no? Old General, what do you think? Xiao Wan looked at the old general with a faint smile. Little brother Lu Ming's talent is unprecedented. He has contributed the most this time. It is the blessing of the Divine Wilderness Continent that Lu Ming is the alliance leader. I have no objections. The old general also spoke. The old general spoke. The 100 Battles Martial Emperor and the others also recommended Lu Ming. Alright, then it's decided. This subordinate pays his respects to the alliance leader. Xiao Wan suddenly stood up from his seat and walked down to bow to Lu Ming. This subordinate pays his respects to the alliance leader. Xia Jiuyang, the barbaric emperor, and the others followed closely behind Xiao Wan and bowed to Lu Ming. Following that, Chu Luo and the others also bowed to Lu Ming. Finally, it was the Heaven Suppression Divine Army and the others. Alright, since the army recommends me so much, Lu Ming will not decline. Lu Ming stood up and accepted the position of alliance leader. He didn't decline, nor did he need to. He needed this identity to better protect his family and friends. Alliance leader, since we are going to form an alliance, what should we name it? Someone suggested. The alliance leader has awakened the 9 dragons bloodline and is famous in the world. In my opinion, why don't we call ourselves the Dragon Alliance? Xia Jiuyang pondered for a moment and said. Dragon Alliance? I think it's fine. It's concise and domineering. Xiao Wan said. Alright, then we'll call ourselves the Dragon Alliance. In the end, Lu Ming made the decision. Now that the name was decided, the problem was, where would the Dragon Alliance's headquarters be? It couldn't be in the sacred city, right? Eastern Wilderness, Northern Plains, and Southern Underworld weren't good. The Dragon Alliance had to conquer the world and unify the Divine Wilderness. Its headquarters had to be in the Central Continent. Only then could it look down on the world. In the end, everyone discussed. Since the Dragon Alliance was building a new headquarters, it would be best to build one as well. After the discussion, everyone chose disciples in the vast land of the Central Continent. In the end, everyone decided to build the Dragon Alliance's headquarters on Dragon Leaping Mountain, about 150 million kilometers east of the sacred city. It would be called Dragon Emperor City. After the headquarters decided on the alliance leader's name, they started to choose the important core members. In the end, Xiao Wan and the Heaven Suppression Divine Army's old general would be the Dragon Alliance's deputy alliance leader. The other emperors would be the Dragon Alliance's protectors. Every protector had the power to control a territory. After the core members were decided, it was time to assign tasks. There were 2 main aspects to the current mission. First, they had to deploy manpower to build Dragon Emperor City. Second, they had to send an army to unify the Divine Wilderness Continent. The Xia clan had sealed itself, and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had been destroyed. Almost all the overlord factions with emperors in the Divine Wilderness continent were members of the Dragon Alliance. However, there were countless factions of various sizes below the overlord factions. Chapter 1354. On the second day, when the news spread, the entire Dragon Alliance cheered. The war was over, and the Dragon Alliance ruled the world. The huge Dragon Alliance started to operate. The original major forces sent people to Dragon Leap Mountain to build the Dragon Emperor city. A portion of them sent an army to conquer the world. A few days later, the news of the Battle of Holy City spread across the world. The Divine Wilderness experienced a magnitude 10 earthquake. Countless cultivators and forces were shocked. A few days later, the Dragon Alliance was established, and Lu Ming was the alliance leader. The news spread across the Divine Wilderness through voice transmission jade talismans. Countless forces, big and small, surrendered and expressed their willingness to join the Dragon Alliance. Now that the Xia family had sealed the palace for 10,000 years and the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was destroyed, the Dragon Alliance was truly invincible. No force dared to resist. Then, the Dragon Alliance split into 3 groups. The old general led an army to sweep across the middle continent. Xiao Wan led an army to attack the southern underworld. As for Lu Ming, he personally led the army to the eastern wilderness. There was no suspense. The major and minor forces of the middle continent surrendered. When Xiao Wan attacked the southern underworld, he was only met with some resistance. Those who resisted were easily killed by Xiao Wan, and the rest surrendered. Half a month after the Battle of Holy City, Lu Ming led his people back to Yinyang Mountain. Yinyang Mountain is finally reclaimed. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others stood in the sky, looking at the vast land of Yinyang Mountain. When Yinyang Mountain was attacked by De and they were captured, they thought that they would never be able to reclaim Yinyang Mountain. They did not expect that they would be able to reclaim Yinyang Mountain in just a few months. Zongzi, no, alliance leader, Bai Shijin and the others looked at Lu Ming with complicated expressions. They did not know how to address him. Senior, since I am Master Liansang's disciple, I am the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet Sect. You can call me Zongzi in private. Lu Ming said. Yes, Zongzi. Bai Shijin, Du Songjue, and the others were overjoyed. Lu Ming was now the alliance leader of the Dragon Alliance. They were afraid that Lu Ming would look down on the Talisman Puppet Sect. But now, it seemed like Lu Ming did not forget his roots. There were many experts in the Dragon Alliance. On the other hand, the Talisman Puppet Sect still didn't have a ruler. They were afraid that the Talisman Puppet Sect wouldn't be able to compete with the other powerhouses in the Dragon Alliance. The other forces wouldn't be able to distribute enough resources and would decline. But now, they did not have to worry. Lu Ming, the alliance leader, was the Zongzi of the Talisman Puppet Sect. The Talisman Puppet Sect had an extraordinary status in the Dragon Alliance. They did not have to worry about not having an emperor to hold the fort and not being able to obtain resources. Senior Bai, Senior Du, in the future, both of you will lead the original disciples of the Talisman Puppet Sect to oversee the Yinyang Mountain. Yes, Zongzi. Bai Shijin and Du Songjue complied. As for the Divine Nine-Dragon Cauldron, it flew back to the Nine-Dragon City after the battle in the Holy City to suppress the Nine-Dragon Veins. Out of Lu Ming's expectation, they did not encounter any resistance when they arrived at the Nine-Dragon City. The big and small forces in the Nine-Dragon City had already opened their gates. When Lu Ming's army arrived, the forces in the Nine-Dragon City knelt down and surrendered to Lu Ming. Greetings, Alliance Leader of the Dragon Alliance. We are willing to submit to the Dragon Alliance and serve the Alliance Leader. 5 or 6 Supreme Beings stood at the front and bowed respectfully. Hee, old acquaintances. Lu Ming stood in the air and looked down at the 6 Supreme Beings. Among the 6 Supreme Martial Artists, 3 of them were Lu Ming's old acquaintances. They were the remaining 3 family heads of the 6 ancient families, the Dongfang family head, the Kong family head, and the Nangong family head. The 3 patriarchs broke out in a cold sweat when Lu Ming glanced at them. Alliance Master, We were blind in the past and offended you. From now on, we will definitely be at your beck and call and do our best. The Dongfang clan patriarch said with a face full of cold sweat. The pressure emitted by Lu Ming made it difficult for him to breathe. They knew that if Lu Ming gave the order now, not only them, but also their families would not be spared. In the crowd behind, many of the geniuses who had fought with Lu Ming before, or even competed with him, knelt on the ground with complicated feelings. For example, Dongfang Yu and the others. A few years ago, Lu Ming was still competing with them. However, a few years later, Lu Ming was already standing at the pinnacle of the divine wilderness mainland. He reigned supreme in the world. There was really no comparison. Hee hee. Lu Ming chuckled. The Dongfang clan patriarch and the others trembled in fear. They did not understand what Lu Ming was thinking. Would he kill them? This kind of waiting was incomparably torturous. After a long while, Lu Ming said faintly, "Well, I allow you to surrender, but all your forces will be moved out of Nine Dragons City to the northern plains. Do you have any objections?" "No, no objections. Thank you for your kindness, Alliance Leader. This subordinate is grateful." The Dongfang clan patriarch and the others breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him repeatedly. To them, although Nine Dragons City was their foundation and they had developed here for nearly 10,000 years, it would be a pity to move away just like that. However, compared to the calamity of extermination, it was much better. Naturally, they didn't dare to say half a word. Soon after, the powerful forces in Nine Dragons City began to take the cross-territory teleportation formation to the northern plains. There were naturally people in the northern plains to arrange for them. As for the smaller forces in Nine Dragons City, there was no need for them to stay. They could not make any waves even if they stayed. After that, Lu Ming left Xia Jiuyang, Yan Kuangtu, and the others to deal with Nine Dragons City, the original Heavenly Corpse sect, and the Myriad Demon Valley. Lu Ming flew towards the east alone. Soon after, Lu Ming entered the Tianxian region. However, Lu Ming did not go to the Tianxian branch palace immediately. The first place he went to was the 100 Deities Slope. The Battle of the Holy City had spread across the entire divine wilderness continent, including the Tianxian region. Some of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's branch palaces were in chaos. Without any control, there were all kinds of fights over the treasures of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace. Some of the branch palaces were restrained and were waiting for news. They knew that if the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was destroyed, there would definitely be a powerful force taking over the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's territory and territory. There would definitely be someone to take over them. The Tianxian branch palace was not in chaos. In a courtyard in the center of Tianxian City, a few people were drinking tea and discussing matters. The leader was the palace master of the Tianxian branch palace, Mu Tian. Beside him were Mu Yi and Mu Zheng. Who would have thought that the vast Emperor Heaven Divine Palace that had been passed down for 10,000 years would fall just like that? Mu Yi drank a cup of wine and sighed. A few days ago, when they received the news, they were shocked and could not believe it. The Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was such a colossus. How could it fall just like that? The path of martial arts is filled with danger. Even an Emperor Realm cultivator might fall if they are not careful. Mu Zheng also sighed. It is said that more than 20 emperors fell in this battle. Mu Tian said, his voice slightly interfering. Chapter 1355. Sovereigns were like gods in their eyes. They ruled over the world and were invincible. With a wave of their hands, they could destroy the heavens and the earth. With a thought, they could kill billions of people. They would never see such people in their lives. However, more than 20 of them had died in a battle. It was hard for them to imagine. The one behind all of this is Lu Ming. Mu Tian suddenly let out another sigh. Mu Yi and Mu Zheng fell silent. Brother, is the Lu Ming you're talking about the Lu Ming who walked out of our place? Mu Yi asked after pondering for a while. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was said that the one who dominated the battle was a young genius called Lu Ming. He had killed more than 10 sovereigns and was terrifyingly powerful. That young man was called Lu Ming. After the battle, almost all the sovereigns and powerful forces in the Divine Wilderness continent formed an alliance called the Dragon Alliance. The leader of the Dragon Alliance was Lu Ming. I'm not sure. We are in the borderlands. The news I received was not very detailed. I only know that Lu Ming came from the eastern wilderness. Mu Tian said. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Came from the eastern wilderness? Could it be the same person? Mu Yi and Mu Zheng let out a long breath. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded outside Tianxian City. What's going on? Mu Tian stood up abruptly. His voice could be heard from afar. Whoosh! A figure appeared and quickly reported, Palace Master, something bad has happened. The Palace Master of the Black Knife Region's Emperor Heaven Divine Palace has led his men to invade. What? Black Knife Region? Mu Tian's face changed drastically. Damn it! The Black Knife Region is taking advantage of the situation. Mu Zheng shouted angrily. When the news of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace's destruction spread, the subordinate palaces were in chaos. Some of the subordinate palaces snatched the treasures that belonged to the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace, and some even snatched the treasures of other subordinate palaces. The Palace Master of the Black Knife Region's subordinate palace was the same. He brought his men to plunder everywhere. Since the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace had been destroyed, no one cared. These people wanted to plunder a batch of treasures and then go far away to hide and cultivate. Whoosh! 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 One by one, figures rushed into Tianxian City as powerful auras filled the air. Men, meet the enemy! Mu Tian shouted and soared into the sky. Mu Yi and Mu Zheng followed closely behind. At the same time, figures flew out from all over Tianxian City to join Mu Tian and the others. As soon as they met up, a group of people flew over from the front. They were all dressed in black robes and carried black sabers on their backs. The leader of the group had a fierce-looking face and a long beard. He was tall and sturdy. Daoheng, what are you doing? Mu Tian roared. Ha, what are you trying to do? It's very simple. Hand over all the spiritual herbs, spiritual materials, and treasures in your profound Sky Branch Palace, and I'll spare your lives. The curly-bearded man, Daoheng, laughed out loud. Don't even think about it. Daoheng, how dare you? Although the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace has been destroyed, the Dragon Alliance has been established and will rule over the world. They will definitely take over the original forces of the Heavenly Emperor Divine Palace. If you do this, you will be hunted down by the Dragon Alliance. Mu Tian roared. Ha, what a joke. The Dragon Alliance is such a huge force. How can they notice our border wasteland so quickly? Even if they do, we are just small fries in their eyes. They won't pursue this matter. Cut the crap and hand over the treasures. Daoheng said ferociously. Don't even think about it. Mu Tian's attitude was tough. You're courting death. Kill. Daoheng roared and took the lead to attack Mu Tian. The people he brought with him also charged towards Mu Yi and the others. Mu Tian released the aura of the third level of the spiritual sea realm. After all these years of cultivation, Mu Tian's cultivation had improved a little and reached the third level of the spiritual sea realm. Mu Yi and Mu Zheng had also broken through their limits and entered the spiritual sea realm. They were both at the first level of the spiritual sea realm. In addition, there were 2 martial artists at the first level of the spiritual sea realm on Tianxian Branch Palace's side. However, the Black Knife region had more experts. There were 8 spiritual sea realm martial artists, and Daoheng's cultivation was also at the third level of the spiritual sea realm. For a moment, the Tianxian Branch Palace was at a disadvantage. Kill! Kill! The two sides fought fiercely. People were killed constantly, and their bodies fell in Tianxian City. However, although the Black Knife region had the upper hand, this was Tianxian City after all. The Tianxian Branch Palace had the home advantage and could use various formations to fight against the Black Knife region. Clang! 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 Mu Tian and Dao Hun clashed continuously. After dozens of moves, there was no clear winner. Mu Tian, I didn't expect you to break through to the third level of the spiritual sea realm without anyone noticing. Dao Heng's anxious voice was heard. In the past, the Black Knife region's strength was stronger than the Tianxian Branch Palace. Especially Dao Heng, who was at the third level of the spiritual sea realm. Among the palace masters of the nearby big regions, he was considered strong. He didn't expect Mu Tian to reach the third level of the spiritual sea realm without anyone noticing and be able to fight against him. The battle was suddenly in a state of anxiety. As for Lu Ming, he went to Baishan Slope. The 100 Gods slope was filled with gray fog. It was hazy, just like before. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and found that there was someone guarding outside the 100 Gods slope. However, he was only a king-tier cultivator, which was far from Lu Ming's level. Lu Ming's figure moved and rushed into the 100 Gods slope. The guards didn't notice him at all. As soon as he flew into the area filled with gray fog, Lu Ming felt a force acting on him, preventing him from flying. However, Lu Ming's current cultivation level was much stronger than it had been in the past. Lu Ming circulated his vital essence and counteracted this force. He continued to fly inside. The deeper he went, the stronger the force was. It was suppressing Lu Ming, wanting to completely suppress Lu Ming's cultivation. Back then, when Lu Ming came in, his cultivation was completely suppressed, and he became an ordinary person. What a strong force! Lu Ming could sense that the suppression from the outside world was no small matter. It was very shocking. Even with Lu Ming's cultivation, he felt like he was being suppressed. Moreover, the deeper he went, the stronger the suppression became. The intent here is also not simple. Lu Ming scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Back then, when he came in, he was lucky and encountered wisps of intent of various attributes. He used them to comprehend and improve his intent. Those were left behind by the experts after they died. However, when Lu Ming looked at it now, he saw something different. The artistic conception that was floating between heaven and earth was indeed left behind by powerful cultivators after they died. However, Lu Ming could feel a terrifying oppression from them. Legend had it that the 100 Gods slope was formed countless years ago when the sky split open and corpses fell down. Lu Ming estimated that those corpses were definitely above the Emperor realm. It was very likely that they were the corpses of saints. Therefore, even though so many years had passed, his cultivation had to be suppressed when he came in with his current realm. Primal Chaos. With a thought, Lu Ming's primal chaos intent lingered around his body. As soon as the primal chaos intent was released, Lu Ming felt his body lighten. The pressure disappeared without a trace. The primal chaos intent is so mysterious. Chapter 1356. Since the chaotic concept could block the pressure from the outside, Lu Ming had nothing to worry about. His figure flashed and he turned into a beam of light, moving freely in the 100 Gods slope. The reason why he came to the 100 Gods slope was that he had obtained the lightning cauldron here. In addition, he had seen a round bead back then. There might be some good stuff in the 100 Gods slope. Therefore, Lu Ming came to check it out. However, after making a round, Lu Ming was disappointed. Other than the floating concept, Lu Ming did not find anything else, let alone any treasures. Lu Ming was a little disappointed. After all, the 100 Gods slope had been formed for too many years. Moreover, some treasures, such as sacred weapons, had intelligence and could fly away on their own. There might be some treasures in the 100 Gods slope's distant past. However, it had been too long. Some of them might have lost their intelligence and turned into dust. Some might have flown away on their own. Lu Ming was really lucky to have obtained the lightning cauldron last time. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a strong wind blowing in front of him. In the wind, there was a round bead floating up and down. Outside the round bead, there was a small green bird flying around. It's that round bead. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to see the round bead again. Swish! Lu Ming moved and pounced on the round bead. The small bird on the round bead seemed to be frightened. It chirped and flew into the round bead. The round bead flew away with a green light. Where are you going? Lu Ming executed the wind origin technique. His figure was like lightning, closing the distance between him and the round bead in an instant. The round bead was shocked again. With a shake, its speed increased greatly with a swish. It pulled away from Lu Ming. So fast. Lu Ming was shocked. Then, he was overjoyed. This round bead was extraordinary. Even if it was not as magical as the lightning cauldron, it was at least superior to a sovereign spiritual weapon. Since Lu Ming had seen it, how could he return empty-handed? Lu Ming increased his speed and chased after the round bead. One chased while the other fled. They were like two bolts of lightning. In a short while, they had circled around the 100 Gods slope a few times. Whoosh! At this time, Lu Ming waved his hand and reached forward. A giant claw formed. It was 10 miles long and wide. It was wrapped in the chaos concept and grabbed at the bead. The large hand immediately enveloped the bead. The bead buzzed and rushed in a certain direction. However, when the bead came into contact with the concept of primal chaos, it suddenly stopped and did not continue to escape. Instead, it approached the concept of primal chaos and trembled slightly. Lu Ming felt that the round bead was clearly enjoying itself. Lu Ming sucked and grabbed the bead with his claws. Then, he wrapped the bead with the chaos concept. As expected, the chaos concept resonated with the bead, and a message appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Air frozen bead. This round bead was called air frozen bead. It was a wind attribute treasure. Whoosh! The air frozen bead vibrated and flew into Lu Ming's glabella. In his sea of consciousness, it stopped not far away from the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming's mind moved. A green energy rushed into Lu Ming's body from the air-frozen bead. Lu Ming performed the wind element technique. With a step, his figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared 1,000 miles away. Such a fast speed. The wind energy of this round bead can greatly increase my speed when I perform the wind element technique. Lu Ming was overjoyed. An increase in speed meant that his life-saving ability would be stronger. Air frozen bead has surpassed an emperor's spiritual weapon. It must have other mysteries. I'll slowly study it in the future. Let's make a trip to Tianxian City first. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Then, he left the 100 Gods slope and headed toward Tianxian City. The Great Formation in Tianxian City was extremely fierce. There were casualties constantly. Even Mu Tian, Mu Yi, and Mu Zheng were injured. Tianxian City suffered heavy losses. However, the Black Knife region also suffered heavy losses. Damn it! Dao Heng roared in his heart. He didn't expect Tianxian City to be so difficult to deal with. What a piece of trash. You can't even take down Tianxian City after so long. At this moment, a cold shout came from the sky. Boom! Then, a huge aura came down from the sky, causing Mu Tian and the others' faces to change drastically. 7th level of the spiritual sea realm. Mu Tian exclaimed and looked up. A figure wrapped in a black robe appeared in the sky. The shocking aura came from him. My lord, you're here. Seeing this person, Dao Heng was overjoyed. As for Mu Tian, Mu Zheng, and the others, their hearts sank. Dao Heng addressed the other party as my lord. It was obvious that the other party was on Dao Heng's side. Who was it that Dao Heng addressed him as my lord? Could it be that one of the higher-ups of the Emperor Heaven Divine Palace was taking the opportunity to collect treasures? Various thoughts flashed through Mu Tian and Mu Zheng's minds. Leave this person to me. You deal with the others. End it quickly. The voice of the black-robed man was heard. A slender black sword appeared in his hand and he pierced it towards Mu Tian. The speed of this sword was shocking. Mu Tian's face changed drastically and he retreated quickly. However, his figure was not as fast as the other party's sword light. The other party was at the 7th level of the spiritual C tier and was much stronger than him. Don't hurt my father. At this moment, a delicate shout came from Tianxian City. A fiery red sword light flew out and clashed with the black-robed man's sword light. Clang! The black-robed man's sword light was blocked, and the fiery red sword light was also sent flying. Swish! A figure rushed out from below and stood in front of Mu Tian. Lan, Mu Tian called out. Mulans. The figure that appeared behind him was Mulans. Mulans stood in the sky and released a powerful aura. She was also at the 7th level of the spiritual C tier. Father, why didn't you call me? Mulans asked. Lan, you were in seclusion previously, so I didn't call you. Mu Tian said. Hee, I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful girl here. How lucky. The black-robed man's eyes roamed around Mulan's body, burning with passion. You're courting death. Mulan shouted coldly and charged towards the black-robed man with her sword in hand. The two fought together. For a moment, Mulan's had the upper hand. They exchanged more than a dozen moves in an instant, and the black-robed man was completely at a disadvantage. Although their cultivation was similar, Mulan's battle prowess was obviously above his. The more they fought, the more shocked the black-robed man was. Sixth brother, you've seen enough. Why aren't you making a move? End the battle quickly, or else there will be changes. The black-robed man suddenly shouted towards the sky. Hee. A second black-robed man appeared behind a cloud in the sky. This black-robed man's aura was even more shocking, reaching the 8th level of the spiritual C tier. Mu Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically. The other party actually had so many experts. This girl is mine. The black-robed man that appeared behind glanced at Mulan's with fiery eyes and said coldly. Fine, she's yours then. The black-robed man in front gritted his teeth. Xiao. The second black-robed man turned into a streak of black light and charged towards Mulan's.